Foot on the gas, foot on their neck. Standing on business, stop for respect. It is a problem, I put it in check. Came out the money, I'm up like a jet. Up like a what? Up like a jet. Claim you a dial, but you ain't a threat. I'm Omega, watch our step. I'm with the gang, I'm with the set. All in, no way out. You scared? Tell me now. Walk in, shut it down. All in, no way out. No way out. No way out.
Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops. Till the casket drops.
Tell them we up, tell them we live. I got the drop top sitting outside. This for the dogs, this for the guys, this for the ones still by my side. This for the ones who counted me out. This for the nights I had nothing but die. Bet on myself, I double down. Told them I'm coming. Look at me now, look at me. All in, no way out. You scared? Tell me now. Walk in, shut it down. All in, no way out. No way out. No way out.
Till the casket drops. 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 Till the casket drops.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
April 1st, 2023.
The path to champions begins right here.
It was the beginning of a new era in VALORANT esports. Birth of VCT Americas.
We'll meet on this stage to do battle in this arena every single week.
3 regions became one. For the first time in North America, VCT had a live audience giving fans a front row seat to show-stopping action every single week.
Mata with another one! I'm him!
Over the past 3 years, 261 matches have been played at the Riot Games Arena.
Let's go!
That's 13,894 rounds. We've seen 121 heart-stopping aces. Watched as the impossible became reality and witnessed the birth of new milestones. The Americas region is home to greatness. So far, we've got 3 Masters winners,
A journey that stretches over 1,000 days.
3 world champions, and we're just getting started. In 2026, a new squad will enter the arena.
It's done!
New faces will step into the spotlight, and champions will run it back. This year, expect the unexpected.
The wait is over. VCT Americas is back. We have 12 teams that are going to take the stage and slug it out for a shot at making the first global event of the year. And the long journey to champion starts right here. Hey, what's up, little buddy? How you doing? I want to see if this works. We tried. It worked better in rehearsal. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. The road to champions, begins right now. And we are live here at the Riot Games Arena in sunny, beautiful Los Angeles, California. That's right, baby. We're here, and it's time to get this thing going here. I'm Golden Boy, the current bald man that's yelling at you right now. I'm joined by 2 of the greatest minds in Valorant, though. We have Athena. We have Emily. Guys, it is a pleasure to have you here to start the season off. How you feeling?
Super awesome to be here. Kickoff is going to be wild this year, so I'm super excited to see how it goes.
Very excited. So much Valorant to watch, and I just can't wait.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot of Emily as well as Athena throughout the season, but right off the bat, it's okay. I mean, they had to deal with me. Now, right off the bat, everyone, we got to point out the facts, okay? We got to build a bigger trophy cabinet for Americas, baby, because we keep on winning, and it's so amazing. Look at this. Look at the trophy case that we have assembled over here. 3 world champions. I mean, you saw that beginning that was narrated by that sultry voice from I don't know who.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. It was kind of crazy.
It's wild,
so
Athena, just to see how much and how far Americas has gone since the start of VCT.
I think especially with all the regions, we never know how it's going to end up and how many each one region is going to get. But this is kind of a wild and crazy run, and definitely well-deserved by these Americas players.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be part of Americas, and it's just, America's #1.
Yo, must be nice to get a trophy,
We're just going to take all of their credit. I'm a part of it. I won that. I don't know about you guys. I'm losers. In any case, so folks, let's go ahead and move on from 2025 and focus on the here and now. Because, oh boy, we're going to be doing something a little bit different this time around. By a little, I mean a lot. From previous year's kickoffs, because as you can see, it is a triple elimination bracket. Oh boy. So for more on this brand new format, to dive in depth and give us so much valuable information, here is Sideshow with all of it.
3 strikes and you're out!
Oh, wait. Is that it? That was it? We practiced? We did all this rehearsal for...
No, that was really in depth. What do you mean?
That gave me a lot of insight.
Yeah,
technically, he's not wrong. 3 strikes and you are out. Thank you, Josh. It is a triple elimination bracket, which means that we have 3 brackets, and that means we will have 3 best-of-5 finals, and the winners of each of our brackets will qualify for Masters Santiago. It's going to be taking place in Chile later on this year. It's going to be awesome. But coming up today, we're going to be seeing the newly ascended Envy squad taking on the Evil Geniuses. And then later on, it's going to be Cloud9 going up against Loud. 2 great matches, Emily. I'm looking forward to seeing all 4 of these teams take the stage. Anyone who has your mind in particular?
I mean, obviously I have my pick'ems and we'll see them coming up, but I really feel strongly that the matches are going to be kind of close today. Like, I feel like we don't have any like super strong one-sided lineups here, and so I think we're going to get some very close and intense matches, and you know, great way to start off the year. We don't know what's going to happen.
I think it's really fun that NV is going to be playing first, and they are the newly added team to this. I think
it's
that's just
like planned it that way.
No, literally. I wonder. No, it's like they get to see kind of get thrown into that test of fire right away and kind of see how they end up performing. And I think that's going to be super cool, especially because we have no idea what's going to happen.
And who better than against EG, a team with a storied history as an organization, but also a story of their own. We'll dive into that in a little bit here. But we have a new team, okay? We have new kickoff format, all right? We also have changes to how things are going to be going to the game. That's right. Let's talk about patch 12.0 because Breach, Tejo, Harbor, as well as Vice, have been buffed. We also have Haven and Corrode getting some changes as well. Some say it was a little bit of a Brock nerf, perhaps, Athena. What do you make of all the changes?
Dude, you know it's crazy when you're actually so OP that the whole map changes because
I respect it, man.
You got to add metal walls because you're Odin.
That's the thing you tell your grandkids about. Hey, you know I got an entire $1 billion company to change your map just because I broke it? It's pretty dope.
No, but I'm super excited about Breeze actually coming in. I think that's going to be really, really sick. I know it received a new makeover, Halls has been deleted, and every part of the map has seen some changes, and I think it's really going to change how this map is played. We've seen Breeze in the past be more of this kind of DM free-for-all, just whoever has the better aim wins, but now we're going to see a lot more strategy coming into the game, a lot more being able to play on these sites and hold them without being stuck out in the open and having kind of nowhere to go. So I think Breeze is going to look really sick. Halls being gone is a really, really big change. I know they've been on that kind of give Halls, take Halls, give Halls, take Halls. But I still think it is good because now it puts so much more importance into that mid fight and so much more importance into taking those sites and those executes.
Yeah, and also just one thing to add to that is that Sova does not have to be in jail anymore. Sova can roam the map, and I've been that Sova player, and it is so boring.
Yeah.
But now
you don't like darting down mid every single round?
Yeah, just jiggling Halls, going back and forth. Yeah, I love it. It's so fun.
Well, I mean, clearly Emily's distraught. But of course, so we also didn't just have new changes for agents as well as maps. We also got my personal favorite, a brand new weapon that is added, the Bandit. Now, Emily, as a person here who could definitely shoot better than I can in this game, go ahead and tell us, where are the use cases for this weapon? Because I find it to be utterly fascinating.
Okay, just a little recap on what it is. Basically, it's a gun that falls in between the Sheriff and the Ghost, right? If you are one of those aimers, like you said so of myself.
No need to glow, girl.
No, then it's just like a low or a cost-effective Sheriff. Whereas if you're not, or you're already a fan of the Ghost in Classic, then it's really just a slower-paced Ghost. But the way that I see this being used is in pistol rounds. There are a handful of agents that can actually get away with having the Bandit buy and still not losing out too much on the utility. I'm thinking like Duelist, I'm thinking Randy. You can still get heal, Leer, or double here and a Bandit and play out your full pistol round. And it also just adds more depth and more options, I would say, to the eco rounds, especially for those util-heavy agents where those $200 that you save will actually contribute to your full buy in the next round.
Yeah, it's super exciting to see, and an excellent breakdown as well, Emily. We're going to see how the Bandit plays throughout the entirety of Americas because it's here to stay. But there's also another big change that's going to be coming to VCT this year, and you're going to see it right now, as a matter of fact. For the first time in America's skirmish side selection, we've replaced the pesky coin flip. Who cares about randomization?
Yeah,
we're going to settle it with a 1v1 in the hood. Now, of course, it is important to note here, all right? Each team is going to be selecting their own player. It's going to be first to 5, no abilities. This is an aim duel, so maybe we see a little bit of Bandit. We're not going to be doing 1v1s for every match. When a team has higher seeding in the bracket, they get a map pick advantage, as usual. For instance, when the top 4 play this weekend. So when you see those guys take the stage, all will be normal as it usually is. But we had our very first duel earlier, and it features Envy's Poppin' versus Evil Genius's Supermen. So let's go ahead and take a look. It's happening, and we're going to commentate right over this one, guys. So a little bit of a 1v1.
Yo, your casting career is back,
I know. I mean, this is it, guys. guys.
Back.
Poppin immediately.
Did you see the confidence just kind of running out, dude?
Yeah, and I was not expecting them to use, like Phantom or Vandal. Like I was half expecting them to. Okay, Poppin.
Oh my God, dude. Poppin.
All right.
Crazy.
He's having the time of his life, rubbing his hands. All right, he's feeling it. He's
Dude,
feeling
actually,
it.
low-key, this is the best warm-up that a player could have for getting into a game, no? But the thing is, if you lose, you're like, your mindset is GG. Like, you're actually going to be like,
100%.
either you're going to be really mad and try to make up for it in-game, or you're just going to be like, oh, this guy's better than me.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We did see Superman pick up one just now, and that is going to be a clean couple of rounds there. I believe it's going to be first to 5, so they got to get there.
3-1.
Exactly. You have 2 more rounds to gain here if you're Poppin, and meanwhile, for Superman, real tall order to climb back here. Poppin has been hitting these shots, but Superman answers back with one of his own.
Dude, it's actually Phantom versus Vandal.
No, it is. And Poppin's thriving running at him, but Superman taking it slow and actually getting a couple rounds.
Wait, I think that literally describes their play style perfectly.
And actually, it seems like we missed one of those. Okay, never mind. It seems like we had a situation at play there. Not quite sure. But it does seem like Superman picked up the skirmish win from that. And of course, guys, as with everything that we do over here in VCT Americas, let us know what you think, feedback, all that stuff. We always want to make this show the best show in all of esports. So your feedback always going to be very important for the skirmish moving forward. Now, of course, we're going to be seeing Cloud9 and Loud do their 1v match ahead of the second match today. So we'll be catching up with that in a little bit. For now, though, let's dive into our first matchup of 2026 and talk Envy. This is a little bit of a deja vu for me because I've been covering Envy as an esports organization for years across a variety of different games. So it's great to see the boys in blue here in Valorant. Shout out to my boy Hastro. Always looking forward to seeing what he does. But yeah, in any case, I mean, let's talk about this squad, Athena, because they did have to make changes.
Yeah, so obviously we have the 2 members that cannot be playing because they are under 18, but it doesn't matter. I still think this team as a roster has such a good, solid foundation. They have that wild play style that we're kind of mentioning. They have Poppin as an IGL making really good mid-round plays. Just overall, Envy being super good. But yes, they will be having these changes. As you can see, Rossi and Keznet are actually going to step in for Ion and Kainzera. And personally, I think this still kind of fits. I mean, for Keznet, obviously he's a really, really good player. He's very, very experienced. He's going to bring that kind of veteranship to the team and might be someone to help hold down the team while also still competing with that fragging power. And then you have Rossi, who's kind of been everywhere. He's been all over the place, quite literally, and he can bring a lot more of that experience and knowledge as well. I think in terms of fragging power, this for sure is a fragging team. It's just kind of up to, like, you know, can they bring it to that VCT Tier 1 stage? Yeah,
and I think, like you said, I think they are great slot-ins as long as they keep that same play style. I think you were right. Keznet has that experience, but I also think he has the firepower to kind of make up for losing those 2 really good players.
Yeah.
And I think he could almost even be a star player for this roster. I want to wait to see how it plays out, but that's kind of my prediction for that. And also, I think that Exer and Keznet duo will kind of go crazy.
Yeah.
And I think Rossi coming in as that player that has previous experience IGLing, previous just experience in general, I think he could be like an anchor for this team, where if things start falling apart with their current playstyle, I think he can even step up and be that secondary caller that they may or may not need.
I just hope they don't lose themselves in it, though.
Yeah.
Because, like, their Ascension run was so sick. Like, I don't want them to kind of be like, okay, now we have to, like, try really hard and play a certain way.
Do the thing that brought you to the dance, and I think that Keznet and Rossi most definitely are going to be playing in a more of a supportive role, to your point there, Athena, without a doubt. But now for more on Envy's debut, let's actually send it over to Elizabeth. We had an opportunity to catch up with Egster earlier on today.
Well, Exer, let me be the first to welcome you to VCT Americas, but Envy qualified here with 2 people who are not here playing with you guys today. So how are you going to go about the challenge of facing these teams without those 2 crucial players?
Yeah, I think we got 2 really solid pickups that like match the vibe of Kane and Ion. It's very sad that we won't be able to play with them. The other thing on my mind right now is like Keznet's flying in like right now. So a little excited to see him on 0 ping. Like we've been playing with Keznet on like 110 ping, which is like crazy. But I'm overall like really excited.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's go ahead and talk about the Eggman. And no, I'm not talking about Dr. Robotnik. You know, I had to make one of those jokes because I was a Sonic kid. Now, who is going to be making their T1 debut? That man right there. And he's more than likely going to be playing Yoru, which, if I'm being honest, I don't think anyone's going to be particularly disappointed at, considering how good he is.
No, his Yoru is quite literally insane. If you guys don't know, he only plays Yoru. But this man plays Yoru with such good intellect. He has really good game sense. His mid-round plays are insane. He's always able to frag out and be in that clutch position and end up winning them. And he's also able to make space for his team when needed as that duelist kind of take that space using that ult. A lot of the mid-round calls are around the information that he can provide as this duelist. So Exter, I mean, these stats are pretty good. He's showing up as Yoru. I really think he is going to stick with the Yoru all the way through VC. Yeah, I think it's going to make sense. I do think that there might be a chance people might kind of find a way to abuse the fact that he's only playing Yoru, but still, it's really, really insane how much you can do with this character. He made it look super flexible, and I think, honestly, it really fits, and it's a vibe.
Yeah, no, for sure. And when I look at Exter, like, he's not the most consistent player, but the way that he plays Yoru, like you said, he's just a force to be reckoned with that teams have struggled playing against and kind of trying to counter. And also, might I just say, he's kind of the most successful one trick we've had since the Trent Teo era back in Stage 1. Like, he's kind of insane on the Yoru.
I was, and yeah, you know I got to talk about it. I was a little disappointed he cut the hair. Just throwing it out there, man. Those locks were gorgeous. Okay, but I get it. You know,
sounds
New Year.
like someone's jealous.
New Year. Obviously, look at me. Okay, but I get it, Exter. New year, new you. We'll see. Hopefully we see the new you on stage, and it's going to be awesome. But on the other side, though, you're going to be contending against Evil Geniuses. Now, Coach Potter did make some big changes to the roster this year because Superman is the only guy left standing on this team. And, well, I mean, so far he's already proven his value. He won the skirmish.
Yeah,
So
there we go. That's true. And that's exactly what I wanted to see because, yeah, when I look back at his past performance, there's nothing that really stood out to me too strong. But it's a fresh start. It's a brand new EG. Yes, he still has Potter, but I really want to see Superman kind of take on a new look coming into 2026. And he did it in that skirmish by winning that 1v1.
Yeah.
And also to mention, Calm is back in the IGL role, and I think he could be a really great leader, and I can't wait to see what he does working alongside Potter.
And we haven't even really had a chance to dive too much in our prep about Okeanos and Bao, but like I'm excited for Oki to be on this team, surrounded by, you know, guys who've had the experience, who've been here before, Athena. There's a lot of positives with this Evil Geniuses squad I'm feeling coming into 26.
Yeah, it feels like the way that this roster has kind of played out is everyone's personality fits together. And I think that's such a big thing because everyone is super open-minded. Everyone is super creative. You have Calm as the IGL role, as you said, him and Potter working together, making those creative decisions and kind of building that foundation for EG. I think it's going to be really sick. I know for me, the only worry for this roster is a little bit of the lacking of firepower, but I think with these minds together, they could be super creative and kind of outplay. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here versus this Envy and EG is like super crazy zoomer fragging power versus like a lot of creative decisions that might kind of edge them on top.
This could very well, this feels like a team that like Potter just thought about meticulously and like was like, this person will fit here and this person could fit there. And it does very much sound and feel like a Potter squad. And as it should, right? It's Evil Geniuses. And we got to see what's going on with the EG side and how are things with the comms. Good news, we got comms. Standing by with Elizabeth. I get one.
Now, Calm, welcome back to VCT Americas, but you are back on Evil Geniuses, the team you won your world championship with, but this time it's a completely different crew. What makes you believe in this version of Evil Geniuses?
I just think a lot of the guys are really hungry. All of us come from different like paths where we're kind of like underrated in some ways, but it's really fun to play with people that are that hungry because it just pushes you to be better every single day.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
It's good to see Calm back in the white and blue there for Evil Geniuses, but he's joined by some new faces on that team, and one individual to his direct right, as a matter of fact. It's Digizin, the man who we have seen Emily take to the stage so many times and dominate with the op. Is swagged out, could probably punch a hole through you too. Guy is an absolute menace when he gets going. Does he fit with this squad?
Oh, I for sure think so. Like, I am such a big fan of him ever since last year, because if you look at it, he didn't have the best start on Loud. He didn't get the results he wanted. Instead of sitting on the sidelines and seeing like what comes his way, no, he ended up grinding all the way through Tier 2 and making it to Ascension with Team Solid and performing so well throughout. And I think that journey in itself back to Tier 1 just shows how hungry and passionate he is to finally get on a team where he can win. And I think this is the roster to do it.
Yeah.
And I think even if you look at these stats, like look at this ACS, this is insane, 241 ACS. This is 2025 operator stats. This is literally him only on the operator having these stats. He's super, super consistent with that operator. The only thing that I am worried about as well is making sure he has that confidence and brings that into VCT. Because like you said, he did struggle in Americas a while ago. And if he does, he did take a lot of that time to learn his play style again, figure out who he is as a player, kind of have that confidence in his personality, in his entry fragger, a lot of the neon plays that he makes, as well as the operator being that anchor. So if he just brings that to the stage, this is going to be a dang close game. And I think he's going to be the one to kind of carry EG in terms of fragging power.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I have no fear of him being able to be confident coming into kickoff, just because he did play throughout the entire year. It's not like he took a break. It's not like he sat on the sidelines. He's been playing and kind of finding himself, like you said, as a player. And I expect nothing less going into kickoff. I think the passion and the hunger that he has, on top of the firepower that we've already seen throughout all of last year, I think that's just a deadly combo, and I'd be so scared to go up against him.
Yeah, no, great points that both of you brought up there about EG. We can go on about this squad for a hot minute, but earlier on, we did get an opportunity to catch up with the legend herself, Coach Potter, about how DigiZen landed on this EG roster. Take a listen.
Wasn't planned from the start. I wasn't looking at DigiZen from the start, but because we were trialing so many different duelists, and the duelists we were trialing, some of them were European, some of them didn't speak very good English at all. So it really just fell naturally in place, where because I was already looking at non-native English speakers, I looked a little bit further and came across DigiZen, and it was kind of all these flashbacks started coming back in my memory of our matches versus him in Loud, versus while he was on Loud earlier this year, and just his op presence. I mean, it was a nice reminder. And so day one of trials, it really solidified things. As soon as he joined the squad, it was really natural and fluid for everyone on the team, and everyone was vibing out, even though we didn't understand what he was saying. In the server, it worked out for everyone.
That's always a little bit of a worry when you can't really fully understand your player outside of the server, but as long as it's working inside a server, that's good.
Yeah.
Potter, she has a really good way of building out these teams, and like we said earlier, a lot of the personalities coming into it, but I really like what she said about kind of reaching out and finding DigiZen and feeling like going out of her way to kind of pick that up, and I think that kind of proves that he had a lot to show to them in the server, and so today I'm expecting to see exactly like you said, Emily, a lot of that confidence coming in, especially from all the off seasons and all the VCLs that he's been doing.
I was going to say too, I think that this is a great situation for Calm, for DigiZen, for Supermen as well, because don't get me wrong, like, you know, these teams are all phenomenal, right? But you know, when you're playing on Loud or you're playing on Leviathan, you're playing represent Brazil, you're playing represent Latin America, right? And now you kind of have a little bit less of that pressure that is going to be sitting on you this time around. So maybe we could start to see this team take a few more risks because they feel empowered to do so, especially with Coach Potter at the helm, the way that we've seen for all these years. Now, let's talk, though, about what we've been seeing for our VCT Americas capsules. That's right, because our team's got new ones. You want to look good out there? While you get your pew-pew on? You know, while you right-click someone and totally get a kill you weren't supposed to get? Look good doing it. And I also just want to commend Evil Geniuses for their Lex Luthor design. I thought that was really good. I had to point it out again. Sorry. Which one do you like here, Athena?
Dude, the 100 Thieves one goes crazy. The gold and the green look so good together. So like old money vibes.
You guys are sleeping on Lev. Look at that. Look at the
I like the dragon
detail,
too.
guys.
Yeah, the Lev one's awesome. Of course, those are the new 2026 capsules. You're also going to be getting Envies a little later on, so stay on the lookout for that, but it will be coming down the pipeline there. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions for opening day from the broadcast team. And oh, wow, okay, so I like this. No one really knows where to go.
Bunch of EG lovers on the desk, other than me.
Okay, all right. I respect it. I respect it. Why'd you go Envy here, Athena?
I just think that they're coming off of like a really strong run. They have that momentum. They're going to push through. And again, I really think it comes down to that fragging power. I think Envy just edges above EG on them.
And what about for you, Emily, real quick?
I really like how Potter went about building EG, and I'm just such a big fan of DG's in. Like, I have a lot of faith in him, and I think, yeah, he'll kind of be the star player of this.
Oof, look, and you could see the community. They agree with Athena.
Yeah.
They're saying 51.5%. Sorry, Emily. You know, you'll get there. You'll get there in time. But in any case, folks, that's going to wrap it for our pre-show. Envy and EG are ready to take the stage. So let's get 2026 underway, folks. VCT Americas Kickoff. It's starting right now.
You remember last season. The champs, the chokes, the chaos.
Esquece, é aqui que tudo começa.
Energy no solo ganó Champions, se pusieron la corona y un blanco en la espalda.
If you want to talk about Dynasty, G2's been farming trophies all of 2025.
Legado não desaparece. A Loud e a EG sabem como é estar no topo. Y como es difícil se mantener nele.
Una vez que ya tuviste eso, los buenos resultados ya no alcanzan. Ahora se trata de demostrar que siguen siendo los mejores.
But times change, and new squads come in hungry. Envy crashed the party from Ascension. New badge, same hunger to kick the door down and not ask for permission.
E a Fúria? Cara, tá aí uma torcida que não comparece só pro quem sabe o ano que vem. Eles querem uma campanha insana que nem eles.
You want fan bases? 100 Thieves never really left.
Las historias de revancha pegan distinto. Han estado molestos esperando por su momento. Y ahora vemos el regreso de grandes nombres.
C9-2. This isn't a rebuild. It's a revenge tour.
Tem também as equipes que decidiram quebrar todas as regras. No plural, a começar pelo MIBR.
Al igual que Leviatán, ahora todo está en juego.
As bandeiras já não têm tanto peso. Uma mistura de países e de estilos. Um caos total.
Sentinels y Crew también están metidos en ese caos.
Todo mundo vai dar a vida em 2026.
12 equipos, 12 historias que estaremos explorando todo el año.
Whatever that journey is, it goes through Santiago and starts right now at the VCT Americas Kickoff 2026. You miss the first steps, miss the whole story.
Riot Games Arena, welcome to Kickoff. Make some noise for the first team to take the stage, making their VCT Americas debut. It's Envy!
And here come the upstarts from the Ascension tournament, having an absolute run and a half during that entire competition, Athena, showing everyone that they belong here. And now that they have these new additions in Rossi and Kesnet, having to sub in for players that had gotten them to this point, there's so much for this team to prove.
For sure. Not only do they have so much to prove, they actually have so much more to show in terms of their skill ceiling as well, because this is a team where their skill ceiling is so high. Let's not forget, they haven't reached their potential yet. What are you giggling
about?
You
can already see the veteran Kesnet, who's been here and done that before. Yeah. He goes to the front, he does the pictures, he's like, all right, time to move. The rest of the team is still standing there. You'll get it in due time, kids.
Yo,
you'll get it in
why
due time.
Are you
Let's go ahead and bring out your next squad.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Make some noise for Evil Geniuses!
And now it's Evil Geniuses time to take to the stage. And of course, being led by a former world champion for EG, it's Calm and Emily. This is going to be an exciting start for Evil Geniuses, we hope, because so much intent was put into the development of this roster coming into 26.
Yeah, I'm just very excited to see Potter and Calm back on like this coach IGL kind of relationship
run again, perhaps?
Yes.
Perhaps.
I'm very, coming into this, I had no idea what to expect from them. And still, I kind of don't, but I'm excited to see how they take into this first map and this server.
Yeah, you could see, by the way, Okeanos really excited to jump back into this one, Athena. The whole team getting ready. I'm pumped to see these squads take the server.
Yeah, Calm even mentioned in the middle of that interview with Elizabeth, he was talking about how these are a bunch of people that feel like they were the underdogs, and so they're so hungry for it. So it's definitely going to be super interesting. But these maps, I mean, personally, I'm super excited to see Abyss. It makes sense that Envy picks that map. It's such a fast-paced map. You're kind of in and out of the site within that 5-10 second mark if you really wanted to. A lot of those fast-paced plays can happen and being caught off guard, especially with that Yoru.
Yeah, it really fits their playstyle. Every time I've watched them play Abyss, it's almost like watching a really high-intense ranking. Like, they're always moving. They're not super depth, but they're able to just kind of overpower any site that they want. I've also seen them pull some insane fakes on the map, which is crazy. And also for the side of EG, I still have hope, even though they play really zoomy.
Whoa, what does that mean?
I'm confident in EG.
You think this is gonna Envy right away? What's going on?
No. I'm very confident that DJZin is gonna whip out an op here. And even though they play fast, I think he'll find a way to kind of pick them apart. And I think that's what I'm worried about for Envy the most.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that Corrode, though. We're gonna see new Corrode in action here for the first time at VCT Americas, Athena. So it's gonna be a different approach, I think, for a lot of these players. Or are they gonna try and do the same thing and see what works?
I feel like we're gonna see a lot of the new kind of fresh things from EG, actually. I know Envy is a newly ascended team. We're supposed to see a lot of those fresh minds, but when you think about it, you know, they just ascended recently. They're there. They still have that same foundation, and they have those two new players to pick up on. But then you have Potter and Calm who can sit in a server and really talk about their strategy and their foundation. But Kesnet on the ISO.
Wow.
Yo, what do you think?
I'm very excited. Like I said, I think he can be the star player. And of course, Exer select the Yoru.
Whoa,
I think they're going to be a power
right
duo.
Surprise! Yoru. Holy.
Yeah, that ISO is going to be fun to see play through, Athena.
Yeah, the double controller makes sense for sure. I'm kind of expecting to see a lot of lurks coming in as well, especially a lot of like ping pong plays where that Yoru is kind of taking all the attention, the ISO and the Yoru taking all the attention on one side and going back to the other. But Vito and Breach on EG, I don't know. This is like a they really cooked here, Calm.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what kind of plans and plays and even traps that they'll have with this Calm. And I'm also just excited to see DigiZen pick up the Yoru, and it's going to be a Yoru battle between DigiZen and
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to be a Yoru battle without a doubt with Exter and DigiZen. It's going to be amazing. Let's go ahead and get this started. Send it over to your casters for the first pistol round of the year. It's Mimi and Ender.
And you know what, GB? It's not just the first pistol, it's the first map, it's the first series, and it's the first time Envy are going to be playing up here on the stage. They're the newest squad to promote into VCT Americas. Mimi, walk me through. Why should we be excited for this team?
Yeah, this team went from kind of a meme as rankers. The team that pugged it through Tier 2 was playing a very different style than anyone else. But they brought that all the way to a win with Envy in Challengers, to a win in Ascension, playing some of those aggressive Valorant you could think, double duelist, Clove, stuff that you normally consider as ranked, but put together in such a way that no one could shut that down. And now they get to try and show it in Tier 1, but with the twist of having to bring in 2 substitutes and make changes to their roster, on top of big changes to the game as a whole.
Yeah, so a lot of things they're going to have to work through on the other side of things. Evil Geniuses completely revamped themselves, overhauling, coming into this map. We're kicking things off here on Abyss between Evil Geniuses and Envy, and already Envy have ideas towards that A side.
Yeah, but pretty quick down mid from EG. We'll get the Vito embedded, have a teleport to get him out.
Interestingly for Envy, this is a very shallow wall over towards A. Doesn't give them a lot of space to work with, but they can call out behind that wall. First shots don't determine much of anything, although Evil Geniuses have already brought 3 players to the party.
It's a really good undercut, meant no utility to stall out, so it'll be a full retake for EG, but they still hold on to Heaven control.
How do Evil Geniuses and Envy navigate around this wall? Right now, Envy have 4 players into backside as this flank starts to activate from EG.
But once they see that flank, Envy will want to fight into CT.
Opening shots go EG's way, quickly traded on back, and now that flank of 2 players coming in quickly. Evil Geniuses stuck behind this wall for now. Now it's really paying off. Only way through is with a flash and a nice shot. Still some time to work with, and Evil Geniuses clean things up here on the retake to take the first round.
Good start for Bao, gets 3 on that one. And the timing works out quite well for EG. Envy fight first, making the decision to go towards CT, and that was very successful. But Envy was fully committed to that CT fight, and with 1 smoke up mid-sight, EG had an incredibly powerful position for Bao to watch both these angles as his teammates put so much pressure with that defuse coming in.
Yeah, a lot of the time, Bao was just holding lines for his teammates, and the second someone comes into his crosshair, it's an instant kill.
But that fast rotate was possible because both of these get-out-of-jail-free card characters with the Vito and the Yoru had walked early into mid. That double TP will be something to watch of what aggressive positions they can get into and then escape from.
We're going to be watching Bao in particular on the Vito. Came in late last year, so haven't had a chance to see it on the Americas stage so far.
Interesting buy. Kesnet full armor Stinger. No one else investing.
Shield already primed, and now with Eggster and the rest of the team falling, Kesnet could only get 1 kill with that force buy. Evil Geniuses cruise on through the second.
Easy hold on B for them. And I think the big thing to watch for Envy is how does Kesnet fit into this roster? Obviously, he's one of the most experienced players in VCT Americas, in VALORANT as a whole. Made every champs up until last year, but he was always wearing a crew jersey.
Yeah.
This is the first time in so long that we'll ever see him playing for another team.
And that's a whole obstacle in itself because he's always been such a unique player in the duelist role. Like, oh, he's had experience calling on teams before. He's also the lurking duelist that you know and love in the past. He's tried to reinvent himself in recent memory, but now in a new system, it's a very different deal.
But to me, Envy was defined by the synergy between Eggster and Kainzera and how they entered and played that aggressive double duelist together. Now they're going to have to rework that synergy with a brand new player.
See what they can do now with a buy. Taking things a little bit slower, but continuing to throw this Viper wall towards A. As we have a slow round, I want to dig into it a little bit because it gives Envy some opportunities to step out into the space and maybe try to remove some of those more comfortable close positions that EG would normally like to play.
It also helps you to feel a little bit safer in conditioning utility towards mid. You see the Viper Orb is in that direction. They throw 1 mid smoke that way, and suddenly mid is a big problem for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, you could lurk out behind it. 4 players could walk behind it and pull it down, and all of a sudden, one side anchor is looking at a whole lot of players. Right now, that anchor is Bao. Over on the left-hand side of sight, but keep your eyes on the lurk coming in. Inspire has made it all the way through mid, waiting for his moment, delivers onto Kong. And now with Bao and DigiZin holding it down, Evil Geniuses aren't out of it just yet. As a matter of fact, Envy have nowhere really left to go. The Spike is up here on site, desperately calling forward reinforcements. And as those shots do not find their mark, and Oki and DigiZin continue to get theirs, Evil Geniuses will take another round of 4 alive.
Very well controlled for EG. They held on to backside control that entire time and picked great timings to fight forward. Look at that stun coming in from the breach.
Nice shot too.
Yeah, a really unorthodox pick on this map. If you were reading the patch notes, you'll note there was a little buff, right? That wider stun, slightly faster flash timings, but not huge changes. However, I think that breach is just so impactful, using that util to refight the front of A.
Importantly, those changes make Breach a little bit more reliable than he's been, and that's always been the weakness. So you put a good player behind that, and you can absolutely fry.
Pros could almost 100% of the time turn his flash before the changes. You still can turn it after, but it's a bit harder.
And with the delay, the nerfs to the stun duration, a lot of people could run outside of it. Now with that extra width, becomes a little bit stronger.
Especially in a complicated fight like that one.
Man. Pistol's not going to stand a chance against DigiZin.
Off Outlaw, this guy just wants to buy a scope.
Yeah, it was last year when DigiZin was playing up with Loud, where it was his operator that was massively feared, and continuing to prove his proficiency on the scoped weaponry here.
Hasn't shot down, and EG will hold on to the Santiago quite well. And it's a very interesting story for DigiZin. This is the 2nd time where he's been sent on the loop of play for a Tier 1 team in Americas. He performs great individually, but doesn't quite go his way in terms of the team's performance, and he then has to go back to Brazil, grind it out in Tier 2 before getting a second chance. And Now, this is the second time that's happened, but this time, his stint in Tier 2 was so good, and Envy will have to be familiar with him. He was the highest-rated player, bar none, in America's Ascension, the tournament that Envy won to make it here.
It's a fun situation, because Envy, of course, had to prove themselves as a team to qualify, but you also have so many players that aren't on Ascension-winning rosters that are just fighting for individual spots, and for someone like Jujuzin, just having that half year to be able to do it, prove so much is massive.
But who would have thought it would be EG, the jersey he'd be wearing? I don't think many.
Little geniuses, of course, who went through major changes last year as well, with Ye and Icy in the roster, now rebuilding a very different story, but looking phenomenal so far.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a series of long shots for Potter, waiting to see if she can find the one that sticks. Maybe it'll be this year.
Val goes ahead and evolves right at the start of the round. That's a nice shot from Supa.
I think that was just spammed through the smoke onto Inspire. That is a lovely start for EG.
There are still 2 players behind this, and we have a lot of space up into mid. Still have to break that 1 player, though. As Supa slips on back towards spawn, allows a few players to cross. He knows there's bodies in here, and he fills in right behind them, taking a good timing, but shooting at clones. Those ghosts end up biting him right in the behind as Bao falls as well. Envy have full control of this B site.
And Oki falls as well on the rotate. This is a very good position for Envy. DG could have a timing.
At the same time as he falls, I was going to say Com starting to activate on a flank, but now in the 1-on-3. And you sort of know Com's motto. So they go ahead and double swing him. Poppin will take that kill, and Envy are going to get their first round on the VCT Americas stage.
They've been conditioning that wall towards A pretty much every round for Envy. And like we talked about previous, it means that they always have an orb and an extra smoke available to help out in this mid-fight. They've shown kind of feints in that direction earlier rounds. Now they finally activate it, explode mid-control, and find success getting back into B for their first round win in Americas.
So now Envy, after taking that round, have 2 major ultimates on their duelist to play off of a Bucky in Exeter's hands.
But now they've got to deal with DGZin, his first op in hand, and he's looking to contain mid.
Yeah, that op can sometimes be hard to work with when there's a Yor ult on the other side, so often used to just overwhelm a site. Right now, Envy haven't really given any opportunities for DGZin to go for the fight, just a fake teleport up in top mid.
But he'll just repost on that line. Knows that mid is still clear.
Yeah, and a drone in A main sees nothing, so Evil Genius is going to be aware. The B hit is online. Bao sort of digs in his heels backside, but that Bucky is going to be a problem. Exeter, how does he choose to play this one? Jumping on forward and just sits right behind Envy Lines. They're not looking the right direction. Someone turn around. That was absolutely no idea until he realizes Exeter's behind him already.
That was ridiculous.
And yet, the spike is still planted. Envy are down a player, but now they have a Hunter's Fury online too.
And they have a late lurk coming mid.
Now Digizin scouting things out with a dimensional drift of his own. Evil Geniuses have guns behind it too. This lurk might not be quickly enough for Envy. Not unless Rossi's able to hold it down. There's no even alert coming in now. As that player falls on the other side, it is clockwork. Out from EG. That round completely falling apart after Exeter just got caught out. Looking the wrong way.
I'd love to see that from Exeter's POV. That was a very weird interaction.
Yeah.
They were just back to back, walking into each other.
Exactly. Bao actually walks all the way behind him.
Yeah, but look at these shots from Bao. I've been pretty impressive in these first few rounds. I think one of the maybe a little underrated players coming out of Tier 2 in 2025. He didn't get an opportunity to play in Ascension. Things didn't quite go his way with SAD Esports, but I think even in that endeavor not being super successful, he was always incredibly impressive as an individual. And just waiting for that opportunity. He's shining here, 9-1 to start his journey in Americas.
Yeah, you talk about seizing the moment, taking one of those opportunities, starting off a game like this with a new team, here for the first match as well, and debuting the veto for Americas here in LA. But now Envy, they're down 1-5, right? They call a timeout for themselves. They need to make some adjustments. Mimi, I want to know where your head would be at if you are Envy, trying to switch things up here on the attack side.
I think where they've been losing most of these rounds has been in the late round. EG has been basically always holding on to full backside control and then refighting in as Envy is going for these executes. I really like the round where they did put more of an emphasis on mid control. And I'd like to see them slow these rounds down a little bit, continue to take that kind of space. And I think when they're executing, I'd like to see them saving utility to be able to fight into back sight and be ready for where EG is holding. Because they're really not contesting forward in most of these anchoring positions.
Yeah, or it would be the one guy, Eggster, up on his own.
Exactly.
Didn't go well last round. Now, if they do take things a little bit more slowly, that's where Digizin's operator could be a little bit more of a problem. And you talk about an op in Poppin's hands as well on the Sova, looking to play off-site in the post plant with that Hunter's Fury.
Well, you see EG thinks they're going to put more of an emphasis on mid. 3 players stacked there, but B looks to be the destination. Everyone ready in main.
Well, they spot out Bao, but still good luck getting past him. A quick teleport away, and this Hunter's Fury comes in early. That stun out from Heaven does slow things down, but Envy are surely going to get the plant anyways.
So it's a 5-on-5 retake. How did Envy play this post plant? They have Eggster in a forward position, and I think he's the man this round.
And they chuck the spike to Inspire to get the Viper's pit online as well. That forward fight is here, as now the pit will fall down as well. 3 players of Evil Geniuses approaching on the flank through mid.
Poppin has to hold this. He has an op in his hands, but he's already down 1 for 1.
1 for 1's all right. Had already used the Hunter's Fury. How does this go for Evil Geniuses? They have to get through this pit somehow, but they're so separated. 2 players all on their own. Digizin strikes first, and now Okeanos entering the site himself. Okeanos lethal in that, but Inspire will fall too. And EG take another.
And that's a great example of what happens when you don't hold on to mid control. Immediately, when EG realized that was a full hit on B, they fell back, played retake, and because they had mid the entire time, they were incredibly fast in pushing through a flank and pinching the site, so the Viper's pit was basically useless.
So in a way, yes, Envy, they fight forward like we were hoping to see out of them, but Evil Geniuses have the right call, whether that's in the moment or expecting Envy to try and play up a little more.
Oh my God!
2 very different attitudes in the coaching booth as well, and the scoreboard reflects it.
We're talking about this comp bringing the breach in for EG. One of the big strengths is your power ult. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, those are the tools that they'll have for a retake if they need it.
Yeah, they'll see if they can get out of this round without using too much. Envy are forced onto a bit of a half buy. Hero Rifle in Kesnet's hands, and Bao continues to be an issue. Teleport up into Heaven. And for Evil Geniuses, it has just been a lot of these full B retake setups. This time, though, without Bao.
Yeah, that makes it a bit more difficult. Eggster as well, forward again. This time they do have a mid lurk, so flank won't be a factor.
It's a Sheriff for Inspire, and that's all he needs. Nice kill, and instantly dips away. So a 3-on-5 now. 2 ultimates for Evil Geniuses. How much do they want this round? Oki wants it, that's for sure. 1 kill for him, and now the Rolling Thunder was primed, but not committed to. As it becomes a 3-on-3, repositions to send it into main, but keep your eyes on Rossi. On site, ratting it out inside of the smoke. He goes down, so does Poppin. While Envy had the numbers, they did not have the guns and did not have the fights on EG.
Look at Oki standing up, giving it to him.
And that reminds you of exactly what he looked like on that stage when he debuted last year. Okeanos, one of the loudest players you're going to see up there.
Yeah, EG is a new roster, but in a lot of ways, it's kind of a Leviathan 2025 V2. They've taken Comp, who was on that team. Yep. They've taken Oki, who was on that team. And they've also yoinked the assistant coach of Lev and brought him over. So a lot of those pieces sticking around on this 2026 EG.
Trying to build on some pre-existing synergies in a year where there are so many changes being made is important.
Yeah. Envy's starting to run out of chances now. The issue has continued to be these retakes for EG that have been so successful.
Well, Envy guessed the right side this round. Evil Geniuses were feigning some kind of B main aggression. It's allowed Envy to sneak up into Heaven. Evil Geniuses will have to solve the Heaven problem first because they don't have a flank, because there is this very forward spot from Envy. That lurk through mid too. It's going to be challenging for EG. Digizin leading the fray, trying to set up a little bit for this Hunter's Fury. Let's see if those connect. Bao certainly will. And now popping out of that with the shorty, Eggster just wheels around on him. Gets 3 kills into the round, stepping up when his team needs him. But it may not be enough just yet. As Bao drops into Heaven, Calm now stuck in an unenviable 1v3. He's on out of there.
So impressive from Eggster. If you watched America's Ascension or Challengers, those are the rounds you were seeing so many times. This guy literally only played Yoru. all-time in his career, every game in any team he has ever played, he has a 96% pick rate on Euro. It's ridiculous. And,
Unbelievable.
I mean, he's a master at it. You saw there, he was completely ready for it. DG Zin getting quirky with the shotgun out of the ultimate.
I sure hope they don't nerf Yoru.
Yeah. Bad news for Envy stocks if they do.
And yet they did just get their second round of the game. Now, see if they can build off of that at all. That last round didn't run into really any resistance over towards the A side. But it was that forward play from Eggster that paid off massively for the team. Ditches in, waiting on the other side of this with an operator, but just a flash on through to secure the dimensional drift on Eggster. And as it comes in, nobody's home.
TG stays posted forward on A. But Envy this time after working the map, getting that ult, they'll leave her mid in bed and look to go back towards B.
Yeah, the dimensional drift is just way too solved. I think Envy can just get that up, go on for the hit. Bao looks for a shot and will secure it. Hold on. Has some support too, and with a quick teleport away, double dives on out. It's 4-on-4 for this post plant.
How do they get back in though? Envy again fighting forward. These players deep need to find success. It comes down to Poppin and Eggster.
Bao already primed the evolution. That's a nice shot from him, lining him up. 3 on the round now. The new kid on the block. Held up in heaven as the rest of his teammates start to move on forward. Eggster is down and Bao with 4. Gets another for EG.
He's just been unbeatable on this site. Stuck around as he was getting droned out by the Yoru ult. Gets a kill looking forward. Chains his TPs together to get out and then just keeps it going. Here's that first kill.
Yeah, I love that he's stepping in there with the fault line, even being under that pressure of the dimensional drift. Still wants the fight before he teleports away.
Bao, you are him, bro.
Bit of hype coming out of Oki for his new teammate. And I think that the way that EG is playing these retakes shows that they were very well prepared for how Envy likes to play. This is a team that always fights up, always goes aggressive in their post plants. And so their approach is keep the Yoru or the Vito in the site, get a kill, get out, and then you play full retake using your utility for deep positions to flush out the Envy players.
Seems like a winning formula so far. Bao once again boosted on this box. Waiting, and this time goes down, so a little bit more simple for Envy to play in this post plant. Kesnet tries to kidnap someone. Who's it going to be? Ditches in on the other side, and that's, oh no, it's a clone!
Wait, Oki's gotten 3 through that.
Unbelievable. From bad to worse. Envy didn't even plant the spike, and that's the real one. That's who you were hoping to grab.
That's just heartbreaking. Inspire's only got a classic, and he's dead too.
Ridiculous. Anything that could go right for EG is going right. Can do no wrong so far in this game, sitting 9-2.
And here are those Okeanos kills, just charging through the smoke. Sure, it's an anti-ego, but the shots are still nice.
It is done. Come on!
And what's tough is that after that opener from Kesnet, they felt like it was doable. Invest ultimates into that round. Only for it to slip away yet again.
So Kesnitz, who's been going for those hero buys even on the ecos, down to a stinger. For the last round of the half, Calm playing here just for some spam lineup. Trying to dominate that box, but quickly, Envy trying to capitalize on the back of that one. Hunter's Fury on the other side, Calm still gets one. As Supa will fall to the Hunter's Fury. Envy again with numbers, but where do they go from here?
Oki has a powerful position in heaven. Could spam on through, but the plant, it will get down safely. So another set, retake with the spray!
And that's the Rolling Thunder, needed that kill to unlock it. Okeanos trying to dive on in here, capitalize for EG. 10-2 goes this first half, absolute dominance.
How many rounds does Envy lose a player in their post plant? Try and fight forward and swing directly into Dujazin's op. Ever since he got that weapon online, he was dominating. 15-2 for the Brazilian duelist in his America's re-debut.
Just stellar stuff. Even the last kill before the flash comes online. Dujazin and Bao currently sitting at 30 kills to 7 deaths combined. It's disgusting. And there's a little bit more after the break.
can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
What they say, what they say, what they say, what they say. No, they watching. What they say. Yeah. No, they watching. What they say.
Got me caught in the middle. I don't know where I stand. 'Cause you're mixing the signals, and it's out of my hands. We fight, then you put my head in your chest. I cry, the next thing we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, I need closure. I gotta know if you want me right here by my side. Where do we go?
Well, there's no other way to put it than that was an outstanding half for Evil Geniuses. Actually, I think there are a few other ways I could have put it, but I chose to go with that 10-2 up against the new squad.
Defense.
Yeah, that was the one thing I didn't want to say.
And generally on this map, you don't win much on defense, so
Yeah.
a bit of a rough start for our new Ascension squad. And, you know, I can't help but think a little bit about our previous Ascension teams. 2G, same thing, comes in with a lot of hype, had such a great run in Ascension, and then it's sub players to start the season as it doesn't quite go their way. Bit of a different circumstance for Envy, of course, with it being that 2 of their players too young to play instead of just that 1. But still, how can they bring this back? How can they make something happen here?
And it is also Envy bringing in some veterans, right? The power of Kesnet. Didn't really get to see that come online into the first half. Hopefully we can see, though, on the defense side of things, Envy find their groove here, at least early on. But that's going to come with some ask. And the ask is, how do we stop Digizin and Bao from doing what they did in the first half? It's going to start with a little bit of aggression into A main, which is instantly canceled out by a well-placed fault line.
Yeah, the breach is so good for countering that kind of aggression. The line control into mains is powerful no matter what map.
Check this out. Quick teleport into mid. 3 players from Evil Geniuses just swarming, and a double teleport from Bao to get up there right behind his teammate. Same time, Rossi is just carving up the A site. This pistol round, while it was all the bells and whistles, oh, it was so exciting from Evil Geniuses, Envy just beat them with guns.
They wanted the Envy way, which is exactly what they needed. Build the confidence back up. You see a smile slipping across Exeter's face as he gets 3 defending towards CT. It's okay. A simple round to start. That's how you build these things up.
Just running straight through the one-way and even a long range. Rossi lining up those classic hits. Now I do want to check and see. I believe Exeter may have grabbed a bandit as his secondary. He had it for a second. Might be our first look at it here in Americas, and it doesn't really matter what he has as a secondary if he's just getting kills with the primary. That'll be the first one for him as Rossi and the rest of the crew just keep on flying through. It's that 5 kills already for Rossi in the second half, already off to a much better start.
Yeah, very aggressive for Envy. Oh, push through.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
That's
Don't
tough.
give him an alt orb. And lock up. A 4th round for Envy. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Of course, playing a no Senti comp. I think EG showing us that pistol with the double TP into mid might pick up a bit of a theme, especially when they themselves are playing the single smokes.
I suddenly went from 2 to 7 kills.
True. But
how did that happen?
Yeah, you get 5. Turns out that's how math works. But when you're playing solo smokes, you kind of need a teleport agent to help you take mid control, because you can't just double smoke at the start of every round. So we'll see if EG wants to put an emphasis on that a bit later. As this round, we'll start with a bit of an A default. Actually take control of that space, at least for now. Envy might consider a refight with 3 here.
Yeah, we'll see. Envy not having any flashes to really work with over here, apart from a paranoia, makes it a little bit less encouraging to go for that fight, so instead using the drone, keeping things a little quieter over here. Just 3 players behind it. They do see Digizin was starting to fall away, so that's going to signal some rotations already from Kesnet back in spawn.
But no one directly holding on to mid control for Envy. Instead, just playing deeper, kind of containing on timings as you see the Omen rotating all the way back towards spawn.
EG just gearing up for an A-pop, and Envy have exactly the right read on this situation.
Hard XX are very potent with this composition. The breach certainly helps with that. Can suffer these crossfires just a bit more.
I believe there's a Viper's Orb on site as well as a wall for Envy to try and play around. A lot of confusion they can try to create, especially as now Rossi enters the picture. Eggster down, but still 3 players waiting to receive. His Inspire sneaks up and uses the orb to boost up top site, seeing right over his wall. That's some nice movement out of him. Unfortunately, falls straight to his death, and the rest of his team was just not ready for the fight. Rossi goes down without any other support. It's just a little bit disjointed on the return, and EG will take the round.
That 1 kill was pivotal. When your first anchor falls so early there, as Eggster went down here from a nasty shot out of Digizin. Suddenly that flood is so much harder to make work. EG had already scaled quite close to that wall before that pop fully came in. And they were able to cut down those flooding players before they even got a chance to group up whatsoever.
It's unfortunate too, because I liked the tech Inspire was using. The wall through half sight, knowing his angles to play up and around it.
Yeah, last year in Americas, most teams were playing the Astra Omen if they double smoked on this map. Viper a bit less common, even though it does get some play.
Digizin moves away from the view, and Evil Geniuses get ready to walk back up into A main. But again, it's fairly passive on A main from Envy. Again, starting to shift back towards B. Wonder what the idea is going to be for them to play with on this A retake, if it ends up going that way.
They just want a bit of a re-clear in mid, make sure no one lurked up that way. Not fast rotates into A. They do hear more.
Calm even thought about challenging the angle, ends up stepping on back. Down under a minute on this clock as some footsteps are heard from the clone. That sends Poppin sailing on backwards, who does have a dart to play with. If he wants to fire out that recon as the hit comes in. Some opportunities to spam out from heaven.
But Envy has gambled the wrong side. They'll only have 2 players here. Support is far.
That's the thing, though, is they brought those 2 players back. Earlier, they were not playing this site. Now they have some opportunities. A Paranoia comes out. That recon as well. These players are spotted, but the flash hits them. Poppin falls away as Rossi takes the kill. Now less than 30 seconds. Evil Geniuses trying to fight into backside. Spike plant under a little bit of pressure. Some utility, timing that one out as the swing comes in. Kesnet gets the first, primes another shield, goes down through the flash, and now just 10 seconds left. It's starting to be a little bit of a mess. Inspire charging on forward as the spike goes down, but there's too many left to deal with. Envy take their 5th.
You saw that flood retake fail in round 15 with Envy getting cut down 1 at a time. But a round like that is exactly the goal of how they play. Leave 2 anchors on the site who are very willing to proactively fight and just get that bit more time as the rest of the team just fearlessly charges back in. Look at Kesnet, shield up, not a care. Even though he dies, he gets time for the rest of his team to set up for better positions on that retake.
And now Evil Geniuses not going for much of a hero. I think Digizin's going to buy something, a little something here with the opportunity for a dimensional drift, but setting Envy up to start to build onto their economy. They've got the operator in Eggster's hands as well. This could be the start of something if they keep it clean in these next couple rounds.
Still a big if. EG put more of an attention on mid. They showed something similar in the pistol round. Looks like they could go for one of those double TPs again, try and blow up this part of the map.
Here's that teleport. This time, though, Digizin not asking for too much more support behind it. Just has Supa guarding his back, and as Digizin steps into that smoke, that's the hero rifle gone. And what should be EG's chances into the round. Rossi chooses to teleport over from the other side of the map, support this B site, and just say, this door is closed over on B. EG realizing that are not even going to challenge it.
No, they left our Astra in mid. They want to call back towards the A side of the map. Leaving an embed here. They could even go back B late. They're really taking their time with this eco round.
Yeah, EG are kind of throwing out the fishing line here and seeing if anything bites on a round like this. If Bao could find someone, if Envy get a little over eager, if there's someone playing up in A main they could take down. But now as Bao is gone, so is the chance of a good catch. It's got to be over towards this A site now for Evil Geniuses. Left. And again, they are really working on the clock. Poppin is out here alone. This seems ill-advisable. It's a 1-for-1, still Envy with the numbers, as Kesnet also is isolated. And now Envy have given away a pretty large advantage. Only one gun picked up from comp, but there are 2 ultimates online.
And these EG players are so separated.
Envy are all on their own too. It's 1v1s across the board.
Player standing.
Okeanos now, without a rifle himself, stepping right back into that flank, and Rossi will finish off the round, so got a little bit hairy for a moment, but Envy still take the round.
The way Envy played that was scary to me. In the 3-on-2 anti-eco, Rossi's jumping out onto site pretty much alone. If he dies there, it could have been a very different round, but it isn't today, and that's how this team likes to play. They're willing to take those big risks to make the individual plays take that timing. It was so successful for them in Tier 2.
Nice! Nice, Rossi.
So, Envy head into this next round, and this round is the big one for them. Obviously trailing by 5, but look at the ultimates on EG's side. Envy need to come up with an answer, and you can't help but feel like it's going to be off the back of Eggster. Top performer for Envy so far, has the operator and the dimensional drift himself.
I do like this approach. They gamble 4A. If it's a B hit, they'll just full retake with dimensional drift.
We've already seen how Inspire can work that B site behind his smoke. If he can just get 1-2 kills, set his team up, that would be everything. Now a teleport up into mid. Dudge is in. Sees absolutely nothing so far. It will be Inspire, whose feet might have just been seen there. I think Dudge sees that. Maybe not. It's a little bit of a mess. Inspire in and out and around the smoke. That'll be a kill for him. And still chooses to play on site. He is digging in firmly as the rest of Envy approaches. Operator now peering out of heaven. Inspire above them all, takes his shot, takes his time, and again he falls for 3 for 4. He's a monster. And wants a little bit more. Where is Calm hiding? Rossi trying to lay down the gold carpet for him. Inspire falls, but Envy take the round nonetheless.
That was a masterclass from Inspire. Anchoring on the B site. It's not common you see Viper get a lot of play on this map, but you can see just how many angles this setup gives you. He can jump up top, dive down on either side.
Oh, window.
And that's all he's got to get. A little bit of...
You sit down.
I love the turn of emotion. Oh man, window. Wait, I gotta talk my game.
That's awesome. What an evolution throughout 10 seconds. One of the problems with EG's comp into a setup like that is Breach as an initiator really excels at just taking a site when there's not a lot of smokes, things like that, because he can only flash off of walls. You think about someone like Sky, like KO, you can flash anywhere you pretty much want to take it. But with that agent, you lose that flexibility, and one wall going up. You saw there that the flashes for Oki were completely blocked by the Viper wall and never affected that anchor.
Yeah, and when Inspire can pop out of any one of those smokes from so many different angles as well, all of a sudden you can't hold all those angles. Even if you know he's somewhere inside of it, it becomes really hard to cross your T's, dot your I's, especially when you're under a time crunch to plant that spike while the rotates are coming in to fight you.
And I don't think it's necessarily time yet to bring up that it was 10-2 and that it's 11-7 now.
And yet you did. Explain yourself.
I'm just thinking
Explain yourself.
I'm just thinking about some EG games in the past, that's all. I won't say anything more yet.
I don't like where your head's at. Mimi, I don't like where your head's at. I also don't like where EG's economy is at right now. Even if they have those ults. I also don't like that Envy won that round without Eggster needing to get some op kills, without needing to use that ultimate either.
EG didn't use 2 of their ults, so that's good for them.
Sets up for another critical swing round after this if Envy can hold down the fort. EG trying to do battle with numbers here and succeed in forcing one duelist off the line. Kesnet doesn't really care though, he's still taking shots. Calm is down to 20 HP as a matter of fact.
Envy not being too welcoming in the doorway of A. They shoot them away for the first 40 seconds, but EG steadfast. They will make this A exec happen, for better or for worse.
That's what options they have. A couple of stars from Supa. Would they ever put down the divide? I'm not so sure. Here on the Eco, they only need 2 more round wins, so really, unless things are starting to look very good for Evil Geniuses, might need a more conservative approach as that stun comes down a little bit too late. And now a Hunter's Fury sent from Calm back in main. Poppin shooting out some of his own utility from heaven. Now the drop comes in, and Kesnet wipes the floor with him, so that ultimate pays off in absolutely no manner whatsoever, and Envy are within 3.
I really don't like EG using an ult there. I think when you're up this big, you only need 1-2 rounds, something like that. The goal should always be to build 3-4 of your power ults into 1 round, then you can basically guarantee you're winning. They took a risk, it didn't pay off, and now their tools are just a bit weaker going into this next round.
Yeah, some small timing things as well there. I think the one-way disappeared with 1 second between the fault line coming down too, so that allows the shot to come in from Eggster. Need to tighten things up a little bit for Evil Geniuses, who have really struggled here on the attack side.
So what do EG do? Eggster will post the op in mid.
EG want this mid fight, have 5 players ready for it.
That's in TP primed, but a player watching it.
Oh, hold on, Digizin teleports forward. Kesnet just mowed down. What on earth just happened? This round started and ended in the blink of an eye.
Somehow, DG gets that kill on the teleport. That turns everyone's head to look at him. And in that exact timing, Bao swings out and just feasts.
Yeah, Bao had taken advantage of that quicker walk up, using the new halls up into mid, just playing on the other side of Bookcase. Absolutely carves Envy there.
And suddenly it goes from it feeling so good from the momentum building to a nightmare scenario for Envy where they're losing round 20, staring down the face of 12, and EG didn't have to use any of those key ults that we keep talking about.
That sets them up beautifully. You talk about saving a few ultimates to just confirm a series, or a map win rather. Once you reach up onto 12, Evil Genius is going to be in that exact position following this one. Yet that mid fight, maybe not so easy just to replicate, so Evil Geniuses aren't out of the woodworks just yet. Calm goes jumping around there. Secure that round and put Evil Geniuses on map point.
There's always very obvious ways where the game changes with patches and things like that, but in the last couple of years, I think one of the subtle things is how much pro players abuse jumping around corners.
Oh my God, bro! If I'm gonna play for stats where my next team can pick me up, I'm gonna do the same shit.
That's crazy.
I think we should just leave Oki's mic open the whole game.
Let it be a hotline.
Yeah, just let him do it. Unbelievable. Well, Envy feeling the sting just a little bit. Need 4 rounds here, tie things up. And it's going to be Poppin tasked with the operator duty. Back in mid right now. Of all things, Extra wanted to handle the rifle work in this round.
Bao posts up in mid, a TP to get him out. And that interceptor as well will completely hold off any re-clear attempt with a drone or a dart.
This A side is really light from Envy. Rossi just needs to find something here and fall away. Doesn't even challenge onto the angle. Instead, falling away. Knowing there's a rolling thunder on the other side of that Cosmic Divide. Poppin's out on the ledge. Thought he could play with something with the op of all things. And yet can't quite get that shot down. And now the kidnap. That's the planter. That's Calm. Picked up by Kesnet. Kesnet, what have you got? He's got Calm. And now Envy could take their time on the retake, but with Poppin falling, things start to equalize. Inspire takes down Bao in mid. Now without that lurk coming in, EG need to fight forward, but that goes horribly wrong as well. And now Eggster getting full information over the site, sees exactly where these players are. Digizin is down, and Envy stay alive.
Some key parts of that round. I think number 1 is flushing the lurk in mid. Envy were aware that Bao was there. They get a pick on him before he can become a problem whatsoever. And the second is that Envy was willing to just play full retake that round. I think that's absolutely the right call. If they try to hard anchor against these ultimates.
Bang!
Could have gone pretty forward.
Let's go.
I don't think he's playing today.
We'll check in with him later, maybe.
Yeah.
See what's up there. Now, Evil Geniuses Still have some opportunities left, but it's just 2 rifles for them in this round. Really strange buy. See what they can do with their heavy hitters here. And Digizin and Bao, who completely dominated in that first half. Hasn't quite been the same story here on the attacking side, but maybe with them working up into mid and B respectively, they can get something done.
Cutting through. More of a spread default for EG this time.
Poppin still holding on to that operator, still liking that angle and going for the reswing. Maybe a little bit ill-advised. Now Envy without any way to gather mid-round info.
That makes things a lot more difficult. They decide to just split it 2-2. Just play contain on mid control. So EG, if they group for an exec, either side here will be at an advantage, despite the worst guns.
Drone onto A, pulls out 1 smoke from Rossi. Evil Genius is just waiting to get back over towards B. Eggster has some smokes to play around. Let's see if he can channel some of the magic we got out of Inspire. He can't do anything, and Inspire might just be a little bit too late. Now into the site, really trying to hold things down. A pit out from him, and he jumps up as well. Not again, not from this position. Inspire sees that player, but I think he was seen on the other side. Digizin takes him down. And this game might just be over. Not unless Rossi can do something here. Pulls away from the shorty now in a 1-on-4. Make it 1-on-3. Rossi still getting it done, needs the ace. But he goes down for a thrifty. EG take the first map of 2026.
There's a dominant start to this map. 10-2 in the first half. Started to slip. Envy got their legs under them. But they can't quite close out the comeback. Big takeaways from that first map are really just Bao and Digizin. Those
monsters.
2 were insane on this map. DG with the op, Bao is an anchor. They are what led to that 10-2 half.
Digizin ending that map 22-11 on the Yoru as Evil Geniuses prove they can close a map. We're stepping away, but up next, GB and the analyst desk will break down map number 1.
One enemy remaining.
It is done.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We fight, 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 never broken. You know together we're chosen. Gonna be fearless. Oh, fight, fight, fight with the voices. Your only mothers to woman. Gonna be fearless. Fight, 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 never broken. You know together we're chosen. Gonna be fearless. Oh, fight, fight, fight.
all through B main. But Inspire has to back the boathouse and finds 3!
Here stalling out here. And now the Nightfall. Super on the swing. Super gets 2.
Here with the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter. Congratulations on winning the first match of 2026 in VCT Americas, but that almost didn't go your way. It was a tale of 2 different halves. Talk to me. It was Envy's map pick. What was the strategy going in?
We really just focused on our game a lot. You know, there's not a lot of countering to do, not a lot of data. We didn't even know if Kesnet was going to play for Envy coming to this match. So we really focused on ourselves. We have a brand new player on the stage, so making sure that Bao is as comfortable as possible was our goal.
Well, you looked very comfortable. Best luck on map.
And I think it's safe to say after that performance that we just saw on Abyss, Bao is feeling pretty darn all right. Welcome back, everyone. GB here alongside with Athena as well as Emily. And we're looking to break it all down. Let's talk about DigiZen because we were really putting the microscope on DigiZen coming into this one, Athena. But it did feel like we got the DigiZen show that we were promised.
We were talking so much about his operator, so much about how he can control the map, and he really was doing such a good job. He was constantly in their face, constantly getting these operator shots, even on those retakes. And Emily, I know you're hyped about this round.
I mean, an op and a retake has never looked so good. Normally you see the duelists kind of trade them off. Not him. He jumps in, gets a kill with the shorty, and then whips out the op in a Viper and still gets away with it. Like, the impact that I saw him having every single round, especially on the defense half, was insane. And I was a little worried because, yeah, Envy does kind of run it down on them, but he was able to pick them apart like I was kind of hoping for.
Yeah, and I think the biggest contributor to that as well is the way that he is just openly able to take space by himself, make himself kind of a playmaker in that sense within those retakes, and coming up with 261 ACS. That is an insane stat to have, especially on just one map where you're opping, and a lot of these retakes are there. Like, you don't see those kinds of stats when it comes to opping on retakes.
And what I love about DigiZen is that he plays with this very fearless mentality. We were seeing it round after round. He was in the thick of it, always looking to be in the fray, op in hand or not. And it was very clear that for EG, and to what Potter was saying earlier, the game plan, sticking with what you know, certainly worked out well, because it felt like we were watching the DigiZen that we've been watching all throughout his time here at VCT Americas. But there was also another aspect of EG's game plan that we were not prepared for, Myrna, and this was the retakes, because we were seeing EG just, we'll just walk right back in there a few of those rounds.
Yeah, no, the EG retakes were insane. It felt like they had them down to a book. So the way that they were playing it was every now and then they would have that one player, either the Vito on the site or the Yoru on the site, just getting that one pick and falling off, and along with all that util, the breach util, getting back into site and making sure they have a plan for every single one of these retakes has been insane. We have mentioned a lot about DigiZen being a big factor of it, but also the way that they were setting up these retakes, setting themselves up for success, waiting for all the util, clearing out all these angles. It almost seemed like Envy didn't have a chance when EG was on their defensive side.
Yeah, it felt like Envy was kind of scrambling to find something to work, especially in their post plans, because for Envy, they're used to be able to brawl on site, get a few kills, and then play the post plan. But EG wasn't letting that happen. EG was playing back, allowing to go into the retakes, and it was really cool to see.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the stat. EG had a 71% retake percentage. That is insane.
Yeah.
And again, that was super successful, mainly because of that. And even Potter, she said, well, we didn't really have to counter. We just played our own game. Well, that was an insane counter to Envy. They felt that really fast within the server, because playing off that site, exactly like you said, Emily, not giving them those balls and just being able to retake with all the util, it worked out perfectly for them.
It was an incredibly strong start for Evil Geniuses, although we did see some signs of life from Envy, even though it did ultimately lead into a fake comeback. Still, it was nice to at least see Envy come back.
They're my prediction. I still believe. They came back a little bit. They're back
the whole time.
No, they were just a little scared at the beginning.
She never gave up hope, okay? She never gave up hope. But that means, though, coming up next, we're going to have Corrode. Let's preview this real fast. What should we be expecting out of this one? Because we got a lot of changes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that game threw me off. I thought we were going to see crazy explosive plays, but instead it was super structured by both teams.
Yeah.
So honestly, for Corrode, I have no clue anymore. I really was expecting a lot more zoomies, a lot more fast-paced plays, but no clue.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and hear what Coach Stunner has to say as we get ready for Map 2, Corrode.
here with the coach of Envy, Stunner. Now that almost was your map. It was a tale of two different halves. Tell me, did you see what was the difference in strategy between the first half and the second half, or was it just kind of, you know, we needed to warm up?
Yeah, I think we just needed to warm up. I think it was our team hasn't been on this stage yet. You know, it's a new feeling for these guys. They just need that warm up, and I think we're good to go for the next two maps. Should be dominant 2-0 on this side of the map pick.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
And hey, that makes a lot of sense, right? This is a team, Emily, that is brand new to this stage. They got a lot of things that they got to work on together. And on top of that, you have a lot of pieces that are coming together, in some cases coming in last minute to try and make this thing a reality for Envy. So it's a bit of a tall task.
No, it is. It's asking a lot out of a team that just kind of made it here, right, through Ascension. But going into a map like a Corrode, I think that their playstyle is perfect for this. I think, like I said before in the pre-show, is that if they continue with having the same similar playstyle, like kind of running down, it didn't really work out for them on Abyss, but I think a map like Corrode is completely different.
Guys, listen, I just need to speak for Envy here. We need to forget, we don't need to forget, sorry, is that these players literally just flew in. Kesnet just got into LAX and went straight here to the studio from LAX, and it was kind of insane seeing him just taking his pictures up front right away and getting ready to go into the game. So again, we need to cut these players a little bit of slack.
Yeah, but and we were talking about this before, right? It's kind of how I felt about it. Envy's certainly going to need to figure things out. They don't have a lot of time to do so, but the good news for this Envy squad, they have the talent. But can Evil Geniuses close it out in two? Let's send it to a quick break, and when we come back, Mimi and Ender will see you on the other side for Corrode.
EG currently lead the series 1-0, but we're swinging things over to Corrode now. And after Envy gave us a little bit better of a fight towards the end of that second half, now they have to come back here on Evil Genius's map pick.
That they do, but this is a map that both teams should be familiar with for Envy as well. And it's a map that is kind of figured out at the end of last year with this exact comp. The double duelist between that Yoru and the Waylay was so popular here, and both teams go for it. And I think that makes a lot of sense, especially for Envy, whose style throughout Challengers, throughout their Ascension run, was really defined by these double duelist comps with the Yoru plus X on Kane and now on Kesnet instead.
Yeah, I think Kesnet might just have the most fun job in VCT Americas, which is, the other duelist is playing Yoru every map. You get to play a different agent on every map, whether it's the ISO or the Waylay. We'll probably see him on Jet at some point.
Maybe some Clove if he sticks to Kane's roles.
Yeah, we'll just give him absolutely everything. But of course, going to be mirrored on the other side. Dijizin saw that matchup last year, also going to be picking up that Waylay.
He was so good with the off on map number 1. That was one of the most impactful parts of that defensive side for EG. EG's going to start out on attack, and you know, you've talked a lot about how good Envy's double dive duo is. I think you have to put some fear for DG and Oki working on that same kind of setup with their double duelist.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see Okeanos piloting the Yoru in this one. Still has the flashes, but a little bit of a different role here for the squad. Bao, of course, after playing that veto to perfection in game number 1, now going to be on the Omen. So some very flexible roles for Evil Geniuses, which has been a standard of Potter's coaching style over the years.
For sure. We're hopping into map 2, EG leading by 1. As a reminder, if you lose this series, you go down to our middle bracket. You still have one more chance after that. But you definitely want to stay in the upper. Keep your 3 chances alive.
Yeah, according to Sideshow, if you saw the pre-show, 3 strikes and you're out. So just don't lose 3 games and you're going to Santiago.
That's very true.
It's just that simple. And that's a bandit kill from Poppin.
And that's a bit more normal from Kesnet.
That's a ghost kill from Kesnet. I just got excited. New gun, it's fun. But it still, you know, shoots heads in very similar ways. All right. Even playing field to just end down very low HP as Rossi makes quick work, and this will be back-to-back pistols for Envy if they keep it classy, which they do. Eggster starting to finish the round with the kill.
Nice cleanup from Envy, something they're always very good at on defense, no matter the roster, is holding and then refighting in together. This is a team that really likes to control the pace in aggression. That, by the way, is how he got that first bandit kill. Just spamming through the smoke with it.
And the more Corrode changes, the more it stays the same. Look, you can't shoot through every wall now, but surprise, you can still shoot through smokes.
You can absolutely do that. They didn't change that part unless, I don't know, I guess you want to play Harbor, which I don't think anyone does.
No, don't think we've got that in us still. Now, interestingly, there were some small pistols picked up from EG. A Ghost for Oki. A shorty for Digis in to do some silly little dive plays. It's Calm to take the first contact. Inspire mows down a couple players. Eggster now just allowing players to run into this smoke. Doesn't care before teleporting on out of there. While Bao has picked up a stinger.
This is so Envy. Look at how they're playing this anti-eco.
Unreal. A Paranoia out from mid, and it has resulted in now a Marshall being picked up. Still not an easy position to play out of as the swings come on through. So what looks a little bit overwhelming at times, it still is going to get Envy their second round.
Yeah, they will play defense that way, whether it's an anti-eco, whether it's gun v gun, whether they're on an eco. And once they find you, they will want to fight. They are very good at it. Inspire re-swinging there is crazy.
Enemy remaining.
It works out for him and ends up pretty clean in the end.
I'll take it. I'll take my two.
So obviously a much better start already for Envy. Now though, EG fully kitted up. Calm with the Odin. Of course, the gun to always be tracking here on Corrode.
Quick reminder of the changes. You can no longer spam that line, and you can no longer spam this line, which you used to be able to with the Odin.
I don't think the walls go quite as far as you drew them, but I understand the point.
It's hard to be precise.
Words matter, Mimi. All right. Poppin' not seeing anyone right now. Oh, now he is.
Yeah, no haunt breakers. I think they thought it was going to get stuck in that smoke and not reveal.
And that pull back out from A main. Oh, instant demise. Finds Kesnet.
Yeah, it looked like Envy weren't quite ready for those players to be so quick up mid, and suddenly this A main hold is just completely crumbled.
Yeah, after maybe seeing the ping of the player a little bit further up in mid, thought there was more pressure on the B side of things as opposed to splitting on A. That leaves Eggster here, flashing himself on in. Okeanos just holds the line. No issues there.
Cutting through.
And one by one they filter in. One by one, actually. Poppin gets his kill and can reset the round a little bit, see what damage Envy can do on the outside of things.
Inspire is going to be so late on a lurk, though. How much more can Inspire?
That's gross.
Okay, Poppin.
There's no way you get more here. Yeah, trying to make that mad dash for the Phantom. No luck this time. But already taking 3 rifles out of the equation. Not too disappointing of work from Envy. Inspire's managed to upgrade into the Vandal. Now falls on down. EG get their first.
And it really just crumbles in that A main hold. EG catching the timing to pick off those 2 players in lobby. And the thing about Envy is that when they're up, they'll keep swinging and they'll snowball a win. When they're down, they're also going to be willing to keep swinging, keep taking these fights. And, you know, sometimes you get success like those Marshall shots that we saw out of Poppin, and, well, sometimes just snowballs the round away from you.
So Evil Geniuses took things a little bit slower on that last round, tested up into mid, got that split going. Paid off in a big way for them. This time, though, a little bit more of a focus on B main. Maybe pick up an orb, force players out of this space.
Envy likes to play very aggressive in how they anchor B main. See Inspire fighting up, using that molly proactively. Doesn't want to give up any ground on B.
EG have chosen just to leave Oki back in B main for now, waiting to see if there's going to be a refight, and he could take that kill before slipping away as now the drone comes in on a slight delay. Evil Geniuses haven't really moved in behind it just yet. Poppin will be here if they continue forward.
Pipeball is doing so much as Inspire just threw that smoke. Gets caught by Oki.
Hard read from EG, right? Expecting Inspire to go for those forward looks. And again, it happens in mid. This is the standard play you were talking about from Envy. They're always going to be taking these opportunities, especially once players go down. try and filter back into empty space, get some information, look for an opportunity to swing the round.
This is exactly how you shut them down. Hold every angle, punish players as they go for the aggressive fights. But now there's still the matter of closing it out, and Envy do have 2 players anchoring. A third rotating in as well on B.
Teleport set up into the corner as the dashes come on in. Still that player lodged in sight. Still 2 players back in elbow. Calm gets the first kill, and the rest just keep on pushing forward. We're all tied up at 2-2.
So early days, EG have the recipe. Put a little pressure on one part of the map, hold for the re-aggression to come in, and you'll be rewarded. How do Envy look to change things up? As a result of these first couple rounds they've lost. Add armor to that wall.
Add armor to every wall, no.
Yo, Hunter! That's how you reclaim B main?
I think he said, I'm just giving you some polite advice at the end.
Exactly,
That's what I'm pretty sure just happened. I'm not sure. Anyways, Envy are going to be calling a timeout to go over the advice they were just given. Talk about, you know, how we re-clear B main, these types of things, perhaps.
We don't just swing through our own Viper utility, I would say, would be the first piece of advice to take up on. Maybe, you know, get a friend, get an initiator over there to help you out a bit.
Get something. Fortunately for Envy, they're going to be stuck on a half buy heading into this next round. Have yet to really contest Evil Geniuses on any of these rifle rounds so far, and that just looks to continue slipping away. Now, Evil Geniuses was a team that was struggling a lot more on their attack side of things back on Pearl, if you remember. But I really feel like when they're playing these slower rounds and just taking the fights as they come, especially that slow work into mid, it's really putting a lot of pressure on these Envy players to go for those timings you see them looking for.
Yeah, and it feels familiar, right, to see Calm back on this team, to see him alongside Potter. But it is very different than that 2023 squad, not just in the players, but in leadership. It's Calm's first time being the primary IGL for a team. He's always been a very vocal player on that initiator role, as many players in that role are, but now having to take over and kind of nurture this next edition of EG.
Envy getting active up into mid, but instantly punished for it. Seeing if they could find anything here.
They're still going.
Bridges in, now the pressure comes in, can't get anything else. And now this puts EG in a really strange position. It's less strange when Envy just keep running into you and dying. For a moment, EG were separated, 2 players towards B, 2 towards A. That can be hard to play when sound is off and it all stalls out in the round.
Bit of a divide there. Eggster runs forward, continues the fight as Kesnet is falling back and rotating away. I think if it's Kane there, you probably see them continue pushing together.
Now, Envy on opposite sides of the world. You really hate to be in a position like this, and for Evil Geniuses, I just think that they've responded to a lot of this aggression very nicely. Like, it doesn't feel like they're reinventing the wheel or anything like this. They just, whether it's the last couple of rounds, put down an insert maybe, played a little bit for mains, and just waited for Envy to sort of overexpose themselves.
Plant will come down. It will eventually activate, but he's spotted out and won't get away with anything.
Now, Mimi, you were one of the Envy believers we had before this series. So far, they had that comeback towards the end of Abyss, but couldn't actually turn it around. What's the hope you would sell to try and get things on the right page now that we're heading into an actual honest rifle round for them?
The first thing I would sell is that I accidentally submitted the wrong pred. And I meant to
Okay, no, I'm not going to accept that.
I'll sell your argument here for Envy. I think the number one thing is slow down the mid-round aggression on your own. I think that what EG is doing is in their default.
Coach, I'm sorry. I meant to give it to him. I didn't expect him to run there. I'm actually
Talking
sorry.
to the camera. Okay.
Walter White to camcorder.
No, but I'd like to see them slow it on these kind of mid-round re-aggressions. You've seen a lot of players just get caught walking up on timings, and it hasn't really been working out. If they go for re-aggro, I want to see set plays instead with the duelists playing together or getting Poppin involved.
One easy solve could just be Operator in Eggster's hands. With that Viper wall on A main, though, it's a little bit harder, so Eggster just has to hope players aren't creeping up behind that wall. Get his kill and get out, but already Digizin has gotten pretty close here. And EG with their hard reads on the main aggros are anticipating this. That dimensional drift goes up into mid. Quick teleport out from Okeanos, trying to scout on back as Egster gets that first kill. Quickly traded away. And now Kesnet under pressure. The Hunter's Fury trying to play off the back of that information. Forces Envy to run away. And as Poppin gets knocked down in mid, more and more individuals from Envy are asked to enter into the fight. And Rossi steps up when it matters. Knocked down just in the same moment. As Evil Geniuses throw that wall up, slow things down, plant the spike, and set up in the post.
2-on-3 now. This is a very big round for Envy. If Kesnet can get one kill, he'll get his ult online.
This hold from Evil Geniuses, covering a lot of their bases, and now as they see more and more players, can make it a little more simple. That dart reveals absolutely everything, and Evil Geniuses shut Envy down.
A couple moments this game where I'm noticing a slight disconnect in Envy playing their aggressive floods that you wouldn't have seen when they had their full roster in Challengers. This round, when they go for that fight back site, watch here how you see Rossi swinging all the way out far on that angle, while Kesnet is still stuck behind that Viper wall. Envy's a team who makes a lot of decisions very quickly. They choose when to fight. They're very kind of just mind-linked when you looked at the old team of how they fought forward. And with introducing new players, it's hard to get used to that new style of integrating someone into that system.
Yeah, because so much of timing, spacing, and swings comes down to communication, but even more at times is coming down to just that raw synergy and the expectations. Exactly.
When you've played together for so long, and they no longer have that advantage.
Have to work on building that back, and again, now onto a bad buy from Envy, so maybe not to be asked of them in this round, especially. As EG continue to take things slow, it's interesting. You've got Dujazin playing slow over towards A, waiting for that re-aggro to come in. Evil Geniuses very clearly have done their homework and have a set idea of how to play this map. So Okeanos just goes for the swing into B main, gets the kill, gets the orb. He's looking for another dimensional drift in a couple rounds.
And he knows exactly what's coming next.
Sometimes it doesn't matter if you know what's coming, you still get sat down.
How you do? Inspire getting his revenge in B main this time.
Envy do have a stack towards this A side. EG don't have infinite time to play with if they wanted to get this information and pivot away. And Envy, with an ultimate ready in Kesnet's hands, have a chance here on the light buy to do some damage. Down to 25 seconds now. EG really forced forward into this A site. Bundled up with 4 players. As the saturate comes down, they're slowed again. 15 seconds. Envy locking it down on A. EG have no option but to force their way back in, and it's so many for EG. Calm, left alone, charging on in. Only one shot left, and he gets it. Time to plant, but not time to pull away from this spike. Inspire, not gonna see him just yet. Peppers him through the smoke and takes him out. Inspire steps up to the challenge.
And finally, EG's slow rounds are punished. Little insult to injury from Inspire.
And it's coming down to the wire. So little time left to go. Inspire. What does he go for? There's a gun over there on the ground. The spike, it's ticking away. Yeah, and he gets it. With
yeah, good bit.
Okay, Inspire. I see your game. I see your game. And we're just going to move on.
Okay. This fight was everything, though. Inspire has gone for that refight so many times because they just made it too long. They finally exec in 10 seconds. Bandit in the corner. That is a big round for Envy to win.
Why can I still hear myself? It was a one-time bit. It was a one-time bit.
What did you think about the bit?
Oh, man.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Evil Geniuses also had plenty of time to think about how they lost that round. The time delayed by Inspire.
Okay, Egster, tucked in the corner here, might have a fight against DG.
Wall down, Clone comes across. There's so much utility, he's just got to run away. The rest of Envy, 2 players in top mid. Nightfall comes on down as another reposition. Leads to Kesnet dropping, and Digis in once more, trying to get on out of there. As Poppin swings back in for another kill. Egster behind enemy lines. At the same time, Baugub zipped in heaven. This map is insanity right now. Evil Geniuses want to come back into their Omen, but there is still Inspire on this site. And a nice shot from him locks down B. Back on Abyss, him holding down B site.
Here comes this fight again.
Was massive. Now with a chance to do it again. But pressure in from mid as well. The step on forward as he falls. Again out of it. And Mimi, there's another flank coming back through B main right now. As some stall goes up from heaven. Eggster trying to make plenty of noise. This flank is quick. Evil Geniuses are not looking the right direction yet. And that's gonna punish them. Rossi now in a one-on-one. Okeanos on the other side. Paranoia as he comes in behind him. It's ring around the Rosie. Somehow Okeanos has crept into the center of sight. And Rossi is right on top of him. You have got to be kidding me. Rossi gets it done. We're tied again.
Crazy 1v1 to end it. But it's Envy coming out on top again. And you're seeing how much this team thrives in the chaos. Last round, in the last second, winning out. This time, in one of the most chaotic mid-fights you'll ever see. Picking the right timings to re-aggress that final flank that came back in through main. Getting that kill onto Calm and setting Rossi up for his clutch.
A little bit wild in that last round, but Evil Geniuses are going to hit the break button. Now as a couple of rifle rounds secured by Envy. Calling that timeout. Potter gonna...
really only one. It was that crazy eco and then that last round.
Yeah.
I don't
they lost 2 rifle rounds in a row.
It's true. I don't think we've truly seen a clean round from Envy yet, but you don't need clean rounds, you just need rounds.
A lot of things going through the minds of these players right now as Potter tries to right the course. One thing I'm looking at for Evil Genius is they've got a slew of ultimates. You've got Dimensional Drift, Hunter's Fury. I think every time we've seen them with those 2 ults, they've always been trying to combo those.
And they've basically only shown slow rounds thus far. They're always defaulting, they're always getting an embed in each main, taking their time in mid. We've never seen them go for a hard execute. So now with those ults online coming out of a timeout, there's an increased threat that they're going to turn up the pace, certainly, that Envy is going to be thinking about. Doesn't mean EG will commit to it, though.
And there's a whole lot of flexibility you can have, even if you just wanted to use those to get a kill instead of fully committing into a certain zone on the map. See what the call ends up being, because right now it's looking like some other EG rounds where they have loved to put their 2 duelist players on opposite ends of the map, play for the mains, try to shut down any over-adventurous Envy members.
But Envy react to that this time by very early pushing both their duelists into mid-aggressive. EG almost always in this default starts, taking the 2 mains, and then goes back into a mid-re-clear. Envy's ready for that this time with this crossfire.
Especially because the mid-re-clear might just be with 1 guy. Okeanos, though, has the ultimate, has the teleport to get on past those 2 players.
He did not look behind him,
He did not see them.
I don't think it'll matter.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to see an empty A site. The problem is these 2 mid players are coming in quickly through this smoke. Eggster has no fear when it comes to swinging on through these, so flash through in front of the Saturate, sat on down. 1 more player behind as the Hunter's Fury comes in. The Evil Geniuses just mow Envy down. This round over in the blink of an eye. See these last 2 members of Envy completely isolated.
And it's 1 piece of util that does it. Digizin Saturate there was so perfect. That refight in was very well set up. A flash, an Omen Paranoia, but DG counters it out completely.
Inspire will get 1 over towards mid, but comes in a little bit too late to have any real go into this round.
Yeah, and with players this poor on the side of Envy, you want to save these guns, get a buy over to them.
Now what I'm curious is, obviously that round from Evil Genius Leap pretty solved, right? You know, they use those 2 ultimates to run on into the A site, hold down the quick flank through mid. Now they've got to solve these next 3 rounds without the benefit of those critical ults.
So EG now, after showing having those ults online and playing a very slow round, this might be the one where they play with something a little more aggressive. You see them starting with all 5 players in A main, still with that ult online from Digizin. They won a lot of these critical A main brawls earlier in the half when they went for this kind of aggression.
Pit put down over towards the B side. Rossi's in a good spot. If he wanted to fight for the forward space with the Paranoia instead, dips on back as Kesnick goes in, 1 shot and out. Good for the kill. Back onto the line with a good Paranoia as well. 2 and 2 kills. Blind makes things a little bit more challenging with Rossi. turns on a dime for a quick headshot. Helps out his teammate secure that one. Now Common 1-on-3. And no space anywhere on the map. Spotted a shoulder. Tries to whittle away with a shock dart, but at the end of the day, he needs to play a little bit with the clock right now. Envy know exactly where he is.
A player going back to police in mid as well means that Con basically has to telegraph where he's rotating. And he doesn't have much of a choice with 40 seconds than to try and get a pick back into A.
There are some 1v1s for him to take right now. I believe he was spotted on the jiggle, though, at a timing he didn't even catch, and now the spam through the wall. Only 25 seconds left, and now the chip damage is being sent Com's own way. Recon dart out, that's a clone, that sees, goes ahead and grabs him. Actually, just missed. He's really taking his time here. Spots the flash, turns it, pushes forward, but no kill, and now without any time left on the clock, the magic is lost. And Exeter will take a fifth.
I don't know if I've ever seen someone killed by, what was that, 4 or 5 jumping Bucky right clicks?
Well, I think there might have been a shorty involved initially, and then it switched over to a Bucky. I'm not really quite sure. There was so many.
What I know is that Kesnet won them this round. Those shots were just impressive.
Yeah, this from Rossi too as well. A headshot right before he falls down.
Yeah. I like to see Envy willing to play that more passive defense on A, though. They lost a lot of early rounds just like full committing into this lobby fight. Here they play a bit more passive and fight back in after they hear that EG util. Get rewarded for it.
Oki, the only player with a rifle in hand for Evil Geniuses. And Exeter, one of the first times ever, steps into the corner. Finally realizing this pattern of how Okeanos likes to play for the B main space. Probably the best round for it to happen as well. Take that hero rifle straight on out of the hands. Digits in a little bit slow there. Pick up the gun, and Inspire will take that kill too.
They do get out on site, but this is still a tough fight. Inspire here.
I mean, it's just a mess, right? Envy making quick work of things. A flawless round for them. Take the lead once again. It's been a while since we could have said that for them.
Yeah, I really like that different approach to the B main fight. Showing the one way there, which it's just so effective to catch Val on that timing you're talking about that he just kept taking. I know, it really feels like the second half of Abyss where EG is leading, they have the read, and then flip switches and it starts to slip away.
Yeah, the main thing though was Evil Geniuses on the defense side were absolutely lights out.
It's true.
So if you're going pure side, oh, double dive on in from Kesnet with the lineup there. Nice trade from Okeanos, playing a little bit further back this time around.
EG was trying to run their own set play, set up for that ultimate. Said they're the ones getting caught out. Thankfully though, with that trade back onto Kesnet, his ult won't be a factor and it goes 1-for-1.
Now over on the B side, Okeanos has stuck around.
He heard the TP out. Does he know about Rossi? No.
No, he does now. Gonna remember that one. EG had stepped forward into A main as well, but Envy are just holding these angles a little bit too strongly right now. Good Prowler out, allows Inspire to go ahead and get yet another. And now with the ultimate to regroup out of Rossi, this round is cooked.
And these are the exact kind of solutions I wanted to see from Envy. Instead of re-clearing space alone, go for the mid-round set plays, always be paired up and fighting together. It's pretty basic stuff, but they execute on it so much better after getting that first time out.
Calm goes ahead and runs all the way into mid. Unfortunately for him, Exeter's already
30 seconds left.
Caught this rotation. Just going for the jump peaks. Now reveals exactly what is going down. 20 seconds left onto the clock. So Envy are actually going to have the lead here going into the second half on EG's own map pick. Assuming all goes according to plan. There's so little time left onto the clock. Exeter chooses to just go ahead and allow the spam. So while you can't spam through most of that wall, that little corner right there, you still can, Mimi.
You can. And that's Envy up 7-5. Really great recovery from them. They win the pistol, lose 4 in a row, and then put it all together. This is a great set play. A lot of it was about figuring out how EG was playing B main control. They started dominating that space in the second quarter. And it nets them an advantageous half. Still more to play. Second half of Corrode after this.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Well, Mimi, Envy certainly built off that success they started finding in the second half of Abyss and currently lead at 7-5 on the half. The big question for them is, will they be able to overcome Evil Genius's defense, which was so lights out on the previous showing?
Yeah, it was outstanding, and I think the big people you're looking towards this half is Kesnet and Exter. I call out a couple moments where I felt like the synergy was a little off with Kesnet, the new addition to this team, but individually he has still been outstanding. And those two will certainly have to apply themselves on this attacking half for Envy that relies so much on these hyper-aggressive double dive plays.
And one of the things we'll be watching is some of that aggression in the post plants, the forward fights from Envy. EG love to play heavy on the retake, and we're dominating Envy in those late round skirmishes. This time Envy not really doing any amount of misdirection. It's just a full-on exec over towards B, where the Bandit gets a couple of nice shots out of Soup, and he can fall on back and set his team up again for that post plant. This time, though, Envy just charging on forward. Two players now going for the swing, and it's not advisable. It is a disaster for Envy.
It's reminiscent of the first map there with holding for that re-aggression.
And even here, I like how patient Bao is being, waiting in the corner, anticipating again. Eventually, Envy's gonna try a little something. EG have plenty of time. They reacted very quickly on the map. They've got two players already in B main. So Bao's gonna be one of the last guys to activate. He's got to know there's players around here. Now he's looking at him. Nice shot from Poppin on the return, but Didges in and Supa filter on through to take this pistol nice and clean for EG.
Yeah, you saw how willing EG were to give the space there to the double dive. They know how much Envy loves those hyper-aggressive site takes. So you give them their space, you wait for them to swing just that little bit too far, as you see here, and immediately punished. And only when that's complete do you activate this pinch. All of the keys that won EG Abyss got shown again here on the pistol round.
Crispy work out from EG. Get to see a little preview of these next few rounds, because I think one of the things EG can do very easily is stall out on the Viper side of the map, especially, and just play for quicker rotates with the Yoru, with the team on through mid.
So Envy were playing a lot on their defense with that solo Viper anchor on B.
Yeah, this time EG may be trying to have some variance in how they hold the B space. Dijizin's got an Outlaw in hand. Give that man a scoped weapon any day of the week. This time he's posted up on a more passive line over on B.
You're talking about win cons as well. Don't let Dijizin get an op.
I'm not sure that Envy have the choice there.
No, certainly they don't. But if you can shut them down once, keep their money in a bad spot, maybe.
Yeah,
but,
that's the hope. Usually that comes after winning a pistol round.
It does.
Or winning one of these swing rounds 2 and 3.
Thankfully for them, though, the way he bought, he won't have it at least until like round 4.
Round 4 is the one to look at. There could be some trouble, but again, this Bandit in a very good pair of hands. Supa for 3 here. Nice and easy.
I think you might see some teams be willing to run that Bandit as like your light buy if you're FPX buying on an anti-eco, because its niche is really killing light armored players, right? That's where it fits into the middle, where even at a little bit longer ranges, you can one-shot headshot to 125.
Yeah. Ranges where the Ghost couldn't do the same
Exactly.
thing. And for only 100 extra credits, not so bad there.
Yeah, will we see it on most eco rounds where you're playing full armor? I don't really think so. Just buy the Sheriff. It's going to be better still. But I think that is the exact niche where we might see the gun fit in a little bit.
Oh, teleport up into A main. This is about to be mayhem. I tell a lie. Everyone teleports and dashes away except for Okeanos, who's left completely on his own. And now a little bit of that mayhem comes online as Kesnet pushes straight through that smoke. And it's Dudges in, running for the hills.
Yeah, nice hold for Envy. They wait for a moment, catch out that aggression, and then re-push in to eviscerate EG. Already down to only 2 players. And a B site open for business.
Since I think we have a little bit of extra time to continue this Bandit discourse going, because it's our first time seeing it. I do think there is an element, because I don't think we saw it at all in the first pistol round of Abyss, but we've seen one in all the pistols since then. I think there is a big thing to look at, your enemy agents, if it's more common for them to be buying a set of light armor or not. If you're playing against teams or agents that either don't have the right money, depending on the util they have to buy, or the tendencies, not so valuable on that pistol round, but there's plenty of good value.
There's also agents where it just works pretty well for in how they're buying. I think Viper is an example, right? Where you spend 200 on your orb, and then, well, you have 600 left over. Do I really need a snakebite? Maybe not.
Yeah, when you can have a light armor, when the option is light armor, snakebite, or the Bandit. I don't hate the Bandit choice coming on through. Dudges in, through it all, has managed to pick himself up a Vandal, but doesn't see anyone on the other side of things, so is left without much of a purpose in this round.
That's so sad. You also have to remember that the gun sounds cool, and it feels good to shoot, so.
Okay, those are compelling.
Those are compelling sells.
Is there anything else you've got for me?
No, I mean the other reasons were the main ones.
Okay, yeah. I'm bought in. I'm mainly on the sounding cool thing.
Yeah.
This A main fight, though, was just absolute destruction. That was kind of a throwaway round from Evil Geniuses. You can write that one off, maybe overcommitting. Up into main.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take that. Now we'll see what they've got for us on an honest buy round.
Well, it looks like they might just be running back the pistol. All 5 players ready to go in B main. Envy, as compared to EG, are going to run a lot more fast rounds on their attack.
Fight up from Okeanos, trying to contest this orb so Poppin can't just get a free Nightfall. They're not even waiting for it. Kennen is up and over. Look at that dive. Nice work out of him. But Okeanos still yet to fall. 1 kill in mid, but Calm is completely holding it. Well, shot straight in the back of the head. Envy around every single corner. This time the B hit goes perfectly for them.
A bit more reserve from Envy that time. They slowed things down in the middle of that hit, then re-swing in together to kill these players that flooded in backside. That was a great little pause.
But I also love how Envy call around EG's expectations. When you see Poppin on the fade is 1 off of the Nightfall, you expect you have a little bit of time. He's going to go into main, he's going to pick up the orb, they're going to ult, then they're going to exec. Instead, it was that combo piece between the paranoia out of Rossi and Kesnet on the dive that really got that initial pick going. And then, of course, like you said, reset and continue that hit in as a team after Kesnet had TP'd back to the squad.
So Envy keep their lead here, go up 9-7. And they're gonna have that ultimate you talked about online now. Great paranoia as well. I think this is figuring out exactly where Super's anchoring. He played that position on their last B hit round. So here they have the perfect util combo set up to ruin his day.
One of the key differences, though, for Evil Geniuses is how they actually played on that B site. You know, not having the opportunity to fall back and play for the retake. That was just them trying to contest against the hit. I think maybe getting a little surprised by the speed at which Envy continued on forward here. And it has forced them now onto just Sheriffs and a Bucky.
I know Okeanos already dead in A main. EG is going for a re-clear kind of trap play in B main, but no one's home to receive that. So Envy instead will set up for a nice easy split into A. Scum's just hoping he can get something with that Bucky.
The aeroplane Buckster. I don't even think anyone from Envy is going to run towards him. They know the gaps they went for in this setup. Really taking their sweet time. Eggsters getting itchy. Getting itchy for a fight, and that's going to punish him. Still nowhere really for Calm to play from after that fact. Need a few more lucky breaks for EG to have a shot.
I think he's just going to stay there till he dies. Inevitably to the spike.
Those footsteps reveal everything Inspire needs to know. Get the kill, slip on away, turn back in for another, mow down some more on the eco. Not too bad there for Inspire and for Rossi to finish the job.
So Envy go up to 10, and we approach really the critical round here for EG. They have rifles online. They had some early success with the pistol, but they've yet to win a rifle round here on their defense.
Yeah, just watch that one more time. The only thing worth watching again, that Bucky kill coming online. But of course, we are going to be moving forward here. You put a big highlight on this round for EG, a must-win round for them. Good news is, I see Dujazin saved up enough money to go for the operator, and Evil Genius are going to call a timeout. Potter's going to craft up something to win this critical round.
Yeah, Envy's been going for a couple of these faster B-pops, as we've seen. That's been kind of their early success on this map. You saw there as well that kind of look in towards mid. This is a team that very often will show you a double dive at the beginning of the round, be that just to take mid control or actually to commit off a site exec. So I think a lot of this round for Potter is figuring out where Dujazin should set up, where he's going to get that opportunity to catch someone before they can actually commit that exec.
And Potter's going to know all that. And she's a very specific coach when it comes to instructions in timeouts. She's going to have an exact idea of how she wants her team to play out this round. She's going to give them options. If this team does A, B, or C, these are our then 3 responses. So you better believe EG are going to have big plans, especially in the early mid-round for this.
And she likes planning rounds ahead. Give him the first round. What do you do after that? Building back into a tie game. That's her hope out of this timeout. But it all relies on winning this one, of making good on Dujazin's expensive investment in that operator.
Seems like, just judging the minimap here, Evil Geniuses, the first plan is going to make things look a little bit more like the pistol round with a very light B side of the map. Play for retake. See what they can do from there. Inspired is all the way up in heaven, as a matter of fact. Maybe some opportunities to look for some spam if Calm's going to throw a dart into the mix. As Exter goes all the way up into heaven, sees that player. That could be a problem. Supa gets the kill on the other side. Now the hindrance really slowing things down for Exter. Finally, the second player approaches through elbow. So it'll be 4-on-4 in the post plant. Keep your eyes on Okeanos, so there's a player coming in from his back. Inspire so quick to move up into mid, and he's not going to have a chance back into the round. Nightfall was stalling things back into spawn as well, so EG have nowhere to go.
This retake is so hard. You're all pushing in from one angle. Really comes down to Bao's paranoia.
Who's it going to hit? Absolutely no one. Envy in a great position, now committing to the pit, into the post. I think Evil Genius is just going to call this off.
I mean, a Viper's Pit, you have no way back in. You've already used your only tool, and you want to save that operator. This round is done. But you already see the hunt is on. Envy want to get that gun out of their opponent's hands, and that will be a successful endeavor. Everyone falls for EG, and Envy just 2 away from sending us to bind.
Evil Geniuses now with their money in the gutter. That was a round they simply could not lose. Yeah, Envy have done it to them, really switching things up. You see the success of that fight back into elbow, something that had eluded Envy in a similar round back all the way on the pistol.
Well, the thing is that the initial elbow fight didn't even go all that well. There was a team hinder on the player Heaven. Supa gets so much success holding that down. I think where the round got won was Inspire on that midler, killing Bao, meaning there was only one angle to get back in.
Really helped things out. Interesting paranoia and a Hunter's Fury from Calm, sending so much into a round with just the Sheriffs. And at the same time, there was an ultimate on the other side of the map. Rossi behind enemy lines while Inspire tries to creep up through main, shut down by Dujazin. This round is a wild one, because you've still got Okeanos in sight in this smoke. Evil Genius is starting to rotate over as well as Oki spots a player, spots a shoulder as well, needs some shots but cannot get them. And now Envy have to get past these 2 players back in spawn. Shouldn't be too hard as the hindrance keeps Kesnet alive against all odds. A shock dart now lands the kill. And now with another shot out of Calm. He is stepping up for EG. 4-on-2 for them. Rossi in the smoke. The shorty has to be everything. He's low. Rossi's got to have these. But they dodge the flash. He's not looking any of the right ways. Calm, nobody has a bullet. It's madness. And Eggster now without a gun to play with. EG will take this thrifty.
That round was all about calm. The shock dart to confirm his teammate's kill. The share shots after that, locking things down. And as soon as Envy loses numbers, it's the same script. They will get aggressive. They will fight into you. And you saw EG, even in a chaotic round, a round they had to win, they take the time to pause, wait for that aggression in CT. And even though it got a little silly, they're rewarded for it.
They absolutely are.
What the?
So Evil Geniuses, who won Abyss on a thrifty, have now kept themselves alive here on Corrode with a second. Have 4 ultimates heading into this next round. This would be a big one for them. Operator on the line from Oki. That's one of the duelists out of the equation.
But there's still more to come. And we are going to continue this push into the A site.
Hard for Envy to fight forward. The shot, the swing a little bit wider. So the plant goes down. And now a Viper's Pit to try and flood back into the site. That's the idea out of Supa. Bow's getting spammed down. And a hindrance ready to go on the other side. So many ultimates about to be thrown into this retake. Evil Geniuses know how much is riding on. That's 4 ultimates at the same time. And yet it's all stalled out by 1 C's. By Poppin on this line. Flash turned, runs away. Eggster just being baited for. But Eggster's not doing anything. His whole team is falling down. Now he has to do something. He cannot. EG for a 9th.
EG have one of the best individual offers that you could have, and he chooses to step aside, give the op to Okeanos this round, steps in with 3, and again keeps his team alive. If they lost this round, game over. Like you called out, 4 ultimates used. Their money not in a great position.
Nice!
But they close it out, and the gap narrows to 2.
Getting a little bit nervous now for Envy. Stepping onto the stage for the first time. Now to lock in and close out this second map to keep things going. Quick up from Kesnet. Now drops down the lights as well. Nobody actually in that path. And it has allowed Envy to move forward very confidently towards the A side.
It's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake.
Last time Envy got stalled out on the forward look. This time they're not even trying it just yet. Now the cover clears. A paranoia out. EG pulling the trigger. Envy really shying away from these lines. They don't feel good about this, but they have the Nightfall now to fight on through. That'll be 1 out of Eggster. But Dudgeson doesn't even care. Can't hear anything back to back with Bao. And these kills continue to falter on in. The lurk now. There's a shorty right in front of him. Superman gets the first knockdown. He cannot take it. Envy on a map point.
A chaotic end to the round. Kesnet bypassing his opponent in the smoke, but gets the rifle up in time. Chuckling about the outcome. That was a very different approach from Envy. Like you called out, they didn't fight up. Instead, play a much more passive post plan. Only go for the duel once they activate that Nightfall. Really, a round like that, 5-on-5, comes down to the littlest things. And thankfully for Envy, their substitute closed it out.
Dudgeson steps into main. Not hit by the C's, but was hit by the flash. He teleports back, and now with the lurk dying in mid, Envy really locked into this fight. A saturate hits Dudgeson himself. I'm not even sure what happened. It's madness. Kesnet is up on top of site, and Envy continue on in. Nice hold out of Oki. So it's just Kesnet now in 4 on the round. Keeps Evil Geniuses in it.
Okeanos, in his sophomore year of VCT Americas, is just performing so well. 23 kills at this point on the second duelist. And what a job he did anchoring here. That last shot is nasty.
Really crisp work out of him. And as always, playing up to the crowd.
And that round did start really wild. Both saturates went into that same corner and hit on to Jazin trying to anchor.
Yeah, I don't know. The round was in slow motion, and then it was in 8x speed.
They had to catch up.
Absolute madness.
So map 1, Envy started to build the comeback. EG was up 10-2, and they nearly brought it back. 9 rounds in the end, before it was a couple for EG, starting with an eco to close out. And now with the script flipped a little bit, it's Envy in practically that same position, with an eco round ahead of them, overtime starting to loom, with the task of closing out.
At least they have that security of overtime, but Envy need to turn things around here quickly. Of course, here in America's Kickoff, we got a triple elimination format, so not everything is over after a loss here, but to start off your year, Envy can't allow this second map to slip away from them.
But if you go all the way down to that lower bracket, the 3rd bracket, you have to play so much to qualify. So many games to make it there. It's a lot simpler to just not
win?
lose, just stay in the upper bracket.
God, when you put it like that, it all makes sense.
And it does. Back to the well, maybe, with at least a feint of this B hit, but it's a very heavy hold from EG in main.
This is aggressive on the anti-eco from Okeanos. He's not entirely rewarded for it either. Jujizin never really took a chance to go for the swing, and again, looking for that fight. Evil Geniuses maybe trying to switch up the formula here on an anti-eco, be less predictable.
But they've given away a gun.
Yeah, it's not so rewarding.
Envy work back into mid. That was pretty much uncontested ground.
Nice shot.
That's a problem dealt with. The gun is taken away, and now DG turns to attend to mid.
He's on all the right lines at all the right times. Does only get that second before being traded out. And Supa's on relatively low HP. There is a world here where NV can get the spike down.
Both these players are so low. Scum got something cooking with the shocks.
Do Envy have an idea? Right now, that idea is separate, divide and conquer.
Practically the perfect guns against low HP players. An Odin and a Judge.
Paranoia forward, pushes back into the corner, Rossi for 3, and a thrifty map win for Envy. With 67 combined HP on those two players, they don't care. They see it through to bind.
A mirror of map 1. Eco rounds to shut down a comeback. And Envy push us all the way. A great recovery from them after losing map 1, especially in that second half.
This is a pretty good way to start off Americas. I like it. We get to see the full 3-map series. We get to see Envy, new kids on the block, win a map here, and Challenge have threat for winning it all. And there will be that 3rd map of Bind coming up right after this and the Analyst Desk.
Red Bull gives you wings.
all through the main. But Inspire has to back the boathouse and finds 3!
Here stalling out here. And now the Nightfall. Super on the swing. Super gets 2. Oh, that was good stuff. Okay, welcome back, everyone. As Evil Geniuses falls in map 2, Envy managed to tie up the series, and we get ready for Bind, which will be map 3. And there you can see Mr. Blue Steel himself popping there, taking some of the commands from the rest of the squad.
Dude, popping swing should be popping air, because he was getting air on those jumps
really
and those things. And you saw that, and he's just mogging the heck out of everyone.
Yeah, it was like straight up like. It's really good, really good. You got a career, kid. If this whole esports thing don't work out, you know what I'm saying? Now, in any case, though, let's go ahead and talk about what we saw in that game, because Myrna feels like everyone on Envy was outputting, and that is exactly what you want to see from a squad down 1-0.
Yeah, I feel like towards that defense side and at the beginning, like, it was a lot of proactivity. They were really taking the reins on what they wanted to do, and just as a team, they were reacting. It was super close between Envy and EG, but it doesn't matter, because once they reached that attack site, it felt like everyone knew their role. They were so good on the executes. They were so good when they were going towards that mid, reading kind of how much control they had and splitting into these sites and kind of finding their form and just started steamrolling into those execs.
Yeah, especially on the B side. Like B side, they were just absolutely dominating. You have Kesnet with the openers every single time. And this is what I was talking about, is the Kesnet and Exer duo, because Exer was there following up. So was the rest of the team, but Exer was definitely in there getting those trades. And meanwhile, while all that chaos is going on, you have Inspire getting so much impact with all these midlers, whether he gets a kill or just causing some chaos and kind of holding presence there. And then Rossi just coming in as like a cleanup crew, getting the trades that he needs. Like, I didn't see anything like super insane, but the things that he was able to do within the rounds, it really
yeah, I agree. And honestly, Exter really was a huge standout player for me, because we kind of saw him having a little bit of these moments towards the end of that first map on Abyss, but now on Corrode, we saw him making those plays, getting those kind of splits that he wanted, making a lot of support plays. You know, even on their executes, he would have a timing where he would re-flash and re-swing to take even more space once all that util has been put down on the site. So again, really good stats from Exter. We talked a lot about his Yoru, and I think now he actually finally had the time to show us what he can really do and really push them to.
Yeah, and that was the biggest thing, right? What can this team do, and how can they figure it out within the time frame that they had?
Yeah.
Let's not forget, Kesnet kind of coming in a little last minute, needing to make this whole thing work out. Turns out, though, if you are Envy and you're a fan of Envy, you're pretty good about the squad right now.
We're so back. We're yo, who picked Envy?
You never stop believing, right, Athena? You never stop believing.
Stopped.
Oh, man, so stalwart in her predictions. Totally. All right, well, coming up next, though, we're going to have Bind. Now, this is going to be familiar playground for everyone, one of the most common maps in the game. game, one of the best maps in the game, in my opinion.
Okay, debatable.
I'm fine, I understand. But this is a bread and butter map for a lot of people. So you're kind of coming into this one with a lot of questions for both squads.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really good showcase for both of these teams because on one hand you have Envy, who's kind of just, like we said, steamrolling and zooming and taking a lot of that fast space. Whereas on the other hand, based on that first map with the breach and with the veto, we've seen a lot of those really good setups from EG, playing off of the util, playing off of the breach. And so when it comes into bind, we kind of get the best of both worlds for this, where you have those really fast TP mid-round plays and you have a lot of those util breaks.
That's right. Well, folks, we are going to see how everything breaks down. And the question is, can Envy pick up the dub in their debut? We've only got one map left to prove, so let's see how this all plays out. Map 3 coming up next. Mimi and Ender will see you guys in just a little bit.
Well, our first series here of 2026 in Americas is going the distance. We are heading into bind for the third map between Evil Geniuses and Envy. We've got agent select here on your screen. Basically mirror on both sides. We just got poppin' on that Sky versus Comms Classic Fade.
Yeah, big surprise double duelist running it back with the Waylay Yoru. Looked pretty good for both teams, but I think Envy definitely shined in that second half of Corrode. They found a lot more success on their fast executes than EG really ever did on their own attack side, and now EG faced down the barrel of a possible loss here against Envy, who not only is the squad coming up from Tier 2, having just ascended at the end of last year, but also has had to come into this with 2 substitutes, with one of them having landed just today.
Yeah, Kesnet. Crazy coming in at the final hour for Envy, and of course, you know, it's not an easy position to be in when you make this jump up into the big leagues here, when you've got to make roster changes as well. But I think to start your year off with a win means a lot for some of these fresh faces, for some of the rookies on the stage. And Envy have given themselves that opportunity after taking down EG's map pick in Corrode. We are diving in now to bind for the first time to see how these teams can start their years off, Mimi.
Yeah, we are. Excited to see how EG wants to play this attack side. On Corrode, they were very much defined by super slow rounds, working to bait Envy into re-aggression before really figuring everything out to make a decision. And the start for them this half is slow as well, with the duelists on the corners.
Envy just paired up 2 and 2 in Showers and over towards B long. I think, looking at the minimap, there was a bit of a fight over towards Showers. Quick teleport away from Digizin early on after spotting 2 players, and now Envy choose to keep things a little more quietly as the smoke expires.
Kesnet was thinking about a fight, and now that opportunity will arise.
A mess there as Okeanos left without any real help from the rest of Evil Geniuses, and we saw him finding a lot of success early on EG's attack back on Corrode, but Envy have done a lot of work now to improve on their extremity control. Now forcing EG over towards the A side.
Yeah, they saw the Brim Smoke plus 2 players long. They knew that this is only a 2-strong setup on A, but the issue is still backside, which EG do not have control over.
Yeah, there's also that Viper Orb on default, making it hard for EG to advance in, except for the creep up. And actually threatening a backside plant of all things is wild as a teleport comes on through. Poppin' now hindered on up, taken on down. And Envy just mowed down. It's a 3-on-2 right now for Rossi. Sort of stuck in the corner, calling in support from Inspire, but it's around the world now for Evil Genius as they hop in that teleporter, hear that pressure behind them of a follow-up TP out of Inspire. Now gonna plant the spike, just 10 seconds left on the clock. Inspire stays alive for the time being. Really being loud with it and crouching straight into another kill. There's a player right underneath him. Comms looking the wrong way, it's 3 for Inspire, and another pistol.
That was a scary round for Envy. They ended up having to play that essentially is 2 1v2s on the work back in, but Inspire just wins his outright.
I don't understand how every single map so far we've had one of these situations where, like, back on Abyss, Inspire, top site B, falling down on players getting a kill. We saw the Omen on top of site underneath another player. Absolute madness. Got another one here.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
We're not going to get the answer, I guess.
I don't know. I always love when we show those reacts and then you just see them have to stop talking and go like collect their chair and sit back down for the next round.
Don't want to pull into Vera. Gotta be locked in and ready to go.
That's a deep cut.
I was there for it. All right. And the hindrance just going to make things a little bit slowed down for the time being. Envy completely locked down these extremities. And I think if you can maintain control over Showers and B Long on the map of Bind, you're going to have yourself a really pleasant defense side.
That's one way to put it, yeah. It becomes a lot more pleasant when you do have that space. And Inspire will ensure that at least on the Santiago that is locked down.
Even a shot through the wall there. Takes Supalo.
And the reason holding on to one of those two sides is so good is that even if your opponents do go for a dive play, your backside anchor can just fall away and you're still retaking from 2 angles. Makes it a lot easier than getting full pushed off on binds where, especially towards B, is kind of tough to retake.
This chip damage just making a bad situation even worse. And that'll just about be wraps now for Evil Geniuses. Rossi getting a little creative, jumping up on this one. Evil Geniuses love to take their time. That's a really important thing to remember about them. And Rossi going to get us through this round with a flawless for Envy.
So now EG, we have to see what they actually want to put together. I think the biggest issue, like you're bringing up, is their approach to extremity control. On the pistol round, the way they lost was a re-clear on B Long. They killed one of their duelists as they were taking that space. And for most of this map and their previous attack side, they've always had kind of a 2-2 on each extremity. I wouldn't mind seeing them start stronger towards one side early, just to really pressure, get an embed, and then go back and clear the other side to say Showers. And this time they are doing that. 3 players ready to take B Long.
Still 2 on the other side of things. As Inspired actually got all the way up into that smoke on A short. Trying to play a little bit more of these close range angles here on the bonus from Envy.
Envy oftentimes to go for re-aggression in positions like this here. They temper it.
Yeah, dash and a flash sends Rossi on out of there, but still
He's
playing
so
right on the
tempted.
side of the wall.
Inspire really wants to see if he can make something happen around this smoke.
Yeah, the fight on short's going to come a little bit later if we ever end up seeing Supa activate on that, which he doesn't, playing a little bit weaker on this side of the map. Evil Geniuses don't really have a clear plan in this round so far.
They will group back towards A now. With an embed towards Showers, it makes it a bit easier, but look at this stack already for Envy. 3 players here, including that Brimstone still within the smoke. Inspire, a problem.
Absolutely is. Steps on through that smoke at just the wrong timing, though. Less of a problem now as Eggster says he's going to be the problem.
30 seconds left.
Now sets up a flash for his teammate. Drops on out of heaven. I mean, this is a little bit hypey from
seconds.
Envy. Just stepping on back into this. They've got the molly down on the spike, making it hard to get the plant down. Now another swing out of Eggster. Means there's just 15 seconds left to grab that spike, plant it, and there's more members of Envy on the approach. It's a great stun out of Poppin', and there's just not enough time. Not with all these players coming in. It's a bonus for Envy.
EG have got to speed up on these anti-ecos. You remember, last map, going too slow on an anti-eco, that was the critical thing that shut down their comeback on Corrode. And here again, well, you do have to credit Eggster with some stunning individual play. They just didn't leave themselves options. The Viper Molly stalls out, and because they never took Showers control, that extra extremity, there was too many angles for EG to deal with.
Just a quarter of a second difference on that smoke, blocking off Eggster there. And he seizes that to punish EG, now onto a bad buy. Again, just getting bullied away from B Long. This has been consistent from Envy. They have done very well to make it impossible for EG to ever get into a comfortable position on these slow rounds, and it continues here was an even further step up that they hadn't showed before.
And with that extremity player dead for EG, they basically have no map control already. Having used the Prowlers for Calm. And sure, it is just an anti-eco, but I think the way that their map control has been completely taken away here is a bigger issue continuing to show through.
I would be surprised not to see an earlier timeout here come in from Potter and try to solve some of these problems for EG, whether that's changing the approach and how they actually want a full fight for B-long control, or even just switching up their general macro ideas, because whether it's been the long control or some of these fights into showers, it has been a drought in terms of map control for EG.
One enemy remaining.
And that's only going to continue here for another round.
Does Potter call the timeout?
Are you waiting for the answer?
I'm waiting for the answer.
I
thought it might have happened like right there and then, but it didn't. So the answer is no, at least for the moment. But I think if we're talking about solutions for EG, I think first of all, obviously, you need to have better extremity control if you're playing this kind of slow style. They have been slowing down. They've been wanting to take this space, but generally they've only ever found one part of the map, and when they're eventually hitting, they're still dealing with that extremity. Option B, just simplify. It's bind. Go for a hard exec. You have double duelist.
That certainly would work for them. They still have to solve the B-long problem if they want to commit into the B side of things, which really pressure has been shown. This time EG have some bodies and have the chance to dash on in. Has to fall away as Okeanos capitalizes on the distraction, but no one else left to support him again. Means it's just a 1-for-1, and all the while Kesnet, after leaving B-long, has gotten into hookah, crept on down, now puts down some damage before escaping once again.
So it's a reset. Envy have just re-cleared B-long, and this is back to square one. A 4-on-4, and EG don't really have map control.
But if things get a little bit lower on the clock, I mean, even without, Envy have some options. Inspire has the orbital strike. EG.
He has a molly too. This is a lot of stall on A.
The stall on the planter was the big problem in the previous round, and he's primed it. Here it comes. Thought those players a little further up into lamps, but it gives Envy so much more space. They can go right back into that. Despite into showers goes Eggster's way. And now how do you plant the spike? There's a smoke on default. Kesnet is out of lamps. Kesnet taken down. It's not comfortable as Inspire lines him up. Sends him home. 5-0 for Envy.
They are decimating EG on defense here. And Inspire just looks so good doing so. This is how that round started. EG actually finds success in getting a pick long, but there wasn't support for that trade. And once this B-side exit comes through, that kill in showers is really everything. Once Inspire gains that space, you see that he actually puts down a smoke on default, and then with his teammates can swing in together and just spam the planters. Put EG in a position where they have to either swing through that smoke or hope they luck out in being able to stick a plant.
Well, now the timeout is going to be coming in from Potter, but it comes on a round where they won't actually have a bye. Envy already leaving 5-0, and you know, we've talked about the problem points, I think, a lot, whether that's the B-long control, whether that's like playing slower rounds or they're getting stalled out on the A spike plants. She has to come in with some different looks for EG and not just a one-round win like she needed to in the last match.
Yeah.
She needs larger systemic changes for EG now.
They are starting to get some ults online, so you can build something up looking towards round 9 here, but on this one, it is just going to be a bit of a worse off economy. I don't know why I said round 9, I meant round 7.
Yeah, you're looking into the future, and maybe you end up being right, but
it could be true.
We'll
go ahead, college kids.
Yeah, we'll see what happens when we get there, but let's hold off for now. It is just EG on a broken bye here in round 6 in present day, and it will just be them running down A short, it appears. Doesn't take a college degree to see what's happening on the minimap.
No, it doesn't. The problem, though, is they're not going to have showers control, and that has been the problem constantly. There's that same smoke from Inspire.
What they could do, though, is just fight into backside, and I think that's got to be the idea for them, and he gets mollied off, actually. Nice quick thinking from Inspire. Means EG have to set their eyes once again onto default.
And here's the stall smoke up. 1 molly, 2 mollies, and spam the follow.
So now the fight on through. Good utility out of Evil Geniuses. These are the right ideas. Unfortunately, I just don't really think they mean enough versus the setup that Envy had. Envy already had 3 players on this side of the map. Yeah, flawless, in quotes.
In quotes. No flaws, that's for sure. I think what's really been cooking EG on these A takes is the bigger picture is obviously not having shower control, but a micro thing is that smoke. You see that Viper orb that's thrown up? That's being cycled with a brim smoke as well. So there's always something there that means EG is at a disadvantage. He tried to knife him.
Welcome to the big stage.
Yep.
Get ready for more of that.
Yeah, that's what you can expect. But when they're swinging through that smoke at such a big disadvantage.
Ooh. I like the change in setup from Envy. It's a rifle round. They've also put Inspire over on the B side of the map for the first time, I think, this game.
Yeah, extra as an op as well. That's also new.
So the ideas that Potter might have put in the minds of EG in the previous timeout may be less relevant in a round like this, when Inspire is just sitting inside that smoke with a shorty.
They love the shotguns, don't they?
I mean, the thing is, Calm has the Nightfall. That's kind of a go, but oh no, the Prowler didn't see him! And now the ultimate, that's good. Poppin's getting chewed on through. Evil Genius is not out of the round yet, and it's through the good work of Bao. Stepping in through the smoke, sent packing, goes Kesnet. Now, if you look at the map, it is madness. Both Vipers on the other team's side of the map. We got flanks on flanks. The only known quantity really right now is that Kesnet was back in spawn. So Rossi has a chance to step on through here. Needed that kill to keep this game perfect for Envy, and it won't be. Evil Geniuses take their first on bind.
A great combo there with the slow from Tijazin coming through with Bao's ultimate. And this time the scaling just a little bit better. Both duelists get into the site. No one gets stalled off by a molly, and this was nearly a nightmare. Losing Calm where they did.
Look, it's really easy to play around when your ult tells them exactly where you are, and then you just put all your utility on that player to get the kill. Helps them get into the site.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Now they need to show they can do that in other ways. Fight on down B long. That's flashes on flash. Okeanos can't see anything, but his teammate had his back. And that is pivotal to start off this round.
Finally, EG have a pick off the beginning of the round. I don't think we've seen any rounds really where they've had that advantage. And now it's the classic Envy. They love re-aggressing, pushing up, challenging when they're down a man. But EG's ready for it. They're just waiting.
Yeah, Inspire only has the one more smoke remaining, so doesn't want to hang out for too long up there on A short. Doesn't want to force himself to use that so early into the round, but he might have to anyways.
DG with that attack sided off.
Oh, this is a good line for the convergence.
Spire has a molly to use with that as well.
But EG have called around it for the time being, gearing up over onto B.
Still Rossi is here, and help starting to filter over. Kesnet arriving with that off. That's thanks to a Trailblazer that just re-cleared up through A.
30 seconds left.
EG ready to fire away. Kesnet lights up down long, really segmenting off this hit with 20 seconds on the clock. Rossi and Kesnet, how long can they hold? They can't escape the site. They've got to buckle in. And now it's just Rossi left on his own. He's knocked down. EG take another back-to-back.
EG that time punished the aggression on B long. Wait a moment, but they don't let time become the enemy. Pick the right timing to re-exec into B. And now finally have chained 2 rounds together and are building something here on bind.
We'll see it again. This Nightfall just sends Kesnet and Rossi scattering, and the mollies just continually being sent back there on spawn not only locks those players onto site, so they can't leave, but the support also is just getting chewed through.
And Envy is always a team that loves to flood retake. That's their big thing on defense, and those mollies completely hamper that effort.
Well, Mimi, Kesnet's got an operator down B long this time.
A little fake gap in the smoke. Hello.
Oh.
That's a big missed opportunity.
Needed that one. So now B long, which Envy have controlled so consistently during the first quarter of this half, has now been taken away from them in back-to-back rounds. Warning shots.
But EG holding for now. Just 4-1, leaving a lurk over towards A short. And Envy this time without any really aggressive positions, bar Rossi, who just challenges.
Yeah, and there's no one in a position to turn around, cover him, look for a trade, nothing. Just gets away with murder there. And a mid-round Seekers is great information as well. Only sees the one still on the B side. Sees two going in, so Poppin is running behind that outside of Hookah right now. While EG are forced into the A side. He's got a quick flank. Inspire ready to stall out this plant too. Eggster spotting absolutely everything with the dive on over. That is mayhem out from Envy. Putting Insanity up to 100. And it is paying off for them. Beautiful look out from Envy. I mean, look where the spike is. It's in the backside of Lamps. It doesn't make any sense as Envy are running away with this half.
Those are the plays you have to be ready for when you're in a match against Envy. Rossi in this corner, drops the wall, challenges Digis in. No one's there to trade it. That's just cascades into a classic Envy defense.
Yo,
Chaotic swings, good util. I don't even know what he's saying, but Rossi's passionate.
Yeah, you know, million words a minute. Getting it through, but Envy, I mean, just instantly resetting after losing a couple of rounds. Really love to see that out from them. Again, it'll be Kesnet rocking the operator. EG still have money, but are way more timid to actually contest early space nowadays. Now it comes in, that flash on in, but the quick teleport away nets them nothing. Now they're without the double dash. And Inspire has slipped up all the same. They're spamming for him, they're looking for him, but on 2 HP, he can still deliver.
But into the site is EG. They have a post plan established. Envy, the player's already in heaven. They want a flood.
Coming into it now as Kesnet distracts on the other side. Eggster finds his mark on the other. One shot, two, now knocked down. But his evil geniuses back away into the corner of this pit. Envy are on the approach.
Calm disappears back towards short.
Oh, it's calm around the world, all the way back through showers. Classic looks for him, knowing that Envy have to work slowly into the pit. Knowing he has this opportunity. That is vintage calm. Going for it. Decent plant for him. And Supa still delaying on the outside of this smoke. Now it comes down to Calm as the pit falls. That'll be a kill for him. And Kesnet is low. Not a lot of time to play with either. Calm is just playing with his boot. He is toying with him. He will fall, but there's not enough time left. He wins it for EG.
It's just classic, isn't it? All the way around the world with the Red Bull clutch for Calm. Just feels right seeing that back in an EG jersey.
I missed watching that. I'm not gonna lie. When will teams expect it? That's the real question.
Never. Seemingly never.
Yeah, hard to know exactly what to do in a situation like that. Calm could be in so many different places. And ultimately, it's just that time game that ends up paying off for EG.
I really thought Eggster had the round-winning play there, jumping through heaven, getting 2 kills, but in shutting down that double swing, he doesn't kill the Viper, so Supa's pit stays up, that sets up the flank, and wins around for EG.
Now Evil Geniuses throw a fake Prowler on the A side of the map, while the rest of the team challenges into Hookah. A different idea from them. Haven't seen much of this, and have not seen the Judge either. Poppin waits a moment before shying away, and that is now EG without one of their duelists.
DG's having a lot rougher game here. Been getting shut down a lot in some of these early rounds. And that means the ultimate not available here. Ooh. That's another pick as well out of Kesnet. That was a refight through showers.
Envy have done a very good work at shutting down the solo players, solo lurkers out of EG.
In the first quarter, they had very proactive holds on the extremities. Now we're seeing a lot more re-clear plays, and that has been successful in these last few rounds.
Means that EG haven't really been in a position to play a comfortable side exec a whole lot, even when they've got ultimates or could farm an orb and get one online. Now they're heading in 3-on-3 on this B site. Without that same setup utility, the shots, though, continue connecting. Poppin with the Judge is a problem, and they're gonna try and solve that with the ultimate. Bao wants to take this round. A flank already from Inspire. He's found his way into hookah, but currently smoked off. Doesn't have an eye in just yet. As EG repositioned 2 players into elbow. And they're going all the way around the world too. Taking their time. Envy haven't found a fight. It's odd. It's peculiar. And now Inspire out of the equation. And there's players on every single front. 3 from Okeanos to keep EG in it.
I didn't think that would be an EG round. Down 3 on 5, making it happen on that VXX. But Okeanos getting some great work done, practically alone towards long there. This initial fight, and then the Brimstone ult coming in. You saw Poppin just getting lost in the smokes there, caught out by the ult.
Yeah, because I think without that ult, there's no chance EG win the round.
No, because there's still a player backside with a judge.
And you only have 20 seconds left on the clock, and you don't have the util to clear him.
Yeah, you don't even have your main dive character anymore. Despite that, though, we're into round 12, and EG, from what was a dismal start, have a chance to pull this 7-5.
EG want to go quick. Dimensional drift into Showers already. 1 player spotted into the corner. Realizes EG don't have control of Showers. And ditches in, trying to hit into backside. Okeanos playing inside of the smoke. That is madness! 2 for Oki. And Evil Geniuses slow things down. They still haven't planted the spike, but they have major numbers in this post.
It's a 4-on-2, and both players from Envy completely separated with only Stingers in hand. There's no logical way for Envy to win this round, especially with DG already reflanking.
Poppin makes a footstep, and that will seal his fate. Evil Geniuses, even 4-on-2 in full control. Doing due diligence here to win the round. Poppin has no clue what's happening to him, and neither does Eggster. Evil Geniuses within 2 at the half.
A really great recovery from them. They were getting dominated at the start of this game, losing both extremities pretty much every round. But they start to figure it out, start to find solutions to get that space, throw in a couple of these faster hits as well, and there's some performances with guys like Okeanos in back-to-back rounds. Make this map 3 doable.
Yeah, it's a mirror fashion to map number 2, 7-5 at the half, Envy leading, but this time EG carrying a whole lot more momentum into that. As a matter of course, setting us up for a pretty exciting way to close out this series, and we'll have that after this. We've had some close maps here already to kick off the 2026 season. The first half of Bind was no exception. 7-5 is the score. Envy in the lead. But EG strung together 5 of the last 6 rounds, Mimi. They are riding a wave of momentum here into the second half.
They are, but they're facing down an Envy who has looked quite good at these attack sides, especially back on Corrode. With this double duelist Yoru Waylay composition, they excel at these fast dives, and Kesnet and Eggster being super willing to fight deep and punish players as they try and flood the site. I don't expect the pace to be too much different here on Bind, and it's EG's task to shut those 2 down.
See how well they can manage that. Early on, it does look like Envy have some interesting ideas over towards the A side of the map. Slanted wall over on a short, 5 players ready to pop out behind it, not wasting any time. The dog on Poppin as well. Double dash up to the top of site, and Calm was waiting for it with a frenzy of all things. And Envy not slowing down either. They're continuing forward. Stopped by a Seize as Com continues to lock it down. Only now to falter.
Gotcha.
Now with Exter taken on out. Seems like Envy still have not been dissuaded from that forward fight.
But already 2 players back through showers. There's a flank on a flank. This is such a weird round, but Inspire still
it's
gets
just a
one.
1-for-1 at the end of the day. Gun barrel spotted. Now from Rossi. It's EG up a player right now as shots go wide. It's a bit of a mess on every front. Poppin in a 1-on-3, but the spike is just being diffused. He can't stay alive regardless. EG take their 6th.
Very nice hold from EG. They knew that a fast play was coming. As soon as they heard noise down short, Com backs all the way up towards spawn and is able to receive that waylay and that Yoru diving in. And while that's happening, the other parts of this retake are activating. EG's calling that it's a backside fight, so the reaction is to double TP and have a fast flank in. Those are all the right ideas to shut down these kind of hard executes for EG, and that's the momentum just continuing into the second half.
Keeping that ball rolling. So once again, we've got Digis in, picking up the Outlaw. Actually a bit of a investment out of Envy of all things. Couple of the Bandits, 1 Sheriff. And Supa's being challenged on the B side. Digizin goes down to a nice headshot, and that is Envy with full control of the B site.
Yeah, no matter your guns, retaking B is tough. This is a scary round now for EG.
Spike planted.
Very forward hold from Envy too.
Already taking elbow control with Inspire.
Oh, they're just swarming. 4 players now reposition into elbow, and the fights continue on through. A perfect snake bite. Divided Supa from the rest of the team. Even a little extra scouting on Egster. I mean, Envy did everything right in this round. Just 1 headshot out of Kesnet was what they needed to start it. Now in a beautiful position in the post plant. I'm curious where Kesnet is going right now because he's going around. Kesnet's on the A side while Com is killing them on B. There's not enough time left. He's just gonna be here to take the gun out of Com's hands eventually. Com ready for the one angling. Kesnet there to deliver. Nothing makes sense here in this one.
It's 1 kill that makes the difference that round. Digizin at the start of this series was absolutely dominating with the scope. Was feasting on the Antigas with the Outlaw, was on point with the off, but here misses 1 shot, opens up the B side, and like you say, Envy did everything right in their post plant, took the right fight, had a great molly and an elbow, and suddenly momentum is gone for EG.
It's looking a little bit grim. It's also looking like we're still in the pre-round, but I can tell you we have moved into the next round.
There we are.
And we are. It was simply just walking up to A short from Evil Geniuses. They have no buy in this round, of course. Just trying things a little bit more aggro themselves. Now taking a timing in front of the dog. No one was holding for him, but eventually the trade is found. Bandit in the hand of Oki, but not gonna make anything work out with that one. It's Evil Geniuses' own eco round. Not gonna amount to much here, Mimi.
No, this is another clean one for Envy. And really, I think some of the even more worrying things, despite just losing that eco, is that Envy not only have got the momentum on the side, they've got the money, but they're also starting to build an ult economy very early in this half.
Envy just doing some gun swapping to enable Egster to charge on in, get the dimensional drift online. Setting themselves up beautifully, as you're saying. And Inspire continues to do good work here. A 9th round on the board for Envy.
Pretty much a dream position for them. EG now. This is the round they absolutely have to win. Digizin has an operator online. They have guns. If they lose this round, this is starting to look like a full-on Envy snowball. But I think it's tough to get value with an op against a comp like this. Envy is so aggressive. They have so many tools to either blind or block off an op line. Despite all that, I still think that DG, he's got to be the man, and well, this round doesn't look like he's on the right side.
Envy moving 5 players towards B. It got the dimensional drift. It's just going to be an exec, you have to imagine. So my eyes really head towards Okeanos, who just gave up his position in hookah, instead choosing to fall on out. EG want to play for the retake. Actually, Oki's getting right back into it. That's a little bit wild. What is he doing out there on his own? Envy just crushed those two anchors. I thought they were anchors. They went back into smokes, trying to fight back in.
I think this is already a save, especially if Calm dies in elbow. There's no way EG can win this.
Calm has secured one. Calm might try to do a little bit extra on his own as Inspire goes in again for another kill. Calm is islanded on site. Not easy for him to escape at this point, so he might have to keep this fight up. Taps the spike, spotted by a dog. I mean, good luck. That's not gonna matter. So Bao just stims himself on out, recovers the operator, I guess, is the smallest of wins.
Does he get to keep it? I don't think so.
I'm not sure. One bullet left. Maybe you can line up all three of these guys. I don't know. One kill and now the shorty. That's a little funny, but at the end of the day, it's just 3 more kills for Inspired.
And Envy goes up to 10. The all purchase amounts to nothing, and you called it out, but I think that the way EG played that, it felt like they were very back and forth. Everyone got off site looking like they wanted to play set retake, and then at kind of the last second, you see Okeanos run back into site. He gets mollied off, he gets slowed by the waylay, and suddenly with him dead, a 3-on-5 with an off, that's pretty much unwinnable in a B retake. And now they're on an eco.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse for Evil Geniuses. You know, one of the things that plagued them throughout 2025 as an organization was they would get into these advantaged maps all the time. Go up 11-4, 12-5, these types of things. So many games that ended up slipping away from them. That didn't happen in map number 1, but now it feels like a series that's slipping away from them.
You'd think even earlier than that, in 2024, you had some maps like that as well. It's a bit of a theme with EG.
Well, A-site crumbling also starting to be a theme. This time, of course, on the half buy. Stitches in, goes all the way back to B. That was maybe the craziest visual thing I've ever seen.
Supa did find one shot with the Sheriff, and they are up numbers. With the gun recovered, and Calm with an ult, maybe there's a chance.
We'll see. There's a Nightfall thrown into the mix. And now there's only one player left. Kesnet decayed down to 1. 2 bullets in this Outlaw chamber. That's 1, but he can't get away. And Evil Geniuses will right the course.
Quite literally out of nowhere. Bring that one back under control and finally break this streak. I want to see on the replay where these kills were coming from. Because it started off so good for Envy, taking that site, fighting back towards Showers, and GT being all the way back, but it was Okeanos with that recovered weapon.
I think
great work.
Yes, yes.
He seems to agree. I think the Nightfall caught 2 or 3 players there, which was a big deal.
Hold on, something aggressive maybe here towards short. Walking into this close cubby, but with the dog spotted, DG is forced to walk away.
Yeah, that waylay is just so good at stalling out any quick ideas. But of course, there's always a second layer, and here goes Kesnet. Moving over to the right side for some early scouting. Spotted 1 player, but Envy are not locked into this just yet.
They want to go back into B.
Only Supa here, and that might be all he needs. 1 kill already as Rossi steps through the molly, taking a timing. Instantly spotted though, Supa's locking it down. And they just keep on coming. 1 by 1, the members of Envy into the site, now bring it to a 2-on-3. But there's a spike they have to go back and recover. There's this massive laser dividing things up, slowing it down for now. And Kesnet, I mean, how do you go back and get the spike when EG can fight you at any time? No smokes available. Exter's right in front of it! Exter for 4!
Completely alone towards CT. A 1-on-3, and Exter cuts them all down. And from elation for EG, winning an eco round, being up numbers in this.
You died last. Good job.
And the Yoru expert takes it back.
I mean, Exter's playing a phenomenal game. Even look back to the previous match, previous map as well. Egster currently sitting 23 kills to 11 deaths.
It's such a heartbreaker for EG. Supa did such good work anchoring there. 2 or 3 kills locking it down, but it's Egster's heroics. And now a theme that we've seen these last 2 maps where Potter down rounds has to take a last-minute timeout and hope she can come up with a solution.
Yeah, but this next round is immensely scuffed from Evil Geniuses. They only have 2 rifles they can take into it. That's all they've got the money for. Now, they're a team that is not afraid to put ultimates into an eco round, even when they're not massively advantaged. I think it's that important to try and swing some of these around, but now when it's really all on the line, the decisions they make in this round are the decisions that will decide the series.
So they start off leaning heavier towards A. 3 players set up that side, but Envy, they've been nothing if not quick in this half, and looks like here again they want to just put a fixture on the B site.
Dimensional Drift, courtesy of Egster's 4K in round 18, and this time wasting not even a second. Already up, sees nothing, might have seen a shoulder, yeah, player spotted there. And now with Supa just still holding it down, hold on a minute. Kesnet out of the picture. Poppin comes on through, so it's not over just yet, and Evil Geniuses are trying to retake fast as well. Digizin sees that planter, tries to set it up on the other side. But Egster still waiting inside of the smoke, and Envy, with these forward fights, continue to impress. In the exact same position, he carved up EG in the previous round. Egster again sends him packing.
These rounds are just classic Envy. The set strats are so well drawn up. The aggression in the post flank, completely disrupting any team who would want to play retake.
I mean, that's 7 kills in 2 rounds from Egster.
Ridiculous. And on that B side, I love that smoke that they throw down just to get Yoru out of his ultimate. Pick a side to fight from. And then, like you mentioned, that same position, just dominating CT control. 12-7. That was the round for EG. They used it all, they committed into it. And now if they want to bring this back, they need to win 5 in a row.
So side holds have been fairly strong from EG's anchors, but the retakes have not. They're switching things up and going real aggro outside of B. Doesn't matter though, because Inspire is having a monster game on the Brimstone. All it does is give a free A side on the other side. Nice shot out from Calm and Supa to return over towards A. So it's EG with numbers in the retake.
Still, it's a strong position for Envy. They have a crossfire towards this site, but EG, they have enough time to wait for their flank to come into play.
2 important things is the Lamps fight, how long Poppin can stay alive. And also this flank coming online. Poppin is down, and now the flank in too. Kesnet and Rossi holding it down, but the flank is here. Rossi can stall some time with this molly. Pressure to try and come in, knowing to spam through the wall too. Pulls them away from the spike, but Supa continues to deliver.
What a half Supa's having. This has been rough for EG, but even in the rounds they're losing, he's getting 2-3 kills in so many of these positions. But they absolutely need him.
Right where.
This round started a lot better for EG, holding against that fast aggression towards B, being in a bit more proactive positions to actually disrupt instead of being forced to play into the flood retake that they've been absolutely unable to find success in.
Well, I'm getting word that we have a technical pause coming on a line, trying to figure out some in-ear situations, I do believe, but it gives us a chance to discuss the state of the game right now, because Evil Geniuses are trailing by 4 rounds. And when I'm looking at this next round, the bye's a little bit all over the place. Neither team is going to have a full kit heading into the next one. And it is EG that have found a couple of round wins here and there, but by and large, they're still looking for a larger solution on this defensive side.
And right now, a lot of what it is it feels like EG is being held together by Supa. He is getting a couple kills for this team, barely keeping them in control. I feel like you need to see Digizin come online and show why they made this investment for EG. It was a weird move, right? Picking up a Brazilian player who would, doesn't have maybe the greatest reputation in Tier 1 for that history. He's always been great individually, but these teams have never found success. And for an English-speaking roster to take that risk, pick him up, He's got a lot to prove in his 3rd season of VCT Americas.
See what he can do here. The tail end of this series. Evil Geniuses, you can see with a Judge in Bao's hand. Some light armor scattered here and there. But Envy, who looked to go down B long, initially see that pit and decide very clearly against it.
This game has been defined by B hits, but now they'll be forced back towards a back into the Judge of Bao.
And Bao's got teammates to play for some assistance, some distraction. Judge is in, holding the wider line right now. The Prowler, the dog, needs to be shot. A good hinder too. As Bao slowed down on top, and nice shot out of Bao. Not surprised at all by the clone. And Bao charges forward for an extra shot on top. It's a great start to the round from Evil Geniuses, but Rossi has crept into the site. Inspire falls, and now Rossi, the last hope, still has to go back up into short and recover the spike. Catches Oki looking the wrong direction, but it doesn't even matter.
Envy has been slamming B round after round. This time, EG have the checkmate with the ultimate. They show a really great bait setup there for Bao. They still knew Bao was in this corner, but despite that, he shows the trigger discipline to not shoot the clone. And get 2 from that tough spot. So now it turns around a bit. Envy, the ones to call a timeout, losing 2 rounds in a row. And I think they have good reason to. When you talk about shutting down comebacks, you're waiting for that big ult round. And we're getting closer to it. Inspire, popping both with those tools. If they get into post-plant, Rossi has a pit as well. This is going to be the toughest round for EG's comeback to weather.
So with Envy being the ones to call a timeout, I mean, at this point, they're just looking to win a singular round, but it's kind of a weird position to be in when the half is going so well for you. It seems like most things are going right.
Sure.
You maybe don't need to solve big glaring issues, but maybe instead looking at those tendencies out of Evil Geniuses trying to exploit.
I think a timeout like this is generally going to be more so either calling out a tendency like that, or the coach has a specific call that he wants to see to end the game. We'll see what they come up with out of it.
Envy in a position to win their first series on the Americas stage after promoting through the Ascension tournament. Trying to capture some of the magic of former orgs that have gone through that pipeline. G2 instantly comes to mind, but it's been a while since we've had a team come up and stun on the Tier 1 stage through that
2G
pipeline.
was the inverse of G2 in many ways last year.
That they were. Envy trying to write their own history for themselves. It will just, again, be a quicker look for them.
They love these B hits.
Their guns are scuffed beyond belief.
Does it matter is my question, because
No.
this Bucky in this position scares me.
Now, you don't often see a Waylay dive forward and just randomly spam the smoke with a Judge, or with a Bucky, for that matter, but they do it anyways, and now they've got a Viper's Pit down. Envy not in a bad position at all in a B-side post plant. EG have to walk through so much of this gas, go all the way down to low HP. And they don't even have the utility, or the players to play off the utility right now. 4 players into elbow. Envy are fully bundled up on site, and that is massive. Envy tear them apart. Envy, from Challengers to Ascension to Americas, will take their first series under the lights.
A flawless eco round to close out for this team who had high hopes, had high expectations, but with 2 of their best players being too young to compete, there were questions of whether they could still bring success to Americas. And that is a clear answer. With Kesnet and Rossi added into the mix, they still are playing that style you know them for.
Yeah, it's so fun to see the rankers bringing the heat up on the stage, fighting forward, wasting no time. Sometimes it just requires great individual play, clean executions, and that willingness to go a little bit further than any other team, and that allows them to come up here for a bow on their debut. A great start to 2026 for Envy.
For Puffin, Eggster, Inspire, it has been a long time coming to get to this moment. But now they're here. A win under their belt, staying alive in that upper bracket. Our coach Stoner as well, who's been with these boys for quite some time. and it's proving that they're not just tier 2 players. They're not just bringing a style that only works at that level, that they can apply themselves here against top teams and still compete.
And nice to see them come in here with a win as well after a pretty turbulent offseason, to say the very least, right? Whether that was, you know, dropping early in Red Bull home ground or playing with different subs all here and there. Finally, Envy have come away with a strong performance and with a win.
Truly a great showing from them. I love this mix we've seen. I think that, you know, there's still room to grow. I think there was still some moments where the synergy maybe didn't look perfect with Kesnet coming into the mix, but the fact with such limited time actually practicing in person and getting used to this stage, they've still come out with a win, shown great resiliency as well, and coming back in some of these maps and really putting a fight to EG even in the map that they end up losing. It's a sign of good things to come.
At the same time, for Evil Geniuses, a disappointing way to start things off after taking the first map. Just couldn't quite generate enough momentum on either of these two comebacks on the second maps. And they're going to start off without a win here, but still have plenty of time left to go in this kickoff tournament.
Now remember, they go down to that middle bracket, one more opportunity after that, but you definitely don't want to be down into those lower brackets early on. For Envy, it is their day, though. A truly impressive start here, and I think just so exciting to finally see this team on the Americas stage after waiting so long.
Yeah, and the fact, too, that the style didn't change in a massive way or anything. It wasn't like,
they're
okay,
still using the Bucky, they're still double duelist. Nah.
Yeah, it's funny because you talk about like G2-2G being polar opposites. I feel like Envy, complete opposite as well in the style. But we are going to send it down to Elizabeth on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Poppin.
Thank you so much, Ender and Mimi. And yes, for the first Verizon post-match interview, it is Envy's Poppin here with me. Everyone give it up for Poppin, who played an incredible game, led an incredible game with Envy. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. You guys came from tier 2. You know, there are people who said, is that style gonna make it in tier 1? You know, there was a question of like, would you guys even win the grand finals against TSM? Now you are here, you have beaten EG. I mean, it's a very basic question, but how do you feel standing on this stage right now after you are the first win of 2026 VCT Americas?
I mean, right now, I feel amazing. In general, I feel amazing, just like where I am, where we came from, just coming from tier 2, coming from just even a ranked player, all of us just content creators playing the game every day. But I'm not gonna lie, after that win, I feel terrible, honestly. I played so bad, and my teammates hard carried me, and I appreciate them for that.
Well, I just said to you, you win as a team and you lose as a team. They could not win that without you. All right, let's be very, very clear about that. But I'm gonna talk to you. I'm glad you brought up content creation because I found a tweet from October 23rd, 2023. You put out your LFT post. You say, I wanted to go pro, content took off, put it on hold, but I will work harder than anyone else. Now you are here in the midst of these tier 1 players, you know, with Kesnet, facing DG Zayn. I mean, how does it feel now to be like a tier 1 player now that you have made it? Again, coming, like you said, from content creation to your rankers days to Envy on tier 2, now that you're here with the big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. Back then, I was trying to get on a team, messaged a ton of people, no one replied, okay? And if no one's replying, you gotta make your own team. You gotta make your own team, you gotta just do everything yourself. Built my team from the ground up, invited all of my friends, the best players I knew, and to make it from there to here is, I mean, it's a dream come true.
I mean, let's talk about Envy as a whole for my last question for you. I think, you know, Envy is about to be a problem in VCT Americas. You are a hard team to figure out. You are an even harder team to play against. Where do you see Envy kind of fitting into the greater VCT Americas?
I mean, for me, there's no doubt in my mind we will be the best team if I show up. Like, we're in a 4v5 beating EG. I mean, hold up, wait a minute. We're playing quite well. I mean, all my teammates are the best in their role, just absolutely dominating. And if we can keep this version of Envy and maybe me a little bit more, we're gonna beat any team.
All right, well, everyone good for Poppin one more time. We are going to head to a commercial break, but stay right there because it is Loud versus Cloud9 next.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
É o pancada de novo! Vai pro Ace! Vai pro Ace! Pancada dele! Oh, Vic's found that timing! But not the weapon at hand, not the right one at all! The dart! Boxing forward to the shotgun! He's made the mincemeat!
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas Kickoff, and we're looking at the second skirmish four-side select. This one is going to be between Zelsis and Luxo, which should be pretty fun to watch. And we'll see if whether or not Zelsis goes in there and really just tries to talk trash. Wait, never mind, he's already doing it. Okay.
The little experience there, son. Dude, I love that. That's so funny. Yo, the off is out already.
Bringing out the off in a skirmish is crazy.
Yeah, he's like, seriously. I respect that. Here goes
really
the
funny.
third round here. Oh, no!
The no scope is crazy. What is that?
Dude, I would have stood up right there.
Dude, he's so nonchalant.
That actually is super funny. I'm a fan of this, personally. I like it.
This is crazy. Okay, but putting a
off the
zoomer
mouse.
up against Zelsis, come on.
It's great.
Okay, look. Yeah. Whoa, what are you trying to say, huh?
Nothing. I didn't want to say
about Zelsis. See, look.
Okay, but
look, you see what happened?
Okay, fair.
It almost feels like a cheat code. You have Luxo on your team, and you're going to use them in every skirmish. Right?
Honestly, low-key, just put Luxo out the whole time.
Zelsis kind of making a comeback, though.
Trying, because it's going to be tough, for sure. But it is 3-3, so... You know, they do manage to make it work. And I gotta say, commend Zelsis on this, man. You know, you would think, oh, never mind.
As soon as you said something, he wasn't really
I know. There you have it, though. The results came in as the last kill comes through. It was a very clean op kill to close it out.
Nice.
5-3. And Loud will pick up the skirmish dub, and they get to pick their side. It's pretty cool to watch that. GG's across the board, but welcome back, everyone, as we get ready to break down this matchup between Cloud9 and Loud. You got Golden Boy alongside Myrna and Emily as we break everything down, talk about what we're watching here, because last year, Loud was at the bottom of the standings. But here's the thing, though, right, which was crazy, because a couple of things kind of swing their way, right, and hey, the season could be very different for Loud.
I mean, I feel like last year when we were watching them play, every match was close. Like, even if the scoreline didn't show it, they were so close to winning rounds. They were so close to winning these matches, and it just felt like they were right on the cusp. And the only thing to kind of push them over that, I don't know what it was. For me, it wasn't necessarily firepower. It was more about their foundation, more about their discipline. And so going into it, you know, they have these new players. They have a new coach coming into it. It might be just what they need. I mean, Darker, he's coming in, he's going to be the new IGL. And I think for someone like Pancada, who kind of doesn't really consistently perform as the IGL, when he is IGLing and calling and playing at the same time, it is something good for him. Some good, new, fresh mindset to come in for the IGL.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, on paper, when I look at all these players, they're all individually great, and they play really well together. They just couldn't find something super consistent to kind of get them the results that they wanted. But I think you're right. Like, bringing in a new IGL, bringing in a new brain behind the operation, communication could be the thing that they need to kind of take them over the edge.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget last year, right? We were seeing a mixed roster, Loud team that was a little all over the place. So, you know, it was a different setup, but it does go to show you, though, that even with all that commotion, the skill was still there.
No, it was 100% still there. It felt like their foundations were solid, their plays were solid, their frags were solid. It was literally just the consistency at some point and being able to push past it. So Loud 100%. Darker, I mean, everyone has been talking about him in Latin America being that kind of player that a lot of these teams do need to push them over the edge. And so I think that's really the most promising part of Loud for me.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what this Loud team can bring to the table. And one player in particular who I'm always a fan of, it's Verdi. He had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth earlier on today.
Verdi, welcome back to VCT Americas, making it back here with Loud, but with a different version of Loud. Tell us, what can we expect from this new Loud roster, and what can we look forward to with them?
I mean, obviously, we got some familiar faces with Romani and Darker. Both are people that I worked with before in the past, so I'm definitely very comfortable and very excited to be able to share a team with them again, being that we had a lot of success in the past. And obviously, you know, being with Kawanzi, Luke and Makata again, you guys all know who they are. Very familiar faces, you know, proven players. So, I mean, I don't really understand why people are underrating us, but to each his own. I mean, hopefully we go out there and have a great game.
Best of luck today.
I would never undersell my Dominicano brethren. You know what I'm saying? I gotta look out for you, you know. But hey, look, you're right. There are a lot of weapons on that team. One in particular who we just saw in the skirmish luck show. And I mean, look, Emily, this kid is disgusting, right? We were seeing it in the skirmish, even though it was a skirmish. The stats don't lie. His performance doesn't lie. This guy, there's a reason why he's here. They need him, and he could very well be the X factor for this team.
Yeah, I mean, especially in 2025. Like his rookie year, even the way that he was performing, the raw mechanical
it was
aim
insanity.
and skill. No, it was insanity. Like the clutches that he was able to pull off, insane. And it really felt like at times he was one of the reasons why Loud was kind of staying alive in these rounds and getting some of these close games, because he's one of those players that can take an unwinnable round and easily bring back, or make it look easy, to bring back the team into it. And one of the things that really stood out to me is when he's playing like a Viper or Cypher and he is anchoring sites. I would avoid him. He is so scary. He's so good at working around the site that he's on, around his util, and being able to get like multi-kills going into it.
He's really good at his timings too, being aggressive when he needs to.
Which is important in that role.
Yeah, 100%. Like he's able to get a lot of that information too to play off of. Like overall, standout player for sure for Loud. And if he just brings what he brought last year, which I'm pretty sure he will based on the scrimmage that we just saw, then they should be in the running. They only made one change to the roster, as well as adding a new coach. And I think that it's a good change. I think they had Robbie last time, and I think he was kind of underperforming a little bit. But, I mean, now they have a good foundation. They were right on the cusp of greatness every single time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, everyone in there is speaking Portuguese, right? So, like, I think maybe...
You can't ask me that. That's a new question. You should be telling
I am
us that.
assuming so, right? And I think that is also a big part of it as well. The comms, the communication, all that is going to be super, super valuable for Loud. We know that this is a team that can get to the finish line. The question is whether or not they can cross it. But on the other side of the field, let's actually go ahead and check in with the competition. Send it back over to Elizabeth. She had an opportunity to catch up with someone who we're very used to seeing, but in red.
Zelsis, welcome back to VCT Americas. In a new gear, we have Cloud9, but you've been on Cloud9 once before. Tell me, what is the difference between the kind of previous iteration of Cloud9 Zelsis versus this version of Cloud9 Zelsis?
I think a little bit older, a little bit more mature, a little bit more experienced. I think I grew up a lot in leadership, for example, and then obviously, you know, Zek and Intense carried me, so I have some winning under my belt. Those are just some key points.
Best of luck today, leader.
It's going to be great to see Zelsis back in the powder blue of Cloud9, but, you know, it's a different situation this time around for him. He's coming in as the vet, the leader.
You want to hear something funny? I'm actually cosplaying as Zelsis right now because I have red hair and I'm wearing blue. Like, that's actually,
you are the worst. Unbelievable. Hey, but the good news for Zelsis, though, is that he is coming into this team that, honestly, Emily's pretty well defined, considering the talent that's on this roster, that has been on this roster for quite some time now.
No, completely. The core of Oxy, Vic, and Zeppa, I always thought was really strong. And C9, when I look at them, they're not a team that needed to make like insane, crazy roster changes. So I think these two additions of Zelsis and Penny are kind of just mini upgrades for them that could maybe take them over the edge. Because throughout all of last season, I felt very strongly that they had a lot going for them. Like they could get the place like top 8 even or make playoffs and whatnot.
I remember last year there was a lot of people saying how they're constantly, choking. They're doing really well, but then once they get into that playoff situation, they kind of tend to choke. And I feel like that's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
like they
exactly.
really pulled through.
And the skill not just was there, but you were seeing the pieces really start to form in a way that you're like, wait a minute, this team could make a champs run. And I still stand by that version. That 2025 Cloud9 could have done it. It potentially, it would have been tough. And I'm not saying you win the whole thing, but I do still feel like the talent is there. It's just whether or not you can finally.
You know what? I would argue with you that with this change, I would agree with you.
Oh, and hey, and then that's part of the reason why they did what they did, right?
True.
We haven't really even talked about him, but Penny's coming into this team, and this is actually quite interesting because I was like, wait a minute, Penny. V1 Penny. I was like, wait a minute, I remember this guy. But Emily, he's coming in this one. Lots of experience for this guy, despite the fact that we haven't really seen him be able to take the stage in VCT Americas necessarily. But we know that the talent's there. He's been playing for a hot minute.
Yeah, and especially playing on all these different teams and being able to be consistent. Like, just being consistent as a player in general is already a really hard skill for a lot of these players. But being consistent while team hopping, adjusting to different game styles and game plans that these different teams have had, and still being able to perform is honestly super, super impressive. Because if you think about it, no two teams play VALORANT the same way. They each have their own ideas, and to be able to slot into that and still keep up your performance like Penny has throughout all of last year is super impressive.
I think it's really crazy too because he's also been playing the Raze, he's been playing the Chamber, he's been playing the Viper. He's just been super versatile, super flexible, and I feel like for a team like C9, that's exactly what they need because their playstyle kind of seems a little bit textbooky and a little bit kind of in the middle of the rounds, a little chaotic. And so maybe this is something that could bring, along with Zelsis vibes, kind of being that vibe merchant that he is, kind of keeping the comps together, keeping them all cool, calm, collected. I think that's gonna be really sick.
Yeah, I think slotting in Zelsis as an IGL is almost natural because we've seen him be super vocal on other teams and even kind of step up to be that secondary caller when he needs. And he is such a vibes guy too. Like, he's the kind of person that can really hype up the team when they need it and also kind of keep them calm in the more serious situations. So it just feels like a natural role for him to take on.
And you also have a ton of experience on the C9 side, right? We talk about the C9 core, and my eyes immediately get drawn to Zeppa, because just like Penny, Zeppa's been playing for a hot minute too, and there's a ton of experience there, a lot of knowledge that Zelsis should be able to lean on here, because remember, in Sentinels, he had, John QT there to kind of take the charge in that and then probably support along the way.
Actually, I think a really good setup for that is their off-season tournaments, where they did play, I think it was in Sun City and Red Bull Homegrounds, and they didn't have like a super successful off-season, but we could still see kind of the foundation being built real time. And so what we did see was a lot of consistency from all of these players on the rosters. They were playing kind of a little bit of a textbook game and textbook rosters, but it still looked pretty good. I mean, they had a couple losses, but
I completely agree. I think they're just kind of in the position during the offseason of just like kind of finding themselves as a five, because we have players that have played together before on previous teams and they were good, and now we're kind of bringing it all together on top of the already established core. So I think it's just about finding their footing, and they had time in the offseason to do that. So hopefully going into kickoff, they're a little bit more polished.
Dude, you know what's funny? I think this matchup is actually going to be like...
That's super exciting.
Yeah, it's super exciting, but it's also like, these are kind of the most... two of the more stable teams that we have in VCT with not that many crazy roster changes.
It's kind of crazy that people are still underselling WoW.
I agree.
Guys, come on, man. Like, are you kidding me right now? This is going to be an excellent matchup. When I saw it on the calendar, I was so ready for it. So, look, folks, we're going to get to the game in just a little bit, but before we do that, let's hear from some of the players about this matchup and get their thoughts before we begin.
So our first matchup is going to be against Loud, and it should be a good one only because no one really knows what they have planned. I think Pancata is a really good player, and he's been around a long time, so they should kind of have some preparation.
Pancata, we're going to do that this round!
I think they have a good roster. A lot of camaraderie there. Zelsis and me and Penny obviously played together back then in V1, so there's some synergy there. I'm sure they have great base, good strategy. Should be a good match.
I've played against everyone before. Obviously, it's a new season, so now it's like time for them to truly like show what they have. From me, I'll be running it down and doing the exact same thing.
He's taking matters into his own, and a rocket. Oxy to see if he can put death blow after death blow. This kid is back in action.
Maybe a couple aces here and there, a couple multi-frags. Other than that, I'll just be running it down and having fun, and that's all I want to do.
Listen, I'm coming in strong this kickoff because I need to take C9 to an international, so I'm expecting a nice 2-0 for us. But if it goes 2-1, then I'll just go bald faster, so it's fine. It's all good.
Oh, Zels, this is one of the follically challenged. I hear you, my friend. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions for this one. If you remember, a little bit of a mixed bag, if you will. We had, okay, so Emily, you went Cloud9. Yep. I went for Loud. And Athena, you went for C9 as well. I'm the odd man.
I don't know. How does it feel?
It feels great. Feels like I'm on an island.
It feels like you want Zelsis to go bald.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been trying to do it for a while now, so this is my final opportunity.
So if I'm cosplaying him, does that mean I have to go bald?
I think you do now.
I think,
and I'll cut
and the
your
red
hair.
has to.
Yeah, I'll do it. I volunteer.
No. This isn't going to be a practice.
Emily has a shaver.
No
we can get this thing going. The community, though, is loving C9. 56.9%. So close. We'll see if whether or not C9 actually comes through here. Look, I'm just going to say real quick, I went with Loud because, truthfully, Emily, I'm really excited about this roster, and I always have faith in Verdi.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. Like kind of Myrna touched on, is they're two teams in very similar situations where they didn't feel a need to like do a whole roster mania type deal. They made minor changes that they think that will actually bring them over that finish line like you were talking about. And I believe it from both sides. Like, even though I did vote Cloud9, I think this is going to be one of the closest matches we're going to have all of kickoff just because of how similar situations they're in.
And let's not forget, that's after we just had an incredibly close matchup for match one, folks. It's time to send it over to the stage guy at that and bring out our squad for their 2026 debut. Here is C9 and Loud.
Riot Games Arena, are you ready? Because make some noise for Cloud9!
Speak fast there.
All right, now it's time for Cloud9 with this new look being led by Zelsis. And you heard in that interview before, what's his job? What's his goal? Get C9 to an international event, and the journey starts right here. It's the Team Myrna that has been so close so many times.
So close, so many times. It always takes them quite a while to get back into it whenever they reach that playoff stage. So this is kind of the time to get those gears turning, show off what they have as a team, and kind of make sure that they set their foot down, especially since Oxy is planning on running it down. They have the vibes ready up there. They're ready to go as a team, and it's just Zelsis and Imi coach combo that we know have been successful in the past. So.
E agora os seus adversários, façam muito barulho para Loud!
And the only way this squad knows how to walk out, Loud making their way to the stage, and this incredible squad filled with players that could very well make a name for themselves here and now, because if they have a dominant performance, Emily, this is a Loud squad that everyone's going to have to be fearful of like they were in the past.
Oh, for sure. And I'm just so excited to see what they're actually bringing into their first match in kickoff with this new leadership. Like, I want to see what they've been cooking and what adjustments they've made to their game plan and strategy. More so, or rather than like the player specifics, right? I'm looking to see how they go about, especially playing against a team that's well-rounded and polished like Cloud9, right? It's not going to be like they're going up against a wild card like Envy. This is going to be, I'm expecting to see some more strategic plays here.
I think both these teams have a really good selection of veterans, and they both have the really good selection of fragging power. They have Luke Show on Loud. They have Oxy on C9. It's really going to be a sick fight. And Haven being the first map picked by C9. I really thought that we were going to see a lot more explosive maps. I feel like Haven is super structurally fundamental. Oh my God, I just spat over there.
I feel like this is going to be a good test because both teams have a new IGL, right?
True.
Both teams are going to be kind of playing the slower game to see how each team is playing. Like, they're trying to figure each other out at the same time because they're brand new teams. It's a brand new year, brand new everything, right? So I don't mind that they're actually taking Haven as the first map because it's going to be kind of mind gamey, right?
I think it's also going to be a really good test for the lurkers because we were talking about Luxio being super aggressive, taking that space and getting information. So I think that's going to be a really big test for him specifically because Haven is just such a big map. You have 3 different sites. You need to make some sort of presence on both sides of the map, 2 different sides in order to get, you know, some sort of read on what the other team's doing.
I do feel like the lurking playmaker is going to be the story of this matchup here, especially when you have Luxio on that other side. You have to wonder, though, if you are C9 and Coach Jimmy here, Emily, you got to be prepared for that, right? You have to have a game plan to stop Luxio as much as a game plan you could possibly conjure up to stop him.
Yeah, I really don't think Cloud9's going to be caught too much off guard. Like, I think Luxio will find his time because that's what he was really good at, right, in the past. But I also think Cloud9 is one of those teams that are going to be more aware of that. And I could even see them trying to put a stop early to Luxio early on and punish him and force him to kind of play into their game rather than vice versa.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more aggressive plays at the beginning of rounds, even on defensive sides from C9, because that is kind of what I'm expecting. I know Oxy said he's going to run it down, but like strategically run it down, kind of get the information.
Amy won't let him do that unless that's the game plan.
He has the reins on Oxy right now.
but I do think that's a great point. And hey, he's playing Neon, so technically could run it down. So it does work out. And yes, I think that is exactly what I wanted to see. A C9 that comes out of the gate hot, that looks to get in their faces early on. But conversely, on the other side, I actually want to see that from Loud too. I want to see these guys really clash. Not on site. I want to see them clash in the middle of the map sometimes. Get a knife fight going, you know what I mean? Just like we used to do back in the 50s.
In the 50s? Damn!
I was waiting for you guys to catch that.
Anyway, so these comps look pretty, I'm going to say they look pretty basic. They're almost copycat. I mean, you have the Yoru instead of the Neon. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, hey, we heard the breakdown from our analysts. Let's see how this one plays out. Send it over to your casters for map 1. It's some of my favorite people. It's the Bren and the Egg.
You can admit that's actually fine, to be honest. But let's get into it, man. I mean, the second match of the day for our opening day of 2026 VCT for Americas, and we're taking a look at 2 of these teams, and a lot of the teams in Americas, honestly, are just reinventing themselves, almost, you know, back to school kind of vibes to a certain degree as well. Cloud9 trying to shake off the Nepo baby allegations almost as well, right? And you've got Loud, which is this team that came in last year. They were getting 11th, 12th in stage 1, stage 2. They are looking for a much better beginning here for 2026, and they've put together this combination of players now on either side. Cloud9 go back to some old familiar faces, and for Loud themselves as well, going in a completely different direction really as well.
There's great old combinations here, right? It's Celsius recombining with Imi, and then adding Penny into the mix. Players that have played together before a long time ago. I love the fact that Verti is getting to play alongside Darker.
Yeah.
They were playing on the best LATAM North team very recently, until both of them have ended up in Tier 1. Very classic pistol here for C9. Bit of a walk down mid. Killjoy set up on A, and that's where the whole of Loud are going.
It's silent across the board, no noise cues.
Oxy and Luxio both going for the new weapon, the Bandit.
Yeah, putting that one into work nice and early. Lambot's going to be catching a contact here of Verti. Wants to make sure that, gets rid of the supplementary util. That's a snake bite at your feet. Cloud9 looking like they are eager to get involved into the mix. There's a dart that's going to be pulled out of them nice and early. So Loud can be happy with this, honestly, in terms of the equation, the way the utilities worked out. Oxy, though, deep forward, posted, looking for that first fight and engagement, but the shot's just going wide. Wants to back out. Worried about the backstab.
Bandit v Bandit there. Luxio, good awareness to check that. It's a tapping gun. You gotta be accurate with it.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay.
Through 3 different walls.
Yep. Straight to the dome.
Was that a pixel angle? It must have been, but from Luxio's POV, it looked like he was just had no hope.
That's a nasty little dink there. Zelsa's going to be backed up, but he does have players ready and waiting to reinforce most of this site. Kills starting to flood in through, and Penny standing his ground, holding it down alongside Oxy. It's a clean one here for the opener.
Look at the value from the Neon. He was able to get the kill on the flank and run his little legs all the way back to A.
Yep.
And plays to support Penny. A good pistol round setup, though, for Cloud9. The game plan there from Imi, really giving them an advantage right from the beginning. God, the reactions to hit that. It's not like Luxio was wide swinging through it. He was setting up to try to clear that, but that's still pretty nasty. Oxy in the press conference was saying how much he enjoys playing with this new gun. He said it was like a Guardian on the pistol round.
Yeah, that's how I kind of feel about it as well. But a lot of players, I mean, hit or miss with it in terms of their initial reactions towards it.
They gave me a faulty one when I tried it in ranked.
Yeah, I mean, you need to calm down your aim at times. It's got a bit of kick to it.
Still, Zelsis here locking down the A site. It's not going to be your standard setup, I would imagine. Usually, these teams like to run the Killjoy on C, but for now, that's Oxy's domain with the Outlaw. And it is similar to the pistol, isn't it? Loud, fully grouped up over towards A, Oxy pinning them in from behind, and C9 ready to defend on the site. Just about off grabbing, setting yourselves up for the future.
Sure. I wonder if this is the kind of meta development now of Haven as well, with these double controller comps, the Viper being ran. Now, in the past, you could just run a Sova, dart into lobby, you could jiggle the angle maybe, but that Viper wall that cuts all the way across, you see it on the attack side, that does cause issues. Trying to hold on to that space.
This is going to cause issues.
Yeah, Oxy posted deep as anything, jumping around. Guess what? Bandit is a secondary. Overwhelmed, though.
Very aggro from him, swinging forwards onto the angle.
He's handed the gun over. Can Loud do anything about it? Here's the thing. Penny is going to be the gatekeeper now. Pushing them back and away from the site, and they hear that gun go off, and that is the danger zone. Warning shots. Not just that, honestly, doing the damage and time running short.
10 seconds left.
Loud running out of answers here for a round like this. Just need to go down before the time runs out. So, a bit of economical damage was done.
Feeding up Penny's ultimate, though, fairly early on. He's 6-0, top of the scoreboard. Penny's a great addition to this team. He's proven his flexibility and ability to fill in as that glue guy for squad after squad after squad, and kind of started his journey alongside Zelsis and Imi way back in the dawn of time.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so now the pressure's back onto Loud. And this is a newer version of the team that's hoping to get rid of that curse that was following them last year.
And right the wrongs of the past, because it's an org that's used to success.
It's been a long time, though, since there's been fear when that Loud walkout music comes on. They used to be the final bosses.
Not so much these days, but always potential to turn the ship around here. Pancada's just holding on to that A short control, making sure that it's a potential pivot option in case Loud want to go that way, but okay. Straight into the sideline of Vic. A lot of damage done. That's Verdi dropped down to 10 HP and a kill claimed, collected. Zelsis picked off.
Completely caught out by that insert Pancada. Because Loud did the 5-man plays on round 1 and 2, he wasn't thinking about it at all. And this is still a bonus, but it looks like a very clean one here for Loud.
Yeah, Cloud9 just taking more and more risks as they lose those players. You can see them now getting picked off across the board. Oxy still going to be lying in wait.
He'd have to have an outrageous clip here.
I never want to doubt him. Guardian in hand now. Smokes popped. Dart's going to be avoided. Oh my, good movement from Kawazine. Just making it nice and ajar there with the movement. Darker cleans it up towards the end, so Loud on the board with the 1.
And even when they were losing last year, Loud were always playing close games.
Yeah, they were like the best team at the bottom, essentially.
The best team to ever lose everything.
Yes, yeah, always playing these close games.
Well, they had unbelievable individual performances at times as well. You know, Pancada's dropping 30 bombs, Luke Show with some of the best rookie performances we've ever seen in Stage 1 last year. And yet, you know, they could not translate that into wins. And they are certainly hoping to change that around. In some sense, it's really unlikely to be putting up performances like that over and over and not be winning.
Smoke in the face of Oxy, not to be dismayed, wants to take that fight. Beautiful trade from Darker. He's instant on the line. Quick with it, removing the star player, Cloud9.
Luke Show's looking for a walk down mid. That's the kind of thing that Oxy would be going for, though. I'm not sure there's too many other players on C9 that would like to go for a risk like that. Once you've picked off Oxy, I think a lot of that threat has disappeared. And Loud call for the group up into a B pop, waiting on that Viper fuel over towards the A connector.
Going to be able to go into the hit momentarily. Drone to pave the way, Zelsis. Takes this as a chance and a timing to be found, potentially. No one was watching this onto the double door, and that means back's open towards it. Bullet straight there. Back in the dome of Kawazine, he's dropped in a spike with it. They have the B site, Loud, but at what cost? They have to make a play forwards to claim a little bit more space. Luke Show, sharp. Penny going down. It's up to Zelsis now to see if he can do it once more, but he just can't compete against talent like that. Luke Show picking up where he left off the start of 2025.
His mechanics are absurd. You put him in those spots where he just gets to take 1v1s and it feels like he's favored almost every time. He's bailed his team out of a bad position here.
Bit of spam to the back, Verti. There's bullets raining down onto him. No kill though for Zeppa here. Takes it forwards, Luke Show. There's no getting past him. Hold on, Vic. Might be able to do it. Quick as anything on those first two, but just could not convert it towards the end.
Yeah, Darker picking up where Luke Shaw left off. It's 2-2 right now. Vic nearly being a hero. But these two kills from Luke Shaw just changed the round so much. Yeah. And Vic, when he went for that jump spot, was not expecting Darker to be playing exactly on top of the spike. It's a really odd off angle. Thinking about him playing more towards logs. And there goes the C9 economy. Now, is anyone going to go for the bandit here? Yeah, Penny goes for it. He picks it up. While Vic goes for the Sheriff.
Yeah, I do think this is the best place for it.
Yeah, these super light buy rounds where you don't want to invest too much. Yeah, light armor and a bandit. I mean, definitely chances if they go towards Penny.
Can't go wrong.
But if they go towards Penny, it is into the entire stack as well.
Right.
Cloud9 have gambled over towards A.
That's where most of the starting default has been from Loud, so it's a fair gamble. And guess from them, they're going to be moving up, claiming a lot of space, looking to see if they can step themselves into lobby, but Loud are going to steadily realize that most of this area is free territory.
Is Luke Shaw going to be pressured on the flank?
Yep, finds the one. Backs himself out. That's an all popped off immediately. Oxy raring to go. Not content with that. That's a spike drop down in their laps. That's been left.
A massive mistake from Darker.
Verti is going to be able to get this one back immediately. Dimensional drift straight back to the rest of his team now. Reclaiming that space. Stabilizing. I know perhaps that he didn't really want to use in that scenario, but it does settle the situation for now.
Oxy's got a rifle in his hand, though.
Yeah, two of these guns, that's what I mean. Oxy's ult may have run out, but he's still a danger player. Waiting for his team to make a lot of noise now so he can just activate towards the flank. So darting towards the back, the Paranoia, perfect. Still cutting it close towards the back of the side. That is a hail of lead, and Oxy's time to strike. Still there, brings it into the 1v1 and a chance for an ace. Got to find out where the last player is. Twisting, turning, tapping, see if he can pull him out wide into the open. But as Pancado would have put a stop to it.
Very close there, though, on a complete thrifty. Loud nearly making the mistakes necessary for C9 to mop that one up. You can understand why Darker would go for that, right? Like, he's swinging to try to help his teammate. In his head, he's like, I got to help Luke Shaw here. But he's got the spike. And it's a good job that Loud got all three of those kills on the players coming back into spawn. Because Oxy, if he'd had an idea of where Pancada was, may have been on for the ace there. And C9 are going to look to try to take attack timeout. They're in a spot now where they can start to get the operator online. Their economy's in an all right position after 3 losses in a row. But something worth mentioning, on the attack side of Haven, I think of this map as being where attack side IGLs are the most tested.
Sure.
Or at least it's like these 3-side maps, they really test the fundamentals of how you push and pull, put inserts into places, pick the right side to finish. And we were talking to the team earlier on, and Pancada's IGLing. So that's, you know, it's a player who has done that a little bit, but is mostly known not really for that role.
No.
And this is going to be a real test for him this year. You know, it was Robbie BK last year, right? Loud went in a completely different direction, tried to open the team up massively. English-speaking roster, bring in an IGL from EMEA. And, you know, they were close to getting some wins, but you don't want to be close to getting a couple of wins.
No, you want to be
making sure
at least secure them. Yeah, converting them, right? It's kind of mirrored on both sides as well, because Zelsis is being asked to pick up those IGLing duties, which he's got a lot of experience. He's played on a lot of teams at this point.
Same for both players, isn't it?
Yeah, but the IGLing is something that you're going to be seeing tested for the first time. So, wonderful opener in the form of Haven. See where they stand.
Zelsis set up here to try to protect Oxy a little bit against the C-split, and that's exactly what Loud have gone into.
Oxy's waiting on top plat there with the operator, but he misses that first shot.
But this is going to play in Zelsis.
Reposition. It's a lockdown, though. We'll be forced to respect that one. There is a gap towards the back of the side, be good to imagine. Loud are going to have some util to clear that one, just in case, so evacuation has got to be fast
where
here.
Are they going?
You got to get the hell out all the way. That's going to be entertainment, surely. Yeah, on at least the one.
Still a little bit surprised that they didn't try to get into that back plat area, but respecting Loud, figuring that there was going to be a follow-up maybe with Kawanzin's ult.
Right.
But they've just given them the whole of the C site here. Cloud9 forced to play retake with an op. Not how they'd want it this round to go.
No, it's never ideal. They would want to pick at least to be in this spot and position. Gearing up though. Swap the weapons around, get that rifle into the hands of the young gunner. Here he goes. Moving forwards, it's a big reveal. Straight through the box as a player eliminated. Pancada's down and out for the count. Making a move on now as well, but these smokes still blooming in their faces. Darker's left to try and hold this one back. And hold it back he will. That is elite stuff. It's a 3-piece, maybe enough damage done. Zephyr, last one left here for Cloud9. See if he can pick up these pieces, but too much to really overcome. Time's ticking. And with it, the chance is gone like that. This is Loud leading now by 2 rounds.
And they've destroyed the Cloud9 economy again. I mean, despite the fact that they've got max loss bonus, there goes the operator, and suddenly you're working with a scrappy buy if you decide to invest. Where's this Darker 3K come from?
Just holding them back.
Yeah, just holding the back and not getting traded out effectively by the C9 players on the retake. And look at this, the buy looking pretty horrid here for Cloud9. This is now 4 in a row, and Loud are running away with things.
That's ult's committed here from Cloud9 despite the weaker weapons. Vic had his chance, even damage done. That's no kill though. Unlucky stuff. Verdi dropped down to 5.
Yeah, he actually got a headshot on the real Yoru and then was like, I gotta finish this guy off. just in case.
Precarious spot though for Loud. Tapping away.
Ulting from Penny over towards A is a really heavy investment.
They've overloaded it with Killjoy Util on the other side, so both avenues making sure that it's locked down. You don't want to be wading into that.
Vic hitting the shot early on onto Verti might have actually stopped the C-side from being overrun early on, and that was where the weakness lay for Cloud9. And the drone is going to see that this is not a stacked site. But they're worried about people flooding back in.
I think they saw the dart and they were worried about it. Bit of a weird spot to be in, to be honest, if you are Loud, but they are sniffing out at least the weaknesses in terms of where the defense is. Wall in your face, though, makes it again even more difficult. Deep down into the back, both flash is going to be used now. Tap. Look for the next signs of life. Any bits and pieces of util that could be pulled out, but now going for the full committal. Let's start with an ult of his own online.
It's that's going to give a lot of space though for Zelsis and Zephyr to get in with the stingers.
It's pushed Darker completely out of the pit. They can really flood in and get a move on here. Tap forwards as well. It's going to be forcing Darker back into the action, into the mix as well. A lot of damage done from these guns, and the rifle differential might be enough really to save the day. Comes down a bit of that random RNG. Ult even expended towards the end just to secure it up.
It's an expensive round, but it's another on the board for Loud. 5 in a row. I think it's a good job at least that they didn't all try to play inside the Viper's pit there, because that could have got extremely chaotic and bad for Loud. But they threw it down and it ended up just acting as like chip damage for the retakers as they were coming through. And Darker was playing outside of the pit more than he was playing inside of it by the end. His weapons back on board though for C9, and Oxy not going for the operator. Deciding he's had enough of that gun. Get a Phantom into the hand. But they need a better read on where Loud are headed.
Cover going out. Looks very much all in. Posturing like it, at least. The spike is not in their hands, so... Poking and prodding.
Verti's one away from his ultimate with the orb.
That's big.
That now gives them the opportunity to get in onto sites easier, to assess whether or not there's a stack going on. And Cloud9 do have a stack on the A site, but they can also drop off A in the mid-round and play for the retake with Zelsis' ult. Just depends how they feel the round's going.
It's fake pressure. They're trying to fake it like they're taking over towards the A side. Just a drone.
And look at the teleport.
Dimensional drift.
Yeah, back over towards C so they can clear. They can fake A, clear C, and go for the hit.
Spot where Vic is as well. The pings are coming out, so they know he's sitting down towards the back of the site. Nothing to really push him back. Spraying it down.
Well, now it comes down
to bullets.
Now it comes up to the counter plan. How do you deal with Zelsis' ultimate? And he nearly got picked off before he could even use it.
You're potentially finding it here. This is fast and loose. Verdi there, instantly there with a trade. Lockdown, drop down through the window. We'll have to respect it now, giving them a lot of space. Cloud9 going to be eager to take this one here. Wall and a smoke propped up, a lot of spam. Nice and early here. It's damage done. Oxy is feeling weak as anything, but listen, Cloud9 are backing it up with really stronger than words. It's the guns in their hands that are doing the work here. Coverage on every single angle. Clean stuff from Cloud9.
Very good positioning from Vic there up top. I love that spot. He likes to play on defense quite a bit, especially against teams that default with that see smoke. But here in the retake, it's just perfect for covering the diffuser. But this round mainly just comes down to the ults, right? Cloud9 know that they can play one of the sites in this situation, C, soft, play for the retake with the Killjoy ult. And Loud didn't come up with a fast or effective enough plan to deal with that. But now you can't go back to that. It's a one-time deal for Cloud9.
That's 4 players gearing up for a bit of a scrap over towards A lobby with potential for an opt-in. Loud, we've got players here. TP into the corner. That's going to be her, but that's a reveal into it. Okay, flashes. Matter not. Yeah, the rest of the team happy to supplement it with that extra firepower.
Oxy getting detected.
Dominating it.
Oxy getting detected almost acted as bait there. It lured in some of the rest of the Loud players.
Luke Shaw hoping for a half clearance, but not quite the case. Hold on, players and bodies collateraled up. Dropped at a moment notice, but still, Penny's there. Saved the day, ensured it doesn't get out of hand.
Did Cowan see? Yeah, he knows he's here now.
That is so much damage. Penny dropped to 2 HP. Regen shield going to be kicking in. Kawazine, he's been handed a couple of chances.
Yeah, these are slim options, but they are options being given to him. He's got a great idea of where at least 2 players on the map are right now.
40 seconds roughly to play with. House money. Turret. Going to be catching him here, so that's going to be alerting most of Cloud9 here. Celsius's job really just holding it back. They want to play this one retake with the player advantage that they've got.
Celsius setup just gave them so much information in this round, right? Turret contact. They know he's not hopping up garage window.
Penny forwards, he's the first one. No way! There was a chance and there was a world. Celsius there, though. Safe pair of hands from him.
That is a crucial trade out for C9.
Yes, it is.
Celsius, new addition, new IGL, team captain, team leader, steps up when asked. And draws it to an only 1 round gap. This decision to fight over A lobby in this round could not have worked better for Cloud9.
It's a really good adjustment, I think, as well. Knowing how Loud have been starting at the beginning of the buy rounds. Defaulting towards A.
They default A unless they need an on-tour.
It's that we did it, baby.
I've heard him say that before. A few years away from being a rookie in VCT Americas. You'll see him on the stage in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And now it's actually economically Loud are in a little bit of a pinch here. They can force up, but it's not looking like the prettiest buy in the world. And as you head really late in this first half, there are chances for Cloud9 to catch up. Oxy looking to reinvest back into that operator. And so probably Cloud9 not going for the same level of A lobby crunch. And no ult super close for Loud, so you wouldn't expect them to go for that C default. I think the read so far has been if they're 1 away, they do tend to C default, otherwise they're trying to go towards A, push back the A player.
Yeah, keeping it simple with the calling.
My question is, where does Oxy go? Because the normal setup that we've seen with Oxy's op is that he was going over towards C with the Outlaw, and then leaving Celsius to pick up A.
I was just thinking that. I mean, this modern era, the way that Haven's been played, you got double smokes in your face. The common lines that you used to be able to take as an operator player, you're kind of just pushed into a C-shaped box, really, aren't you? Down this long angle. New start, though, here for round 10. Drone will be broken.
Feels like quite a bit of C pressure, and instead, Pancada's got the troops slow walking down short.
That's the problem with this Viper wall. Vic is having to jiggle the angle.
Well, that was
confirmation.
But it was only Luke Chosine, I think.
Yeah, he's going to be thinking it's just the one, potentially double up, group up. Smokes are now coming up in their faces here. The guns rattling off in either direction. And with these bullets, there's an orb to play in and around. Zeppa still a threat. No real way that Loud can get past this one here, but they're just biding their time, waiting for the orb to run out of juice.
It's a great decision there for Zeppa to just play his life. Makes it so hard for Loud to get out.
Fine time for the rest of his team to get back into the fight too. Zeppa just unleashes. That to be sidestepped here. And Loud. It's a round for them that's just in the gutter.
And Zeppa's out again. Drone back in to see if he can get the tag onto Pancada. But a 1v4 I don't think is on the cards here. Does have ult to try to reposition.
Clean.
Don't want to call it too early. Zelsis realizes that he can reposition. Zelsis has to head over to cover that C.
Yeah. 7 bullets left to work with. Commit to the reload. And you're right, the ult threat of it pulls the Cloud9 players apart across the map here. They still have Penny and Zeppo waiting. That's a dart that comes back online, gets the reveal. Shock darts forwards, 10 seconds remaining. What is your call? Commit to the plan. Zeppo twisting and turning is the player on half HP. Time still remaining, but all Penny has to do is run at him to secure that round win.
Clean finish there for Cloud9, and they've come straight back into this game, haven't they? Look like Loud were running away with things, but this A defense has been solid, actually. Love the way that Zeppo played it. I think the game plan for Loud was good. They got the initial jump onto Vic, but Vic was good enough to be able to take one with him. And Loud bottled it a little bit, decided not to commit. Op's gone. C9 looking to push down C. Teams kind of rotating clockwise around the map here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast play, I think, towards A, perhaps.
Wow, holding the paranoia off contact. That's a lot of faith in Oxy.
Yeah, it really is. Pancada was umming and ahhing about placing a smoke over towards Heaven. TP play, perhaps, as well. There it is. Smoke blooms. TP is a go. Sitting nice and snug into the back of the side, but with that wall up and the molly's popped up, Zelsis, he knows he can take a free fight. Still, players are trying to get active. He can't land it. Zeppo's there, sealing up the gaps in the sight.
He's just danced a jig on him. That is disrespect. And Oxy's got him boxed in.
Penned into a corner. Oxy, worse for wear, but still alive, and he does claim the kill onto Darker. Kawazine tagged up, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
At least they finally got Zelsis, but that's diabolical.
It's crazy stuff.
Incredible punish there. They really had a great idea of how they wanted to shut down Pancada going for that ult play. But then, look at him, he's got his knife out, thinking about going back into the orb, bailed out by a teammate. Zeppo's been immaculate on this A defense. Luke Show's hoping that one was not shown in the replay.
Well, bad news for you.
Look at the buy.
Yeah.
Luke Show with a bookie. Kawazine with a stinger.
Bottom of the barrel, really.
C9 running the exact same round that they just had in round 11. They figured the C players were never seen. Let's run it back, do it again.
It's a deep push. Vic reinforcing over towards B. No signs of life on A or towards C with that deep push, so they felt like it was going to be a bit more explosive here. Luke Show has that lockdown now. It's going to be clearing the way over towards B.
The fight here could happen over towards Garage, though. If Kawazine goes for that refight, you know, after the post plan, someone on Cloud9's got to deal with it.
Detainment towards the end, a bit of a mistake there, perhaps, but it is a kill. Nevertheless, going away of Cloud9. They can wait this one out. Happy to do so. A lot of pressure now on this flank, potentially paying off. Oxy lying in wait. Takes out Kawazine. It's a big, big kill. He's the one with the ult to try and deny and delay a little bit more. That time here, still, as this fight comes forwards, there it is. Overdrive popped off into the hands of him. Kawazine just barely catching the kill onto Vic. Does have that ult, but listen, in a spot like this, there's only so much you can do.
There's
to
no
tag,
way.
to kill, but he's being pressured and half already earned up. This will be that 7-5 finish. It was a half here for Cloud9.
It took them a while to adjust. 4 rounds in a row very early on for Loud, but C9 got what they needed and started putting their players into positions, funneling Loud into sites that they were super ready to defend. And the retakes, one on C and a couple on B, did end up looking clean.
Let's go, baby.
see what direction Haven goes towards the second half here between these two teams. I mean, Cloud9 were making all the right adjustments towards the end, string of rounds that they were able to build up based on the reads they were getting from Loud's play. And the pressure is going to fall on the shoulders of the Loud coaches and Pancada, various voices that are going to be there to see right the wrongs moving forward. It is a fresh start, of course, so listen, any of that prior conditioning, get it out the window.
Yeah, I think Pancada was trying to call these really slow rounds where he was looking to default at the beginning, insert somebody somewhere, go back to them, prioritize ult orbs, get these rounds going. It all made sense. I'm wondering if Zellsis decides to send it a bit more. Because a lot of these rounds were not that quick. We didn't see straight off the bat burst plays like we were seeing from Envy, you know, in the previous match that we just watched. So when you have somebody like Oxy, sometimes you just got to let him off the leash a little.
That's 3 sheriffs I'm seeing.
Yeah, well, that implies they're going for something a little slower, a little more long range, I would imagine.
Zephyr and Zellsis are potentially looking to take a fight down C long with them. Wall up really feels difficult for Sova players.
Yeah,
this day and age, man. 60 seconds on the dart, a wall in your face. You're like, okay, well, I just give up.
Well, yeah, Zephyr already used his dart on a bit of a C fake, trying to pull those defenders, and he has.
Deep alarm bot, though.
That's a nice one from Lucio.
Yeah.
After the barrier drops, get it deep into long. Gives you that really advanced information. And that might have changed Zellsis' plans a little bit. Sending people back over to C, where they originally had that insert. Can Verti hold against 3 sheriffs staring at him?
He's left guessing here, and it was a jump spot, but he's wide out into the open here. Bad face could mean doom and defeat for him. That's a paranoia. Forced to respect it. There's a wall up, though, that he can play around. Body's moving in, though. That is beautiful, at least with a snake bite. Still gets one for his trouble. And now swarming in towards the back. Overwhelming. And that's the call made by Cloud9. I'm going to take this one full force.
I mean, it's a really nice fight at the backside.
Pancada, hold on, refighting into him. Penny. Dome clean off here for Pancada. Lucio might have been able to find that angle, but that face! Oh, Cloud9 are relentless here. Everything they do on the same page, ensuring that there is no hesitation. And now an insert towards default. 2 players onto long. They know how to play towards their win cons. Kawazine sniffs out the first upgrade obtained, but again left guessing where these players could be. One way, up and about. Bullets ran out. Feels like an impossibility here for Kawazine. You need some divine intervention for Cloud9, though, to pistol round that they can stack up, keep this momentum moving.
I love that post plant from C9. They took 3 different fights in post plant, all coordinated together. This push into backside was lovely, and then the push into garage, and then they triple swung again. That is really good, these dynamic post plants, where you don't just take positions, you take fights and you move around. This is actually something that, to get nerdy for a second, this is something that Cloud9 in like 2023, I think it was, were really, really good at.
Yeah.
When they went, I think it was 8-1 in group stage, something crazy. And then choked in playoffs, obviously. But this version of Cloud9 we saw last year has kind of got over that. It's a different team, who knows, maybe it'll come back to bite them.
Don't say that, yeah.
But
crazy stuff.
With last year's squad, making 4th in Stage 2 playoffs, I really thought they got over their demons.
Yeah, walkabouts here from Loud are on the weaker bite. Looking for kills, looking for information, anything they can garner. Will be a standard affair really here at this point. Open site given up. Loud looking to not just feed those ultimates.
Spikes planted.
And Zephyr trying to get his on as early as possible. So if there was a player to go hunting, it would presumably be him.
Yep, Sheriff in hand. He's not worried about losing it.
You probably wait for a little bit, see if Loud are going to commit to some kind of retake, but Loud are pure playing to die to spike here. These are not positions for you to set up and go for a C retake.
No.
So at some point, we'll see Zephyr go hunting, I would imagine.
Real hard spot, though, to fight back from for Loud.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's going to be inevitable, really, that 9th round up for Cloud9. Very strong when it comes to keeping these weapons as well. It's going to be a good bonus that they can lead into round 15 for Zephyr. Hunting. One of the players does get the one before he goes down, and Celsius trying to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge, actually. They only lost 2 pistols out the back of that, and now Zephyr's 1 away from getting his ult.
That is insane, really.
If I'm Loud, though, I'm thinking, right, Zephyr's 1 away from ult. maybe he could plant to get it, but it's possible that they see default at the beginning of this round to play for the orb. So if I'm Loud, I'm thinking, can we get a punish together to deny this orb over towards C? And as you look at the minimap, that's exactly what C9 appear to be going for. See default, see if you can get this overall online. Do Loud have a game plan that's good enough here to punish them for it? Do you re-peek in after a drone? They're holding, waiting for the recon.
Just holding that position. Oh, squares up anyway. Doesn't go for the drone, takes the fight up against Oxy. Head-to-head, duelist v duelist. With Oxy removed, you might think that they slow down the pace here, but Cloud9 are looking to take this one fully forwards. Claiming it up now, Luke Show. He's there. Towards the back, this wall. There's a lot to chew through as it goes down. Smoke to replace it. Awkward spot that Cloud9 have been placed in.
These players, though, if they're just quiet, might find opportunities once smokes dissipate, because Loud are going to have to peek for info.
And here it is. There's a chance, but the shot's missed off anyway. Zephyr potentially could have had it there in the palm of his hands. The rest are Loud, though, ready to contain. Fully in control. Listen, Stinger.
How has that happened?
Stinger is still a menace, apparently.
How has that happened?
If you got the second one, I'd be having words, but...
Really well predicted by Loud there. Knew exactly what was going to happen, but now, you know, it's a rifle v rifle round and Zephyr's got that ult online. So C9 can go for something. A little bit too ABC calling there in that round from Zelsis, I think. A bit too predictable, and Pancada was all over it. But now that you have the ult, okay, he's just going to go straight back into something similar. See default, see if you can set up for a post plant where Zephyr's going to have a Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, or even just see exec with the Hunter's Fury. Push past into the back of the site. Thorn in their side so far for them trying to work towards it. Okay, just a committal into it. Does clear off the operator. Due diligence as well, sent flying forwards, but that's a snake bite to cut it up onto the cross. Cloud9 are going to have to fight their way past and forwards, vulnerable up for a moment.
Oxy has slide. They don't even commit it, actually, to fight into backside. Now, are Cloud9 going to go for those same post-plant fights that we saw them use on the pistol round? At the moment, it feels a little more static.
Yeah, not willing to smoke play. It's a smoke on the turret. Kamazine slipping the net. Now Swarm, Luke Show looking to see if he can pull some of these players out into the open with their potential positioning. Kamazine, he's noted though. Spotted out in the end here. Penny! He's dominating so far to the side here, but it could go either way. Flip of a coin, really. Kamazine playing that pressure. Moving forward steadily, seeing if he can chip this one up. Celtics just trying to stay alive, play his life into this one because time is ticking. It was an early plan from Cloud9. He knows the win cons well at the back of his head, and he knows that Loud have no chances in it.
I mean, Zelsis plays that situation as well as you could ask him to. He just ties Kamazine up in knots on the flank. Nothing that Kamazine could do to accelerate the fight and force it to happen earlier. And in the end, that's technically a Red Bull clutch. Penny with huge impact there, getting 2 towards Garage. The rest of Cloud9 holding it down as Zelsis covers the flank.
That retake was shit. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it was Zelsis, man. He's holding back.
Yeah, I think we didn't really get to see the fight on site happen too much, though. They threw out Paranoia and didn't really get in there off the back of it. Verti's got his op again.
Smoke in your face, denying that op line.
And at this point, it's Loud that are starting to become predictable. Verti's been neutralized here, forced to go on a different angle.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier, Operators 2026 on Haven with these double smokes.
Yeah.
You're really just forced into a few predictable positions. Verdi, he's not being able to get anything done. He's going to hear these footsteps, moving forwards, taking, again, front section, trying to divide, and Kong get a dart. Doesn't connect, doesn't really hit at all. Darker's just holding it down almost by himself at Cloud9. Plenty more action where that came from.
The trades look so rough onto Darker. I thought he might have been able to win the round just by getting those kills and escaping. But then C9 in a flurry pick up 3, including the Yoru as he TP'd away. That's brutal for Verti.
Yeah, Pancada just trying to clear it most of this way. He's going to be bitterly disappointed at this one because that Paranoia's not catching onto anyone. Again, that proactivity of Cloud9.
And it's the same retake that Loud have gone for pretty much every time. I mean, Pancada is constantly in that spot. Paranoia through to default. It's the same rhythm, and Cloud9 have got the read on it at this point. And this, I think, is somewhat similar to what we saw in the first half, where C9 got the read on what Loud was doing, downloaded them, and then that was it. 5 rounds in a row, they just ran it. C9 get up to 11, a 5-round lead here.
Yeah.
And this is without, in this second half, Loud having their streak. This is just all C9.
Kept it moving. Small interruption in round 15. But other than that, you can see Cloud9 consistently getting that spike down.
And it's all been on the C side, really, as well.
Yeah.
This is the time to swap things up. It's an anti-eco. Maybe you're expecting Loud to stack over towards C. I say now's the time to swap things up. I'm looking at Zeppa going for the same drone play to start the round, potentially. Or at least a shock.
Dart. Dealt with. Snakebite. Ricocheting into the back behind Platt.
But the spike is in mid-window right now with Oxy.
Yeah.
And 3 players on Loud starting to push out A lobby, at least getting into deep positions. Zeppa does not have his drone to re-clear that. So going back into A right now is super dangerous for Cloud9.
Could be deadly. I mean, Celtics has gone down just for the Marshall. Darker locking down that avenue. And danger lurks around every single corner. As you mentioned, this is a nasty position to try and play around with no drone in sight.
Yeah, this is kind of horrible.
Tiptoeing around, a bit of noise being made though, so hand is revealed. Kawazine stepping up again, trying to really activate. Verdi Oxy glides to the side to make sure to put the damage in where it really hurts.
Does he know about Pancada though?
May have heard it potentially, but looks like Pancada closed up a lot of those sound cues, and with that bandit in hand, yeah, quick work made of Oxy.
Penny took a lot of damage early on in this round.
30 seconds left.
I believe from the Marshall. And now it's all left on him. Doesn't look particularly winnable.
20 seconds to play with. It's an open sight. I've just got to play this one with a lot of discipline. Doesn't matter about the weaponry really at this point when Penny is on 24 health. And he knows he has to make an aggro play here.
Cloud9 have been going for aggro plays in the post plant every time. Like, surely they expect this. He's looking for the alarm bot. It's not there.
Forwards. It's all being watched for though. Does have the rifle. Players are making their way in now. Darker trying to set his team up, just spotted off to the side, and yeah, barely took anything. Swift Breeze would have done him in here, so Loud is still alive for now.
Actually, really good awareness. I assume it was Verti who originally did the Marshall damage, even though it's now in Darker's hands. So he's been able to com that he hit him for 101. Whereas if that was, you know, a player that was still alive, maybe you don't know that you've 100% confirmed that damage.
Sure.
Ooh. I do love an angry Yimmy. Sorry if that makes me a bad person, but man, I love an angry Yimmy.
He's giving us those Coach Cam reactions.
Thank
There's
you.
the death slam, yes, okay.
We love it.
Get a few more of those
Speed it up,
in.
200%. Put them all together. I don't count Oxy out of this round, though. He's got a Neon ult. C9 on an eco of their own would love to turn things around. And there's only 2 players at home here on A.
This is aggro as anything. Oh, he's seen it, spotted it. There's blood in the water, and he sniffed it out. Eager to chomp down, bite away. Some of these players still looking to see if they can sit nice and pretty again with those smokes. Blossomed up, but he's just spotted out into the open. Hold on, he's jumping straight into that anchor smoke. And Verdi, you're not escaping the ire. Not right now. Overwhelmed with the bodies. Pancada trying to offload it and offset that disadvantage, but just like that. Spin of a dime. Luke Show. His life claimed as he was leaping out of the sky.
I think he had to take a timing like that, though. 2v3 playing into a pit. Basically got no chance unless you find a ridiculous timing like that, leaping out of heaven. So I respect the play, but C9 have run over that Loud A defense. 2 players that were not ready for that level of tempo.
It's rapid.
Oxy looks so good when he has the Neon ult in hand. Normally, I would say I slightly prefer the Yoru composition on Haven. I think it gives you more ability to move around the map. But Oxy go burr.
Yeah, giving Oxy that ability to just flip a switch, activate, turn up the tempo immediately. Doesn't need to rely really too much on his team, just a raw aim.
He did it on defense as well, didn't he?
Yeah, it's real dangerous stuff in the hands of a player like him. And just like that, weaker by matter not, up to 12.
And it's not even the most expensive it could have been. C9 get themselves up to map point with Zelsis still having an ult set pretty in the bank. They could play around that if they wanted to. Verti getting overwhelmed inside of that anchor smoke. Really sealed the deal. for Loud.
I just run it down, bro. These guys are too scared.
Well, there's the read. He's 19 and 13. I can just run it down. They're scared.
Yep. Not willing to take fights against him.
Well, if there was any action from Loud that would have confirmed Oxy's suspicions, it would be the cowardly tack timeout.
Oh, of course.
Coming out immediately
yeah,
afterwards.
pause in the play.
You are clearly shook.
Yeah.
Massive ultimates available here for Loud, but 5 in a row that they would need to put up. They got a 5-round streak in the first half, but in this second, there's been nothing even close.
No.
No operator money available for Verti. Actually, he might have been able to scrap something together, but it looks from our end like he's going for the rifle instead. They've got ults for Plant Denial with Kawanzin's Hunter's Fury. They've got ults for Retake with Luke Show's Lockdown. But nothing's really been working so far. And playing for Retake looks difficult against Cloud9 when they're discoordinated in terms of areas they want to fight in the post plan. Something that worked really well even just in the previous match for Envy as well on Bind.
Yeah.
Getting that aggression going in post can be really tough to deal with if you're playing for Retake.
All it takes is one at this point here for Cloud9. You can lock up this early map of Haven.
Their map pick, but one that in the offseason they went 0-2 at. Against Envy and G2.
Bit of conditioning from Zeppo. He's been doing this a lot. Close start and a shock dart perhaps as well to follow with this one. That's a pixel to work with, barely there. A bit late and delayed in terms of that one, but quickly, space going to be taken up. Shots rattling. Luke Show had to B-hop out of there. Narrowly avoided most of this one. Into the B-plant we go, and there's a lot of ults online. Luke Show locked down, save for the rainy day, and it happens to be pouring.
A drone allowing Oxy to fight over the A connector. So they're going to aggressively get out of this lockdown.
Trying to fight forwards as well into that A-link space. No detainment, but listen, the players' positions are predictable. It's a Nanoswarm, orb up, ults offloaded.
I love
here.
that lockdown.
Zelsis, he's rapid, man, running around them all the way, and this is it. Death from 1,000 cuts. Loud being whittled down until barely anyone can stand up to it. Him versus Oxy now. Can Verti do it? Time is thoroughly against him. With that damage done, Oxy knows it. That's it. It's a done deal here for map 1. Haven is Cloud9's.
A really strong opener there for C9. Oxy, I think, realized by the end of it he could do anything he wanted. He was running into their spawn, he was running them down with the ult. They couldn't stop him. Pretty close fought first half, but that second half was pure C9 dominance. Team had a couple of wobbles in the offseason, but the whole point is getting things sorted for VCT Kickoff.
Yeah.
300 ACS beginning for Oxy is just what the doctor ordered. Cloud9's pick of Haven goes pretty comfortably their way.
Absolutely, yeah. And I was just about to say, when it comes to map pools at the beginning of a year, beginning of a season, really a lot of expectations kind of up in the air almost as well.
Yeah.
But very much go the way of Loud as we look towards Abyss for that map number 2. And they're going to need it if they want to try and stay into this series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A lesson, okay. I turn a curse to a blessing, okay. All of my time is invested, now it's not a preface for greatness, I'm destined, okay. Can't do no minimum wage, I'm out of your league, get out of my face. I ain't out burning no sage, I listen to God, he tell me to wait, okay. Slide through, making moves, tell them fact check, go and get the truth. Who you know like us, go and get it jumping, gotta be the shoes. I was down bad, tripping, still kept the vision, had to see it through. Got them all tuned in like we in the hills, whole lot of views. Know they watching, what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching, what they saying, 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 what they saying. Know they watching. What they saying. Yeah. Know they watching. What they saying.
Got me caught in the middle. I don't know where I stand. 'Cause you're mixing the signals, and it's out of my hands. We fight, then you put my head in your chest. I cry, the next thing we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, only closer.
É o pancada de novo! Vai pro Ace! Vai pro Ace! Pancada dele! Olympics found that timing, but not the weapon at hand, not the right one at all. The dart! See, forward to the shotgun! He's made the mincemeat!
Here, the coach of Cloud9, Imi. Now, that was a very different C9 from the first half to the second half. Talk to me, what was the adjustment at the half, or was it just you guys switching sides?
I think we lost a couple of rounds where just bad micros, and then when I paused, we just spoke a little bit about our protocols, and we just said to stay positive. And I even said to Johnny, my manager, I was like, I'm not concerned at all when we lost 5 rounds, which is a lot different from other teams that I've been in. We just played the same, we sounded the same, we kept communicating, like nothing seemed to dip.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Cool to hear insight there from Coach Imi on the C9 comms. Welcome back, everyone. GB here alongside Athena and Emily. We're going to break it all down for you. And I think part of that, what you can kind of deduce from what Coach Imi was saying, I kind of got to give a little bit of credit to Celsius in that one, right? Because he is that guy who knows how to just keep the spirits high in any squad that he's in. It seems like he's bringing that same energy here.
Yeah, it felt like he kept it stable. He kept it hype, but also he kept everyone kind of cool, calm, and collected. They kept up those same comms, and that's what a good IGL does. And speaking of IGLs, we did gaslight you a little bit, talking about how Darker was IGLing for Loud. That is not the case. It is, in fact, Pankala. You can blame that one on me.
Her.
Yeah, that's me. Y'all can blame it all on me.
No, we're kidding.
I messed up. I don't know how to read on Twitter.
Let's talk about some of these plays that we were seeing, though, because honestly, we were getting some great moments there from C9, really starting to see this team begin to get back into the game, even though they were down a substantial amount at the beginning.
No, they really were, and I like that the coach said that they kind of were sticking to their game plan, but you can see clearly in round 8 and 9, that's where they had a big turnaround. They started taking the game into their own hands, starting with that retake, and then going into round 9, having that early aggression rather than just playing reactive to whatever Loud had planned for them or what threw at them. Started playing more reactive and taking initiative, which is what we like to see, and that's what brought them back into that first half.
Yeah, it felt like within the first 5 rounds they were kind of aggressive, and you mentioned actually in the green room that you were expecting them to do that because they were on their pistols, they were on their anti-ecos and stuff like that. But then when they started doing it on their gun rounds, that's when we saw a lot of success and a lot of first kills as well. 12 first kills for C9. It actually was really the time that it changed. If you look at the timeline at the bottom, it is right there. That round 8 and that round 9, both those rounds, momentum turners for the game, it felt like, for C9.
Able to pick up 7 off the bat there, and then really just did not stop. There were a couple of hitches along the way, but for the most part, this C9 team looking pretty damn good. And then on the other side of that one, though, you had individuals that were popping off, and you know we got to talk about them. It's Oxy, because listen, this guy was breathing breathing life into this team, continuously giving them round after round after round, and that's what we expect. Par for the course for Oxy.
I mean, part of the reason why their aggression was so good was because of Oxy being this kind of aggressive Neon, using his ult, using his guns, kind of getting, even on those anti-ecos on their thrifty rounds when they were pushing up, it was just so good. A lot of this aiming control, taking that long from C9 was really the game changer. And even just walking down mid the first couple of rounds, it was what kind of happened in Oxy. His stats were insane. He looked confident. He kept up the confidence like Coach Imi said.
Yeah, and also like he said, like he's like, I'm just going to go run it down. And that's exactly what he did. Whether he had teammates biasing, whether he had teammates around him or not, he was willing to keep pushing up. Even flanking, we saw a lot on the defense side. And he was finding success. He was winning the fights, being a nuisance for them too.
He was literally in their spawn like three different rounds.
Yeah.
I know.
It wouldn't shock me if the game plan that Coach Imi and them had worked on during that postseason, he just kind of came to the realization, it's like, I got this guy who can just frag. Let me just let him go nuts.
Yeah, I think too, it's like a really good turnaround from the C9 that we've seen previously in previous years. Because I feel like they've always started off a little bit slower, a little bit more by the book. And it feels like they're always playing to wait for information first and then go, which is now, I feel like we have a lot quicker protocols. We have a lot quicker reactions and proactivity.
And I gotta give props to Zelsis for that too. I think a lot of it goes back to his calling because that is a big change for them. And like you said, like in the past, they have been a lot slower. And I feel like that's where they kind of struggled is they were playing reactive. And then when that wasn't working, they'd still kind of keep that same energy and keep that same plan. Whereas this time you saw that it wasn't working. You saw that they realized that they found success in their eco rounds. Like, oh, aggression's actually working out. Like we're almost winning these rounds that we shouldn't be. So let's try it in our gun rounds. And that's what worked. And that's what they stuck with. Like they were good at adapting there.
Yeah, great point brought up there. Now, of course, for Loud, they put themselves in a bit of a pickle, given that they're down 1-0 in this series. Let's see what's going on with Romanelli, the coach for Loud, and see what they have to say going into Abyss.
Here with the coach of Loud, Romanelli. Now that was a bit of a back and forth in the beginning, but then obviously Cloud9 took it. Talk to me about what the adjustment that your team has to make in order to bring this to a map 2 win to a map 3.
Okay, I think like there's not so much adjustment we need to do. Just like keep focusing like in the small details, like in the play-by-play, like in post plans or when we are executing. But besides that, I don't know, like maybe win at least one pistol too. But yeah, I don't know. It's not so much adjustment we need to do. We need to keep like improving round by round, and that's it.
Well, best of luck.
All right, well, you heard from the coach of Loud. Now it's time to see that put to practice. Abyss is going to be coming up here. Can this Loud team, Myrna, force that map 3?
I feel like based on what we've seen, wait, sorry, is this Loud's pick? Do we know this is Loud's pick? Okay, that's good, because they're definitely cooking something up. The coach is talking about how they just need to play their game, and if that's what he's kind of saying, that means they have a solid game plan, a solid foundation going into Abyss. And if based off of all the way that C9 is playing super aggro, I think we're going to see a little bit of explosiveness back from Loud.
I feel like that's also how they felt going into Haven, though. Like, they had a set game plan that was working. It's just when C9 kind of changed their whole style, that's where they kind of struggled. So I'm hoping that they're more focused on being able to adapt too. Like, yes, play your own game, but when changes need to be made, you need to be willing and you need to be quick with it, because round after round, they can kind of get lost in it.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, we're going to see how this all wraps up for map 2. Right after this, you're going to have Inspector Brendan as Constable on the other side.
Well, welcome back here. Looking to see if Loud can bounce back here for their opening game of 2026. And of course, plenty more opportunities even if they do end up going out here. We've got this new and interesting format. I love it personally. Triple elimination, tournaments all year round. Let's do it.
Yeah.
No more group stages. Are you for it?
I'd be down. But I think let's take a look at this. Yeah. Agent Select. I've had a sneak peek. Look at that.
Okay.
The Pancada Harbor coming out here.
All right, man.
Did you think anyone was going to be playing New Harbor? I did not.
I did not.
I'll be honest with you.
If there was one map to make it work, though, I think it would be Abyss.
Well, people were playing it here on Abyss, but the cascades were really crucial.
They're pretty massive, honestly,
and
yeah.
now they're
Throwing them out
gone.
towards mid, they are gone. It was one of the best parts of Harbor's kit, so I think most people across the board, at least the consensus in pro play, is that he's a little bit worse off, you know, even though it feels like they've upgraded a lot of his kit.
But at the same time, Loud are coming out and playing him as part of a double smokes comp, obviously. I mean, that's how Harbor's always been played, but let's see what ideas they've got. I would imagine that a lot of this is to do with the plant and, you know, being able to get off good diffuses, being able to get off good post-plant scenarios as well. Both teams opting into playing one of those contact sentinels as well.
Sure.
The chamber for Luke Show. He's phenomenally mechanically talented, so I could see that being an amazing pick for Loud. And on the other side, Penny with the Veto.
The Veto.
And this is by far the most popular map for running Veto. We actually saw Bao play a really nice Veto in the previous match as well for EG. I think it's got legs here. It definitely does. And the Breach also is something that Fnatic, I would say, popularized, and quite a few teams have picked up on this map. That also gives you some nasty B execs.
Had some buffs. Heading into this patch here. Run him down, Oxy. It's what he was doing towards the tail end of Haven, but let's see as we are gearing up to get into Abyss. Map number 2 between these two teams. Loud not looking to go out that upper bracket nice and early here. They want to put up a fight. They want to take us to map 3.
I'm enthralled with this Pancada pick. I don't know exactly what he's going to be going for, but I've got to imagine it's stuff that is similar to old Harbor theory.
Yeah.
High tide to cover off Heaven and back A.
Early shock dart, nice bit of chip damage. Slow going though.
Triple push down mid for C9. Clearing this out on a timing sets them up really nicely for an A retake here.
Pretty perfect with the wall.
Zeppelin denied plan for a long time by throwing out, you know, a shock and a recon and a drone. They've smoked off this trip, and I don't think anyone from Loud can hear that.
No one can at all. And this could be deadly. Backstab laying in wait. Kawazine looking to see if he can reinforce it, but overwhelmed. That is way too many players to contest with. Instant with the call out though, and it's just flipped him on its head. Loud have no chances. No time to react here, but still Darker will do his best and more.
Oh, that's an astonishing 3K. He got a 3K like that on Haven in the post plant on C as well. But this one even nicer. Everything was working there for C9. Overwhelmed Cowanzi. Credit to Pancada though as well, getting 2 with the ghost from this spot. Does end up dying to the aftershock, but he set up Darker.
That's unbelievable.
Something that was possible, but man, how did he get that?
In that position, you spot 3 players on the flank, there's no time to react. They can't push backside, claim a bit of space. In a moment's notice, the Loud players that were asked to step up. Darker delivers alongside Pancada.
There's a trap here, fault line, and Oxy zipping over the top. Oh, they decided not to go for that light speed.
Hold on, Hinder into the corner. That's the spike drop down. Hold on. You're going to try and push these players back now. Weaponry advantage is there, but this is messy stuff still. The bodies line up, and they all come toppling down.
It's a lot of damage done, and it did look very scary, but Loud mop it up. It's going to hurt their economy a little. I think C9 could be fairly happy about that one, because it also conditions Loud to just be afraid of A main.
Yeah.
Because you could run into that kind of trap play again. I think both teams will be fairly content with how that one went. Relief, though, on the side of Loud that they got away with that.
Very easily gone differently. Looking ahead, though, to round 3. Slow takeover towards A main.
High-low setup in front of a recall smoke.
Yeah.
Really common, that attack recall smoke, in order to threaten like you've got somebody on the other angle.
You see it now. It's a stun. A good fall line. Connects onto it. There's that defense, though. Instant swing. Darker.
I mean, Darker was
a ghost.
Yeah, Darker was playing anti-stun, but he had a weird weapon to be going for that. Thankfully hit the headshot, though, and scared Oxy off. He can shoot, this new guy.
Yeah, dissuading that push.
And now mid's a little bit of a gap, because C9 have committed 3 players over towards A early. And the trip from Penny on B.
Luke Show's been given an avenue. Double smoke up through here. Headhunter bullet in the back pocket in case he needs it. This is being watched for. Zelsis, though, his attention is directed over towards the side. That's where the brunt of the aggression is coming through now. TP forwards again. But this is Vix looking to see if he can really just shut this one down. I mean, he dominates the smoke, returns the fire straight back around, hearing that one, but Luke Show, potential to get activated, shut down anyway. Oxy was quick on it. He's there with a trade, off angle of Vix, still.
Spike down A.
Worse for the wear, but alive nevertheless. And his team rapidly reinforcing over towards A when they hear that spike drop down. Pancada knows he has no chances here, just needs to keep the gun.
10 seconds left.
What a round from Vic. What a hero player for C9. And a good read on how Loud are going to want to run their exec. Pancada just lets the time expire. Presumably going to look to hold on to the gun as well.
Do some damage. He's going to go for it, though.
So Loud's composition, because they have that Yoru, is almost always going to want to TP through the smoke, right? And so Vic can just stay in here and wait for the second player in, and then swings back around and knows to isolate Verdi. Verdi's then taking a 2v1. Loud are really going to have to be cautious about how they clear that smoke in the future. Luke Show on the attack side, picking up the operator, holding a bit more of a passive play over towards B. This round, in theory, should be a little slower, I suppose, looking at Luke Show's positioning. I don't think Penny's going to give him anything here, not unless the trip gets broken. Mid is a bit of a weakness for the way that C9 are playing things. There's a lot of responsibility on Zeppa, but Loud haven't really figured that out yet.
Verdi getting ready to pounce. There's nothing really being pulled out of Cloud9 at this moment. The mid-round drone going to be used to see if he can scout out. Zeppa's just looking to see if he can paint a clearer picture for his team. They're still holding their ground on either side.
Yeah, I mean, C9 are waiting for the exec, and Loud are waiting for that fault line repush into A main.
Oh, see, there it is. Hold on, fight. It's explosive. Before you barely know what's going on.
Walking into a high-low there is always going to favor C9 to get one. And Luke Show has just not been offered anything over towards B.
No.
He needs a teammate to break this trip so that he can hold the angle. This is really difficult to do on your own.
As soon as he gets activated, there's going to be the swing from Penny. He might even see
30
it.
seconds left.
Potential's there. Oh, he's just landed it still.
What a read.
Trip. It's going to be going off here. There's a chance to really enter your way back in. Up through mid. There's also lurks occurring. There's a chance here for Loud. Plant down. Cosmic Divide. Gives it that peace of mind. Pancada as well. He's holding back the Horde. He's looking to see if he can do it all himself. But that blind, that flash in his face. Zelsis chomping at the bit to get a hold of that kill. Pancada cleared up. No more question marks. It's a 2v3. Cloud9 surely favored. Loud are the ones that need to step up in a spot like this, and a Cosmic Divide of their own. Another blind, perfect as it is. Blind as anything. Kawazine cleaned up and traded. And towards the back of the side, Dark has got to do it all, but there's nowhere to run from that ultimate. Not whatsoever. The Rolling Thunder will catch and claim him.
The breach util has been lovely so far from Zelsis. Put him in more of these supportive positions and the impact that he has. He is wonderful. Luke Shaw there getting picked off right before the Cosmic Divide came through those. A bit brutal for Loud. But I mean, every flash has been perfect as well from Zelsis. The flashes, the stuns, the ult towards the end there was a great investment too. And Oxy gets an op online, so now the defensive positions can shift pretty radically. And this is one of those options where Penny's probably going to set up for Oxy. So now that Oxy holds the B line, Penny gets to throw an interceptor for him and then basically just play the other side of the map.
Yeah.
And he's got those rotates set up so he can play in mid and get out very easily. So now mid, which was a weakness for C9, has been pretty heavily reinforced because they can just leave B to Oxy. And what a time to reinforce mid, because on the eco, Loud are headed in that direction.
Just trying to default into taking a bit of map control when they've got these weaker guns.
That's very early to escape.
Yeah. Just crossed it up here. Perhaps the smoke's in his face.
I would have expected Penny to stick around and try to get one and then get out.
Still looking. Penny off angle. Looking to just hold this one back. Verdi's making a whole lot of noise and ruckus for Penny. He knows that mid is compromised. It's going to be communicated, at least from him.
Pancada is trying to bait Luke Show, and Penny is so aware.
He's locked on that angle. Not letting anything get past him here. You do not want to be stepping into this one. Vic is trying to create a gulag of his own there, straight into that smoke, but dropped off anyway. Quick sheriff shot to the head. The judge is no more, but Zeppa forwards, revealed! Spray control is connecting the dots!
God, that's a bold play for Zeppa on an anti-eco to step forwards. There is time for that reveal to travel towards you, but he was in there, caught out in the open. Could have very easily been punished, needed a friend. But clean things up. And now Penny gets the operator. So previously, it was Oxy opping. Now Penny's picked it up and headed over towards A, which implies to me like Oxy wants to push, right?
Yeah, looks like a very aggro play.
You're expecting it potentially to be full pushing out through B here, and just going for the info.
Supported by both initiators while he's at it. Fault line double dash, but no one is home.
And no one heard it. You know, Loud doesn't know that Cloud9 have full pushed out B here because they weren't running a default at the start of the round.
Might have seen the deep dart to give it away, but that's going to be dimensional drift anyway. Birdie trying to gain some of that ground. Luke Show locked onto one of the angles here. Vic is just trying to lie in wait, but spotted out. Pinged. Just trying to hold on towards the back of that side. It's pretty essential here for the Cloud9 game plan. Spam goes both ways though. Makes it hurt here for Verdi. Stars drop down. It's going to be tough in the retake, especially when Kamazine is working with that ultimate. Oxy threatening. He could be onto the flank there, making a lot of noise in the process.
I think Packard has heard that he's gone back to the rest of the team.
And now that's that Hunter's Theory as well. See when that hit is just attempting to come through. Vic had nowhere to really run from that spot. It's a good proactive. Old Dark is still holding it all down towards the back of the site. Celsius and Oxy now left in a 2v3, but already the positioning's the rolling retreat. Loud back safely entrenched. Hold on, that stun could have been everything. Luke Show just covers them all. Headhunter in his hands. It's a three-piece in a round for him.
A nice showcase of the mechanics there towards the end from Loud. And it was the up-v-up battle that he won early on. Look at that with the recall smoke too. Great little setup from the team. This round you got to see some value maybe from the Harbor too. I mean, threw out the ultimate, cleared out towards Heaven. Can't say the Harbor looks like it's making the difference though.
Yeah.
Much more coming out from Luke Show individually in that round, and Darker with his 3K earlier on for the pistol.
Potential here, what's going on? That dash primed, Oxy sees it, it's going for the hinder. What a shot by Pancada!
You have to hit him before he goes through the refract, right? Otherwise, he's just lobbed a slow orb straight into your lap.
Yeah.
But it's very all in there for Oxy. He's got to rely on his movement to bail him out.
That is crazy by Pancada. I mean, that entire play, Oxy is a heat-seeking missile. He's just seeing if he can hinder one target, get some value from a Hunter Fury play, but...
I'd love to see the replay of that. Yeah. I mean, how nasty was that shot that Pancada hit?
Shut down. Interceptor here, so that drone is no more. Obliterated. Penny looking to hold this one down, but that C's tripped and triggered over there by the clone. Goal achieved. A main control still maintained here by Loud, and they're going into phase 2 of it, but bodies are home. Cloud9 never really gave this one up. Vic, tucked tight, close quarters is where he really thrives, especially with a supplementary util. It's that long-range fault line. Zeltzes was not going to leave him high and dry. Just like that now, 2v3, Loud are placed in once more.
30 seconds left.
They have smokes, they have guns, they have possibilities here, but a hand is revealed. 20 seconds left to do it.
And the spike is just out in the open.
Yeah. Really difficult position to be in. Celsius contact court. There's a swing. Penny and Zeppa combine their might. They get that one round lead so far. This tightly contested so far on Abyss between these two teams.
Well, this is how it went on Haven, wasn't it? A little more streaky, but when C9 were on the defense side, it was close. It was back and forth. Oh, here it is from Pancada's POV.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't hit the crazy shot in midair, but he's got a really nice prediction of where Roxy's going to land on the floor. The real thing that destroys this round, though, from Loud, is that they didn't sell the fake properly on the B side.
No.
I mean, Penny just realized instantly that it was not real pressure whatsoever. The drone gets broken, and then he sees a Yoru clone come in, and he's like, all right, guys, this is not real.
Yeah.
This is very clearly a fake. You can keep 3 stacked on A. And that information is all that C9 needed to be able to win the round.
Yeah, and I'll have to correct myself as well. I mean, I said it was tightly contested. It is in terms of the score, right? Just one round is all that Loud are trailing by. But really, if you look at the timeline, it's been Cloud9 in control.
I also think
round 2 for Loud.
I think Cloud9 played the macro of the pistol actually better than Loud did as well. But Darker's 3K was fabulous to be able to deliver it for them. So I think Loud are struggling a little bit, yeah, in terms of finding that, finding the weaker site, navigating all of the traps that are around the map for C9. Because C9 are doing some interesting stuff, mixing the operator up. Sometimes Oxy has it, sometimes Penny has it. You don't necessarily know, is it with the aggression? Is Oxy going to be pushing out and you're running into the op on the other side of the map? Are you going to be running into a fault line? Like, I think this is a really well-constructed defense side for C9. Lots of layers.
Yeah, clear levels to it.
And in theory, this should be the weaker side of the map, the defense side on Abyss. That's how it's historically gone, although, you know, we watched a 10-2 half earlier on in the first game of Kickoff.
Oh, yeah. Evolution is pulled out. Yeah, the Evolution as well. Penny looking to just disrespect Util that comes his way. That is a crazy smoke with the angle, but it's almost like Verdi does expect it. Stun popped off. There's a connection. Darker was just left high and dry. Kawazine looking to reclaim some of that space, and he wrangles control, at least with the Stinger in hand, but Penny is still another layer of defense alongside Zephyr. And there it is. Just muscle memory kicking in. Didn't need to dodge the flash there. Swings into them anyway. Funny to see it.
That's such a funny clip, because I don't think he full turns the flash either, does he? Like, but the muscle memory kicks in early on, and he has to consciously work against it.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, if you're unfamiliar with Veto, the ultimate makes you immune to all types of utility. So not hit by a fault line, not hit by a flash.
Disrespecting it.
Constantly healed back up to 100 HP as well. It is a really good ult. Gives you some phenomenal value. Operator in the hands of Vic.
Okay.
This is getting passed around like a secret Santa.
Yeah. Family heirloom. Fault line, another play to be made here. Hello. There it is. Divergent paths. Seeing if they can really get a move on. Oh, those players weren't quite caught. Exchange the weaponry. It's a 1-for-1, and I think Cloud9 are going to be happy that they really even just got that.
Luxio droned out of mid as well. Luxio can get active on these really aggressive lurk timings, and that was a win condition for Loud all last year. Get this guy, who last year was in his rookie year, into spots where he can take 1v1s. Cloud9 have to be aware of that. It's Zeppa's job to keep him back. And this, Penny can play for one and teleport out, but he loses.
That's a bad fight to be taken there. Zeppa though is fast with the trade. Cosmic Divide. He's worried about that mid control. It was compromised to the middle section of this round, so he does have to clear it. Open site though for Loud now, 3v3. Best position they've been placed in a long while.
It definitely is, but it's not the world's greatest plant. You know, it's not super open. Luxio forced to play pretty aggro here. Are you fairly happy with that as Chamber?
Yeah, very aggro. Just within range of the TP here. Fault line online. No connection though. Hold on, just the threat of these players swinging. That's a respectful TP. Out towards the back. Pancada spotted. 2 bullets to the dome. Luxio left into the 1v1. It's all on his shoulders. What a delivery.
God, he's good. And Loud need him. Picks up the op towards the end as well. That's a pre-fire towards the end onto Oxy. Shutting down the player that was running him over on Haven. Whiffed a little bit on the first one when he was positioned towards Rafters, forced to take the teleport, but wins the 1v3. Spectacular round from Luxio.
Luca! Vamos, Luca!
Well, that stage 1 performance was not a flash in the pan from 2025. This guy is for real.
Sharp shooter. Oxy. We go around and bullet to the chest for Verti. He's no more.
He will not have been expecting that.
No.
I mean, the op has not been the one pushing. They've been trading this op around from player to player, but Oxy's been pushing with a rifle, never with the op.
Cloud9 has been their entire game plan so far this entire series, is what it feels like.
Yeah, just mix it up.
The unexpected. Aggro pushes.
Luxio did get value in one of these rounds using a recall smoke to set himself up on an angle, win an op fight, and Oxy's coming, rotating over to A. Luxio might have an opportunity to take a fight like that again. Mid is being held quite passively, and Luxio does fall, loses the up 1v1 this time.
It's a big pick-off. That could have been a backup option to drift back into the A hit with Luxio inserted over towards A main. Now your options are running a bit dry. Locked out a B. 40 seconds left roughly to work with here, but this is all thoroughly locked down. Celsius taking contact. Smoke dissipates. Position's noted as an awkward place to be taking a fight, but Penny on the off angle. It's a bullet to the chest. Slow down. Kawazine just locks in.
Celsius just has to play to survive here. Tried to tie them up for as long as possible.
If he even can. His position again noted. Playing around their own wall. There's time running short here. Loud have got to try and get this plan down safely, but Celsius is like a fox in the pen right now. This guy, he's hounding them still. Shut down. Kawazine, make sure to get a handle onto it. Threaded his flank coming through. Kawazine is doing a ton of damage before eventually taken out. Brings it to the 2v2. Oxy and Vic, another ult online. Orbitus, at least that Cosmic Divide. Enough to split it up. Double-faced. Pancada drifting in and out, dancing around the bullets.
That's
lights them up.
Really good coordination there towards the end from Pancada and Darker. As the ult comes through from Vic, Pancada realizes that he's stuck on the other side of it. They immediately throw a recall smoke and double swing behind it.
That is crazy.
They're following up off the Astra utility really nicely, and Kawazine has had a hero round as well. Keeping things level at 5-5. You might have called it a bit too early, saying that it was close fought over half, but it's definitely played out that way.
It's shaking up now, isn't it? Hello. Okay, Rolling Thunder is primed. Ready to be let loose off of Vic's contact, it looks like, but no one's really home. Loud aren't poking, prodding over towards that section. Said it's mid.
What is this setup over towards B? I mean, I'm taking a look at this trap play.
Yeah, it's Vic's contact, Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
It's bizarre stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that is... I've never seen this before.
Spike was just dropped down, making all the noise in the world in mid. Zephyr, knowing that mid's compromised, he's missed the window. Luxio's straight past it. He's just seen the leg, though. Dart, it's going to be used here. Looking to claim that fight, but he doesn't know. Not a clue at all. Luxio is inserted, and look at this guy now. Backstabbing him, rifle in hand, just poking out towards the side. This is chaos and anarchy. Is Cloud9 losing control and sight of where this round was going?
But at the same time, they are never going to expect that Celsius is at cliff. I mean, is this guy going to be able to do anything?
Can you even do anything from this spot? I mean, listen, Verdi's low, drop down, damage done. He's only got the Bulldog, though, and what do you do from this spot? Fault line, potentially reinserting himself, but it's all cleaned up in the end. Loud, ready for it. Now they're the ones taking control, taking the lead here in this half.
I think Pancada's figured out that mid is a big weakness in a lot of the setups that C9 are running. Not every time, but often it is just Zephyr being asked to do everything in mid. Gather information, repush, keep players back. And they're kind of relying on the fact that Loud don't want to go into that area too much, but this is a clear area to try to exploit and get up to a 7-5 half. C9 putting a couple more resources there this time. Celsius and Oxy playing.
That's round 12. Final round of this half here. The war chest is filled to the brim for Loud as well. Looking at those ultimates here. Dimensional Drift can be used to clear a path. Safe passage in, perhaps, but that's a reveal into the back. Hunter's Fury, making it awkward. Vic couldn't sit still. Luxio was able to claim all that space off the back of it here. You do not want to push through your own high tide, I'll tell you that much. Slow down, Oxy was watching it.
Harbor ult just to be able to take Heaven control.
Reckoning, pushing him away. Cutting through. There's a lot of ults expended, and Cloud9 are still weathering this storm. And Hunter's Fury of their own was lying in wait. Rolling Thunder! Luxio! And Pancada, what is all that? In the midst of all of it, man. It's like clay pigeon shooting Zephyr. Running rings around him, hopping around. But listen, it was complete control for Loud. 7-5 is the finish for this first half of Abyss.
Great work with 4 in a row there towards the end from Loud. Good adaptations and a massive ult round towards the end. Luxio and Darker, the newest players to the roster, you would say, like in terms of big rookie Rookie last year for Luxio, rookie this year for Darker, are playing phenomenally.
Absolutely. It's an absolutely insane start for them. We'll see if Loud can keep it going and bring us to that map 3. Showing up here. It is their map pick, of course, so we were expecting big things. And a 2-round lead, it doesn't seem much in the grand scheme of things, but pistol round win, carrying it forwards, it's a lot of momentum that can set you straight to a map 3 that they're looking for.
Romanelli, the Loud coach, was saying it would be nice to win, you know, a pistol round after losing both on Haven. Well, they got the pistol, set them off fairly nicely in the first half, and now potential to, as you said, move a little further into the lead if they can grab both of them here on their map pick of Abyss. And when you've got somebody shooting as well as Luxio is, yeah, why not? Throw a couple of headhunter bullets into the pistol round buy, and he's going to be a menace to get rid of. We just saw him have an electric 15-kill performance on the attack half, and he's playing Chamber.
Playing Chamber, yeah. I mean, listen, shooting essentially is what he does. So, we're entering some sort of meta game where Chamber is getting played a little bit more. Keep your eyes on Luxio here, but strong start to the pistol round. Round 13 out, shots exchanged. Cloud9 not messing around here. It's a rumble, and now that double dash, there's nowhere to run from. That one still Oxy will respect it. Zeppa's going to be played in off the back of it, but Verdi was able to claim a kill regardless before he got the hell out. Still, his bodies are toppling here, and it's a strange place to have that engagement. Darker just trying to hold on to some of this ground. Plant going down.
It's a good plant position as well. Zeppa might struggle to extract himself from this spot, but Vic can play it in the post.
Drone might clear him unless somebody ends up breaking it. It's a tag. Gonna have to go back to Cliffside here, but these shots are rattled. That's one to the dome. Darker not going down as a result of it. Zeppa, 45 health now. And the Dream left in that 1v2, but still very much winnable. Just has to play his cards right. Spot like this, position here, players are seen but noted on both sides here. And listen, he's weak as anything. We'll go down to it. Dart up and overhead. Big reveal, sticking towards it. Dart was broken. One of those shots, time! It's half earned onto that defuse, so it's in their hands. Loud are able to just storm ahead.
Incredibly close from Zeppa. I'm wondering why Vic wasn't playing for the pull as well. Maybe he didn't have enough stars. But he chose to take that fight against Kalanzine and felt the ghosts punching out around the map for both sides. And Romanelli got his gift. That's both pistols going the way of Loud. This was the half where Oxy took over on Haven. Yeah. He's sat at the bottom of the scoreboard at the moment. Both duelists are, in fact. But they're going to need Oxy to come alive as soon as rifles are back on board for C9 to get back into this game.
Cloud9's game plan looks to be just to overwhelm.
Yeah, go for 5-person hits.
It's on the eco. See what they can get done. Maybe even a plant if they're lucky. Double dash in, fault line forwards. It is anarchy here towards the back, but Quivering and the Storm trying to hold it all the way down. Luxio and Darker, they do their best. Darker might fall because of it, but Luxio surely has bought enough time at this point. Oh my god, ew. Don't worry, that wasn't corn cam.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I mean, it feels horrible when you're the final player alive and that kind of thing happens. You know that
players
all
watching you. Oh,
yeah.
oh, I'm choking. I'm planking in clutch. Listen, he wasn't set up. He didn't really have a gun.
No.
Still.
Those ones, it's not like it was the most important round of all time, was it? But
and this is what I was talking about, though, Josh. Listen, 7-5 doesn't seem like much, but you win a pistol, you win a follow-up. Suddenly, 9-5 is what you're staring down, and Loud in that driving seat.
Same 5-person group up from C9, but on the opposite side of the map. Zeppa's one away from getting his ult online. And this is, I mean, you can play this comp as a post-plant comp for C9. But Loud are always going to want to fight in front of it. Look at how much space Luke Shaw has got on the other side of the map. He full pushed out B. They know that this is a mad A hit.
Planning forwards. But he's got to try and get it done, but just evacuates. Doesn't want to play his life. That's a bit of a team flash.
Love the Loud breach.
It happens. I mean, listen, the breach has been pretty stellar.
It's a weird harbor wall coming through. It just segments two of the players.
Let's
push
him
deep.
into backside, though. That's the thing here. Loud can start to flood in.
I don't think Oxy Penny will let him in.
We'll see what they can do here. There's a lot of util that's going to be dropped down in there. Laps the Hunter's Fury as well to really help them out. They were in a pickle, they were in a bind, but Oxy, oh my, that is sharp, man. Sets him up to 124, whatever it might be. Phantom in hand, softened up the opposition. So Cloud9 not content with just sitting back here and getting ran over.
Zeppa was one away from his ult in this round, got it online, decided to use it. And now, because they fed so many kills into Oxy, Oxy's now one away from his ult. So they can play for an ult orb again here.
Let's go!
And potentially Zelsis could set up a game plan around that duelist ultimate. So 5 players A main again. Once you get through Luke Show, if you get through Luke Show, there's a juicy ult orb sat right there.
Take a wide angle interceptor.
That is not going to stop an op baller.
No, still, that's a big reveal. Luke Show forced to respect it. Space rapidly taken. That fault line as well is picture perfect again. That stun towards the back, but Oxy forced to just refract back and away. Slow field. Making it awkward for the team to really get a foothold into this one. But Penny's got walkabouts. Lovely read. Popping up towards the top. That's a big reveal and a hinder on top of it. Oxy willing to go the extra mile for kills like this. They're relentless.
He didn't play for the ult orb at any point during this round. Instead, just going for the kill, getting it the Oxy way. But they were in so fast. C9 are playing at a much higher tempo than we saw from Loud.
This util as well is just overwhelming.
It's really difficult to stop. And it's going to be even more difficult with Oxy's ultimate online. Loud, do not fancy going down onto an eco. Vic trying to punish. They've got the money to hunt for these kills.
It's pretty essential that Loud hold on to them.
Absolutely.
They're all grouped up though, and Abyss, it's a big map.
But Loud are going to have to adjust something. You know, the utility is really good at being able to push the chamber away. And you don't... You know, we've been talking a lot about the initiators getting nerfed, right? And so, in theory, chamber's better because you've got less util. But that's over the course of a whole round. If you play fast like C9 are right now, it's only one cycle.
Yeah.
And they're using all of their util to harry Luke Show back. Tried to take kind of 3 different fights there. One close in A main, one on site, and then ran all the way back to spawn. All 3 times pushed out. And then eventually finished off by Penny. And it's the same again. C9, 5 grouped up. Why change a winning formula?
If it ain't broke.
Break it. Oh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah.
I need a new co-caster. The drone's going to be clearing. Again, that due diligence, just in case Luke Shaw was playing there. Now we see it. Ult popped off, but clearance off onto that one angle. Verti plays around it for a second. Gets his team back in. With a pick like that, it could be much better. Oh, Verti's not stopping. Not anytime soon. Vic steps up to the challenge anyway. Penny off by his side. Dividing and slicing up most of the site in the process. They have brought it to that 3 versus 3.
Kawanzin already used his recon, so this plant's going to go down fairly uncontested here if Vic commits to it. And he might have waited too long.
Yeah, he was, I think, trying to pull out some of that util, but trying to hold this one down. What a shot by Luke Shaw.
God, he's so good.
He got the headhunter to work with, and the shot's just going wide. Penny matters into his own hands. 4 kills for him on the round here, and Cloud9 are now just trailing by 1.
They needed Penny to go wild in this. 14 and 10. Going up towards the top of the scoreboard, because this was a really nice read from Verti.
Down A.
That Waylay ultimate is almost always going to go towards Heaven.
Yeah.
And so he tucks on the opposite side of it, gets the punish. And it required something magical to come out from Penny. And Cloud9 keep the win streak going. That's 3 in a round, and it's forced out attack timeout from Loud. They need an adjustment. At this point, it's very clear that what they're doing cannot stop these big 5-person hits onto sites.
I mean, even when Verdi is getting the best possible opener, taking out Oxy.
Yeah.
Just pulling his way back into the side, still not enough. It's understandable to be taking this tack pause.
Well, there are a lot of different options here. I mean, Loud could be hard pushing out the other side of the map.
Yeah.
You know, Verti could be, instead of trying to hold the A site with Luxio. But I mean, even if you are holding the A site with Luxio, in theory, you can do a lot of ping-ponging with these 2 untradeable agents. You know, you set up Luxio on the first angle, he TP's back, he plays in Verti for a flash peek. But this rolling wave of C9 utility is very difficult to play into. And playing it for retake on Haven simply did not work. Because C9's post plants are really aggro. They're looking to push into Heaven. We've seen those additional layers here on A. Once they take the A site, drone goes into Heaven, Oxy's pushing. You have to deal with extra layers of breach util. It's tough.
Yeah. Scoreline deceptive here as well. Louder feeling that heat. Need to look closer than it is because of the result of the pistol rounds here. Cloud9. Pressure on.
First time that we've not seen all 5 from C9 in the same spot.
Evolution. Drone. Verdi just disrespecting. Looking to hold it down, but that is a gate crash that's going to be working its way out. What a shot, still overstaying himself. Really feeling like they need to fight over A main control.
Yeah, they forced out that. All of that utility has been forced before Cloud9 get to the A site. But they just walk in.
Just walk in, disrespecting it.
I don't know that Kawanzine has the read on this either. Maybe they do.
Deep wall.
The wall from Pancada indicates that they might have some idea.
Lucia's holding it as well with that tour de force, surely. You've got to think that he's got it, yes. Slow field makes it even more awkward for Zelsis. No attempt of a follow-up. Any semblance of a trade. And yeah, watch 4 up into Heaven. Good time to fight back here. Drone in your face, tagged up, running and gunning. You can do not much from that spot here. So Loud make a good adjustment, in my opinion. I was a bit worried for Verdi. It felt like he was at the beginning of the the rounds really overplaying, overstaying almost, but
he did have backup in this spot from Kawanzine as well.
And it forces him to use a lot more util.
Yeah, and I think
otherwise would have been.
Even if Verti just goes, one-on-one in that spot, all of the utility that would have been used for a big site exec is getting bled out early on, just to get through that smoke.
Yeah.
So I think that's nice because now Loud could even put that smoke down and not have as much threat behind it. And C9 are going to be forced to respect it. They're going to answer immediately with their own tack timeout, which I think indicates that there's something serious strategic adjustment that IMI wants to make coming out the back of this. They had their opening game plan. That got them 3 big rounds, 15, 16, 17. They're back in the game now, C9 only trailing by 2.
Yeah.
But they still need to make an adjustment. It is still Loud in the lead.
And IMI has been quite content, I think, to let Cloud9 just run the course, I guess, even when they're down and out with rounds. He was talking about it in the interview, just saying that that's one of the benefits, I think, of, as much as that we've been joking around about them being the Nepo team, with just, getting the friends in and involved. That's getting aggressive. No, there are advantages towards it, which is,
Hashtag punt that penguin. Yeah, no, there are advantages to
being friendly.
Yeah, I think if you're good friends with each other, like the C9 team clearly are, it is way easier to give critical feedback and be harsh and still know that it comes from a good place.
Sure.
The less that you're friends with people, the more that you're just professional colleagues.
Yes. You don't really want to hurt their feelings too much.
When I give you feedback, you know it comes from a place of hatred.
That's true. Yeah, very true. Should I be more concerned that you don't give me feedback?
I can't fix you.
Okay. I mean, safely conditioned, though. You can see it. What you were talking about, Loud can place down a star, not really put too much else behind it, but the threat is there.
Yeah, and it actually allows both of these agents to go for the double walk down mid and take pressure in that direction instead.
Big tag, Oxy wants to try and send it now. Smoke blossoms up towards heaven.
That's nice from Oxy, using his dash there to both clear A main and still get into sight. Multi-purpose.
Gets him down for the plan at least, but that's going to be the stun, offloaded alongside our Hunter's Fury. Collection of kills perhaps for them. 3 bursts of it, 2 players damaged down, just the 80.
Really close, but no plant committed for C9. They couldn't get that down, so this is not a post-plant scenario. Loud continue to apply pressure to deny.
The next wave of things here. His ult popped off onto either side. Cosmic Divide, Dimensional Drift looking to clear most of the way. Zelsis knows that there's players perhaps encroaching upon that territory, going for it. That's a crazy swing. Just traded out. They know that there's players onto the flank. It's Cloud9's job now. No hesitation. They push forwards. They realize they've got to lay claim to most of this space where the flank is compromised. They do so with glee, but the spike is not planted for them. Job's not finished here, but players are just wading right out into the open. As the smokes fade away, Penny is just dominating, decimating the opposition. Luke Show trying to run rings around them now. He's just one player though, one man, what can he do? Tap, forcing out a util up towards the rope. Penny locks in, hones in on the angle.
Penny looks so comfortable in these aggressive post plants. He's running rings around Loud. Went for the full jump around the spawn cliff area as the Cosmic Divide was up, so it masked even the small sounds of his jump. And gets a backstab on the Kawanzin. I mean, really beautifully played. It is still Lucio who's top of the scoreboard. It is still Loud who are in the lead, but this is an eco round for them, and C9 knocking on the door of making this one level, and I think they look like the team that has a better chance of closing it out so far.
Trip, and they've got that abundance of util. Carves out a path.
It's still a 5-person hit from C9. It's just on the other side of the map, as Loud put all of their resources on the eco to fighting in A main. Great read from Zelsis.
Birdie, the only player really to be dangerous. He's got a Guardian in his hand. The rest of his team working with really just the pistols. Blind in your face. This is getting awkward. And now Rolling Thunder. It's feeling a bit dicey. That's going to relieve some of the pressure for these Cloud9 players up onto the site. Especially when they've lost a few players in these trades. Okay, eventually toppling and going away of Cloud9. It's Vic locking this one down. Oxy twisting and turning, looking for the appropriate sight lines and angles. And Pancada, no choice but to just give his life away to the spike here. Doesn't want to feed the beast, and the ultimates keep them moving.
Yeah, C9's comp looks really dangerous when the ults are online. So you want to try to minimize that as much as you possibly can. Loud, despite double pistol, have lost their grip here on Abyss.
It's 10 to 10.
The game plan of going for that smoke and bits of aggression over towards A main is still good. Very precise kill there from Vic too. He's not afraid to take fights, even though he's on Astra in the post plants here.
He's really holding his own.
And C9 never heard of a default.
Nope.
We go into a B exec off barrier drop, just like the previous round.
Expectations are heavy now onto Luke's show. Drone, he hears it, double dash forwards onto Oxy! What is that? Up towards the high ground. No one watching for it. Luke's show has got free reign at the site, and with that high tide, ripped his way across. Buying space. Availability for the rest allowed to get involved into the action. Stalemate. Called for shock darts raining down in through the back, and a fight to be taken off the back of that flash. Vic sidestepping, but from on high, Verti is willing to seal it up.
Luxio's setup could not have got them more value there. Finds the opener, TP's back on the high ground, and there's a little snack running around on the floor. Gobbles it up for 26 kills. That's a great opening kill. And yeah, Penny's going to investigate the scene of the crime.
Not a clue.
Swats him down. Now, if I'm Zelsis, I'm just going back to A because that's what was working. But here we go, spread out a little bit more, making the strategic adjustment. And this is where you might expect Imi to burn his final tack timeout as well. I think if this goes wrong, and Loud are up to 12, that's where Imi will have another word. Drone and a pullback smoke to try to clear A main. Luxio's operated the tour de force out on B, allowing them to triple stack this A site.
Ready to hold it back. Cloud had the right adjustments towards it. Now it's a Hunter's Fury alongside that pole line. This time Oxy not giving up his life. Did get revealed. Straight through the box. There's bullets though raining down, and he's got a sidestep dodge. Oh, this util is going his way. Ultimate going onto the wayside, and Vic, in the midst of all of that chaos, made it feel like the hit.
Yeah, and this is the conditioning. C9 have been 5-person grouping every single round. Pancada doesn't think he needs to be worried too much about a lurker, and Vic picks him off in mid. And now, have not seen it for the whole of this half, but C9 slow things down, cut noise.
Making Loud stew in a position like this. A lot of damage to the Darker. Playing at close quarters here. Blind up and over towards the top here. Saturated alongside of it as that smoke dissipates the recall. Still, it's ground gained. Oxy is the one to lead the charge for his team. Sidestepping, but does he expect it? Not quite. Oxy jumping around like the A site. It's a jungle gym. Luxio left to do it again. All on his lonesome in a 1v3. Head barely spotted, but just missing that chance. Cloud9 draw it level.
Loud had the right read that was going back into an A re-hit. But Oxy was too much for them. On the entry, takes down Darker and Cowanseen. Up and over the top of Verti. And just as he was doing on Haven, starts to activate even more the deeper they get into the attack side. Now he's got his ult online. I wonder what Pancada's looking to do defensively with his Harbor ultimate as well. The Reckoning's on the attack side were just to take Heaven control. 11-11, they better have some good plans.
Down against the back's wall, making it feel like it is that A split.
Oh, look at this potential for an Oxy ult here as well.
Here it is, yeah. Drop down the path and see what you can gain. Hops into the back of the site. Will let his team take ground forwards. Penny is relentless. Running them down while gunning. Heaven still an open sight line. Attention was diverted. Loud are still able to potentially hold on to this when it just comes down to the gunfights. And are they expecting it? Are they expecting it? Not at all. Vic shuts it down all the way into their spawn. There's plenty more where that came from.
That was lovely, precise tapping aim from Vic there. Deep into spawn. C9 so confident and willing to push. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't have to be Oxy, right? We've seen Penny do it many times. Here, Vic decides to go deep as well. Zelsis couldn't quite get the spike, crossed through Heaven. And instead of fighting the more obvious fight, to let the spike in, C9 are a step ahead and catch Loud off guard to get up to match point. Luxio, unfortunately, in the last 2 rounds that have mattered, has just been on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
This is the guy that's been doing the most for Loud, and he hasn't been even offered an opportunity to play the game. He's got 27 kills, but if they can't activate him, what does it matter?
Cloud9 are on the precipice. Up to 12, one more round will do it. Loud are just trying to drag it to OT. Exactly right.
C9 have been winning the vast majority of these attack side rounds on the A side. I think you've got to get Luxio over to A.
I'm getting out, guys, get out! Oh my god!
I mean, they said the vibes were good on C9. They're still not putting Luxio, this time Luxio and Verti, both on B, making a hard read that Zelsis is going to switch things up.
Moving a bit differently here.
Yeah, this is super different.
Cosmic Divide.
A fake into a mid-push.
Safe plan, but Hams Oxy commits to it. He didn't have to worry about the sidelines and the bullet traces. He can follow them and lead it all the way home.
This was supposed to be the fake.
2 wrapped out. Oxy wasn't supposed to get all this done. Pancada finally shuts him down, but look at the space it's opened up.
Zelsis has bent their brains in the final round here. Luxio full pushed out B. Thought for sure they were committing A. Runs straight into Penny, and the spike is planted on the opposite side of the map. Pancada's brain rattling around inside his skull, trying to make sense of what is going on here.
2v4 forward, and they have no real information. It's dimensional. Drift is going to have to really use this one. Clear most of the way. Give them peace of mind, but you need more where that's from. It's going to be fading away. Gives them access towards the back of the side again, but there are so many layers to remove here. Peel back away from Cloud9 for them. It's an inevitability. They've locked this one down. The spike is ticking. Time pressure mounting. Smokes in your face. A tap to pull out. The pull, but it matters not. It's the IGL Zelsis sealing it up and closing down shop. 13-11 for their opening match of 2026.
Not only is that a great 2-0 for Cloud9 to get, avoiding one of those 3 strikes that you can take across kickoff, but it's also, I think, a great showcase of Zelsis IGLing on the attack sides. The attack sides on both of the maps looked really nice. Imi clearly had a lot of faith in where the team was going as well.
Yeah.
Not calling too many of the timeouts, and even on the first map saying that after they lost 5 in a row, he was still pretty content with the energy and the way that things were being communicated inside C9. And Loud, you know, kind of more of the same of what we saw last year. Close games that they could have won. But yet to really get across the line, they'll have many more chances, though, throughout kickoff.
The energy, though, is high here for Cloud9. Wonderful beginning for them.
What do you think the odds are on Zelsis shilling the bundle?
I mean, it feels very 2023.
Oh, really? You're going to go at him like that? That's crazy.
I mean, listen, he could do it. He could.
Oh, he
I'm not going to
definitely
stop
will
him.
be.
I'm not going to stop him. Listen, more money for us? Yeah, sure.
Well, you're getting a cut, are you?
Well, I wish, mate. I wish. Not the case.
It's a great opener there for Cloud9. They even managed to go up against a Luke Show who was on fire. I mean, you're watching him here. What did he end on, 27?
Unbelievable.
He almost dropped a 30 bomb. If they'd gone more towards his area of the map towards the end, I think he certainly would have done. But yeah, I'm really impressed with the game plans coming out, the execution, and also the it's not necessarily adjustments, but just knowing when to keep hammering the same idea because your opponents can't stop it.
And even just adding the little twists and turns on the same idea, making it feel like the same execution, the same 5 hits, but that one round, Vic was lurking, they run in the fakes.
Yeah, the fake in the final round was beautiful as well. Yeah, really nice stuff.
Just depth of the map pool, really, that Cloud9 have showcased.
A lot of potential doubts about this team as well, because they're one of the only squads in Americas that hasn't made an international event in so long.
Yeah, in a while.
So long.
In a while.
So yeah, especially after a bit of a wobbly offseason, I think that's a great start for C9 to showcase that they certainly can hang.
And tease them up, I believe, for a matchup against the current world champions. So yeah, listen, hey, mate, look,
that'll be a good test.
Anything can happen. It's the beginning of a new year.
Yeah. And as for Loud are going to be going up against the loser of G2 versus, who knows, 100 Thieves or Lev. So whoever comes out of that one, I mean, that's going to be a tough game as well. But 3 chances and you're out here.
Absolutely. Well, with that being said, we're going to send it down to Liz. She's down on the floor for that Verizon post-match interview with Penny. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Sideshow. And Brendan, yes, I have Penny here from Cloud9. Welcome to VCT Americas and an incredible debut. Give it up for Penny, everyone. A wonderful debut for you on the America stage. But this isn't your Tier 1 debut. We've seen you sub in for Team Liquid. We've seen you play on Apex. I want to talk about being here with Cloud9. What is the difference, obviously, besides being here for the start of the season? What is it like being with Cloud9 now?
I mean, for me, it's obviously a step up in terms of everything. Obviously, being with Liquid is great. Liquid's a big org, but C9, the management, the staff, the players, it's all like a big step up for me. And it's kind of the thing I wish I had all along, from the beginning. So, I mean, I'm happy to be here, and I think we're gonna have a lot more wins like this today. So.
I mean, we had your career up on the big wall behind our analyst desk, and you've had a long career, but it's been kind of going from YFP to a lot of these different teams, and you're only 23, but you have had so many teams you've played on. Besides the management, I'd love to hear about playing with Zelsis, playing with Zeppa. What is it like playing with those people as your teammates?
I mean, obviously, the thing, the nepotism 9, right? All of us are good friends,
yeah.
And I think that helps a lot, because not only do we want to win, but we're also very good at problem solving. We can do it very heart to heart. It's very I mean, practice has been good, to be fair. I mean, I don't think we've had any days where we haven't improved, and that's been nice. But I think this is the first time in my career where I'm very confident in a full 5 of players. So I mean, I'm very
first time in your career you are confident in a full 5 of players.
I mean, I wouldn't count V1 because it was so long ago, and then the game was kind of iffy. But since then, I mean, we said it before, some teams think there's like, or the community always thinks maybe like someone's next to get cut, you know?
Yeah.
I don't feel like we have that on this team. I feel like we're all very good. I'm happy about that. So.
I also want to talk about, you know, Imi being the coach. You know, he's on his own. He no longer has an assistant coach, and I think a lot of eyes were on him in the offseason coming into this season of 2026. What is it like being under him and in Cloud9?
I mean, obviously, I'm very familiar with him.
Yes.
I had him my coach for like 2 years of my career.
Yes.
I would say he's gotten a lot better since I knew him originally.
In what way?
Every aspect, I think. His player management, emotionally, tactically. I mean, everything. Like, it's good to see the improvement from all of us, because obviously I've improved since then. Zelsis has improved since then. So, I mean, we're all kind of like regrouping back now in like a better like form of ourselves, you know, from back then. So it's nice.
I mean, for one thing I want to ask you as well is kind of the Cloud9 kind of story and narrative is about, like, you know, the Cloud9 curse. You know, you guys have an incredible group stage, an incredible beginning to a stage, and you just can't quite make it to an international event. You seem very confident in this team and seem very confident in your ability to make it to an international event. If I'm picking up what you are putting down, does it come from your vibes? Does it come from your mechanics? What does it come from?
I think it's everything now. I think this team has all the experience in the world. We have, I mean, still like the young power. We got Vic and Oxy, you know, just unreal players. And me, I'm still young myself, you know.
And you're
like
very
I said,
talented.
Long career, but I'm only 23, and that's about probably the average age of VCT, you know. Yeah, I think we have it all. It's kind of like, I mean, at least how I see it, because I'm here now, but like all parts of the puzzle to like make the internationals, you know. And our goal is to make as many as possible, so.
Well, we can hear from Matchpoint with 2 players from Cloud9 there. Thank you so much, Penny, and I'll send it over to Matchpoint.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Elizabeth. Always a pleasure to hear from Penny as well. But as you can see here, I'm joined by Oxy and Zelsis for our first match point of the season. And this is going to be a fun one because our pros are going to answer questions at lightning speed as we play Spike Race. That's right. So this is how it's going to work, all right? You're going to have to answer questions as fast as humanly possible. As many questions as you can before the spike explodes. That's a very important bit about this. All right. And then the winner at the end is going to get a special prize. And look at that graphic. That right there.
Wow.
Someone got a degree to do that. Okay. Unbelievable. All right. Let's go ahead and do this. Zelsis, you're up first, my friend. Wait, we got to get the spike planted first. So I got to hear that. Make sure that we're good to go. And then once we are, there it is. All right. And it's.
All right. What team did we just beat?
Loud.
Who is the newest Val agent?
Vito.
Name a sniper rifle on Val.
Operator.
What color is our jersey?
Blue and white.
Where is our Masters 1 located?
Santiago.
Nice. Did you have fun today?
Yes.
What languages do you speak?
English. Barely.
Are we winning kickoff? Are we winning kickoff?
Hell yeah!
Not again, buddy. Which agent are you the worst at?
Yoru.
What? Are we serious? Have you ever had a dream about playing Valorant?
No.
Never?
Never.
What is my name?
Francis.
What is 5 times 12? Or, yeah.
Wait, what? 5 times 12?
5 times 12, let's go,
60,
let's go.
I don't know, 58.
Oh.
Is it 60?
Yo.
All right, we got it. We got it. What was that again? Production, give me. All right, 10 right for Zelsis. All right,
10
boys.
right?
Swap sides. You go right there. No, give me those questions.
Oh, so I get different
a new
questions.
set of questions. All right, and you stand right there. Okay, so you know the rules of the game. You're good. You know, pace yourself.
I'm gonna lie to him.
Okay, remember, he's got to be 10. Don't do that. Okay. All right, let's start this up. Get that spike going. Once you hear the spike planted, we begin.
Spike planted.
Name an anime.
Bleach.
What city are we in right now?
Los Angeles.
What role is the hardest?
What?
What role is the hardest?
Role?
Role.
Role.
Role in
Valorant. Duelist.
No. Is the bandit overpowered?
No.
What VCT bundles should our viewers buy?
C9 bundle. Hey, buy that right now,
What
guys.
year did Valorant come out?
What?
What year did Valorant come
2022.
out? 2020?
Oh my God.
You said 2022. Who is the most underrated player on our team? On your team?
Penny.
Okay. Where is Champions 2026?
Yo, I don't know. I just show up. I don't know. I don't know. I just show up. What's the next? Give me the next question.
No.
I don't know.
Do I give him the next question?
I don't know,
Who's the
man.
gold player in your opinion?
It's over.
Oh my God.
Isn't it in Shanghai?
Shanghai. Oh shit.
Well,
I just show up.
It was a lot to a little, and congratulations, Zelsis, you are the winner, and you get this
my.
nice sticker that says Good job.
Wow.
There you go. Here, hold this
You
from
can
me.
have the sticker.
I'm gonna. No.
You can have the sticker,
No,
Francis. Please,
no,
I insist.
No, you
should
had
wear
great
the sticker.
calling today.
I don't
That's
have
for you.
fingernails to be able to do this, so this
You
is
got it. I believe in you.
embarrassing.
Where are you
Here
putting
go.
it?
All right, I'm gonna put it right here, center, betwixt the
good
chest.
job.
Good job. Look at him.
Wait, can everyone buy the C9 bundle?
Everyone buy the C9 bundle.
Hey guys, good job. Buy the C9 bundle. There you go. All right, everyone, that's going to do it for our first day of kickoff, and 2 teams have already dropped to the middle bracket. Let's take a look at the bracket. Maybe you guys can help me, the analyst for the segment.
We can help you.
Help me out.
We can help you.
All right, let's talk about what we saw here today. We saw Envy take the stage for the first time. They went up against Evil Geniuses. They will be moving forward to face off against MIBR, and then you guys are going to be going up against the world mother flipping champions in Antarctica.
They don't have W stripper, so they're going to lose.
Can we just say? Can I just say that we low-key let them win champs by letting them qualify?
Yeah, you low-key let them win. Don't put me with
you weren't there.
I was not there yet. I had to come here because of that. I saved you.
That is amazing. Yeah, it looks. I mean, look, great first day of matches. How did it feel being out there again? VCT Americas.
I live for the stage.
I live for the stage too.
Yeah.
My heart was pumping in the first pistol. My heart was pumping it. After that, that shit was great.
Hey, you guys absolutely killed it out there. It was a pleasure to watch you do your work. But we're going to be back here tomorrow with 2 more matches. You got Crew Visa taking on Furia, and then it will be 100 Thieves going up against Leviathan.
Let's go bang.
Now, you can see any predictions? Any predictions for tomorrow?
I'm going Furia 2-0. 100 Thieves 2-1.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even know. Don't ask me. Always ask IGL.
Okay.
I just play.
All right,
go
everyone.
shoot. Francis, go kill.
Just go kill.
Just go kill. Just go kill. All right, everyone, that's going to do it for us today. We thank you so much. Zoe's going to be in the driver's seat tomorrow. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Take it easy. Adios, amigos.
Bye.
Great job.
It's not just the first pistol, it's the first map, it's the first series, and it's the first time Envy are going to be playing up here on the stage. On the other side of things, Evil Geniuses. I think Envy can just get that up, go on for the hit. Val looks for a shot and will secure it. Hold on. Val already primed the evolution. That's a nice shot from him, lining him up. The rest of his teammates start to move on forward. Edster is down and Val with 4. Gets another for EG.
You are him, bro.
Operator now peering out of heaven. Inspire above them all, takes his shot, takes his time, and again he falls for 3 for 4. EG want this mid-fight. Have 5 players ready for it. Oh, hold on. Ditches in, teleports forward. Kesnet just mowed down. What on earth just happened? EG take the first map of 2026. Kesnet is up on top of site, and Envy continue on in. Nice hold. So it's just Kesnet now in 4 on the round. Keeps Evil Geniuses in it. Supa's on relatively low HP. There is a world here where Envy can get the spike down. Paranoia forward, pushes back in the corner. Rossi for 3, and a 50 map win for Envy. They see it through to Bind. Kesnet taken down. It's not comfortable as Inspire loads on up. Sends him home 5-0 for Envy. They can't escape the site. They've got to buckle in, and now it's just Rossi. He's knocked down. EG take another back-to-back. 1 by 1, the members of Envy into the site. Now bring it to a 2-on-3. No smokes available. Extra's right in front of it. Extra for 4. Envy, from Challengers to Ascension to Americas, will take their first series under the lights.
For their 2026 debut, here is C9 and Loud.
Making a move on now as well, but these smokes still blooming in their faces. Darker's left to try and hold this one back, and hold it back he will. That is elite stuff. Nice and early here, it's damage done. Oxy, weak as anything, but listen, Cloud9 are backing it up with really stronger than words. It's the guns in their hands that are doing the work here. Coverage on every single angle. Clean stuff from Cloud9. Oh, he's seen it, spotted it. There's blood in the water, and he sniffed it out. Lost some but he's just spotted out into the open. Hold on, he's jumping straight into that anchor smoke. Spin of a dime. Luke Show, his life claimed as he was leaping out of the sky. Haven is Cloud9's. And pulls it back, Pancana spotted. 2 bullets to the dome. Luke Show left into the 1v1. It's all on his shoulders. What a delivery! So a lot of utility going to be dropped down in their laps. 100 Fury as well to really help them out. They were in a pickle, and they were in a bind, but Oxy! Oh my, that is sharp! Let's go! Up and over towards the top here, Saturate alongside. As that smoke dissipates the recall. Still, it's ground gained. Oxy is the one to lead the charge. Sidestepping, but does he expect it? Not quite. Oxy is ticking, time pressure mounting. A tap to pull out the pull, but it matters not. 13-11 for their opening match of 2026.
to share.